deck-based strategy, but now it's gotten super synergistic with Face Stitcher. Face Stitcher is just this elegant portion of the combo that not only enables the combo, it's also your win condition. 4 people decided to play this deck in this tournament. They have like a 70% win percentage with it. This deck is amazing. It's the real deal, and I think right now we have the right build.
Yeah, Fate Stitch is very exciting, and I think elegant was the word of yesterday, because that's pretty much how everyone described it. Even the people who hated the deck and said I would never play with it, like people on Twitter were going, God, I hate this, but it's so pretty. So yes, well done, and hats off Josh Utter-Layton, the architect of that deck. And lots of teammates of Josh Utter-Layton weighed in, Randy, as you know, on social media yesterday saying, looking forward to February. Thanks. So Pro Tour Fate Reforged is, of course, your modern Pro Tour. Anyway, that was yesterday, but let's get to the business of the day. Randy, let's take a look at the schedule and the formats for the World Championships.
Sure. Starts off with Khans of Tarkir booster draft. 3 rounds of booster draft. There's 3 pods for the 24 players. Pod 1's kind of interesting because the players have such wildly different records, and who knows what the records are going to look like coming out of that. But after a pod of KTK, we go to standard. And now the rest of the tournament is basically standard after that, because 4 rounds of standard to finish out today. Then it'll be a cut to the top 4. Those 4 come back on Sunday to play for the title and all the money, with the same standard decks they're going to be running this afternoon.
Right, so for the people who really like standard, they've been sitting there with the 75 cards burning in the backpack since the start of yesterday, and once they get to lunchtime today, somebody's opening the deck that they will eventually win the World Championship with on Sunday.
Yeah, spoiler, by the way, I talked to Patrick at breakfast.
Right.
He says standard's his best format.
Okay, that's pretty scary.
Sacco yesterday hasn't got to his best format yet.
Incidentally, on Sunday, the top 4 come back best 3 out of 5. So 3 out of 5 games, that's very important. Means sideboarding, super, super important. And of course, you will see every single game of the top 4 right here, along with the small matter of the World Magic Cup quarterfinals, semi-finals, and finals, because we are clinically insane. And that's what we do for you. So, Rashad Miller, why don't you talk to us about what's on the line in terms of prize money and points?
Well, just like any of the tournaments that you watched on the Pro Tour stage, this tournament has a lot of money on the line. And if we take a look at how much it is, first place, there's $50,000, and it goes down from there. Also at Pro Tours, you would remember that if you reached a certain threshold of wins, you'd get a certain amount of Pro points. There's a little bit of a change at this tournament. It's a little bit different. Every time you win a match, you get a Pro point. And that's a big head start for the upcoming season, because these are Pro points that everyone else who wants to play, all the other Platinums and Golds that want to maintain their level, they don't have access to these points. Even, everyone who's Li Shiqian, he's at 1 in 6 right now. He's still eligible to get 7 more Pro points just at this tournament if he's able to win out. Big deal. This is a big amount of Pro points for these players. And of course, the winner of this tournament gets invited to the World Championship next time, which is even more Pro points.
Right, joining Ari Lax, of course, who's the one sort of player you think, hang on, why isn't Ari here? And the answer is, of course, he's the first chair for next time around. So, let's have a look at how things fared yesterday. We'll take you through our 24 players and show you how they did. So let's start with the first 8 in no particular order. Let's take a look. And we're going to kick off Jeremy Desani. I know came in at 2 and 5. There you go. There's our first board of 8. Jeremy Desani, reigning player of the year, Randy, 2 and 5. It felt like he was just playing Magic uphill from round 1 and the 4-game epic against Paul Rietzel.
Yeah, it was not his day. He started off in a hole, did have that marathon against Paul, picked up a warning for slow play, and I think he never really got engaged with this tournament. This tournament is hard. I mean, I think you see it's tough to come into this the first time you've played it and really succeed, especially for someone whose career is still relatively young. I mean, the number of reps he's gotten in against this level of competition just isn't actually that high.
Rashad, of those 8, who would you like to single out?
Well, I mean, if you're just looking at the records, you see that 7-0 right there with Patrick Chapen.
Of course.
Patrick Chapen has been playing sharp. Gotten to watch him in the booth a couple of rounds and while I'm in the feature match area, and he just has a game plan. Every single format, he's just had a game plan and he's been outplaying all of his opponents.
I am going to show you Patrick Chapen's game plan right now, because the news is that the players are seated and ready for the Khans of Tarkir draft. It will surprise approximately none of you that the man we're going to watch in action from Pick 1, Pack 1 is your leader of the World Championship, Patrick Chapen. Let's head over to the booth. It's draft time.
Good morning, everybody. Brian David Marshall here with Simon Gertson at day 2 of the World Championships, or maybe good evening for some of you, or very, very early morning. We are about to watch Pod 1 here. We're going to watch Patrick Chapen. Let's take a look at the table that Patrick Chapen has surrounding him for this draft. As we get ready, we have a graphic with all the players. There you see Patrick Chapen. He's going to be being passed to by Josh Utter-Layton. He's going to be passing to Kentaro Yamamoto, Owen Turtenwald, and Ivan Flock sort of a little further downstream, passing to him. What do you think about when you see the way this table's set up, Simon?
I see Owen Turtenwald and William Jensen. That's similar to the VMA setup with Huey passing to Owen in a sense, but this is not a format where you can just say, let's all just force Storm, right? This is KTK draft. You have to somehow distribute the clans, right. And there's definitely going to be people who are looking to draft 2-color decks over 3-color decks.
All right, let's force non-basic lands is the equivalent to forcing Storm in this format, right?
Yeah, in a sense, 5-color all the way.
Is that your preference for this draft format?
Actually, not at all, no.
Okay, well, sounds like the players are ready, so we're going to see what Patrick Chapen does. A big advocate for 5-color decks historically. We'll see what he does as he drafts Khans of Tarkir. So we are ready to go down to the floor and watch these guys draft. There you get a look at the table. There you get a look at the people with clipboards as they're going to be recording each and every pick, putting this into a draft viewer, so you'll be able to watch it. There's your tournament leader, Patrick Chapen. Clear-eyed, all business, all weekend. And then, and there he goes. He's looking at his first pack. We'll see those picks momentarily. There we go. So, see a Wooly Loxodon, a Bitter Revelation, Mantis Rider, which Patrick has singled out as the card he's probably going to take.
Has already revealed that to the coverage team.
Yeah.
Bellowing Saddlebrood as well, so definitely powerful single-colored cards here. Wooly Loxodon, one of the best green commons. Bellowing Saddlebrood, a very good black warrior. I wouldn't fault Patrick for going with Mantis Rider. The power level is through the roof, and if you can get the Jesskai cards, or even 5-color, you mentioned that earlier, Brian, then that's a great start to a draft.
Yeah, I mean, this is an early 3-color command, but you can always throw away. You can also always throw away your first pick if you get some clear signal.
And there's still 3 different 2-color decks available that just splash for Mantis Rider.
So you see that he starts putting some lands to the front. There you see a Snowhorn Rider, a Pine Walker. So already looking toward 4 colors.
There's a couple of 2-color lands that Patrick hasn't singled out. Pine Walker is one of the best morphs, especially at uncommon. There's some better ones at rare, but the fact that you only need a single green makes it so much better than the competing Snowhorn Rider, for example,
exactly.
where you always need teamer colors.
Right, and even if they don't choose to block it when you attack, you can ambush them on the attack back because it untaps when you unmorph it.
Yeah, this is just one of the best packages you get. And the fact that it's single color makes it so much better than the common morph cycle. Bitter Revelation for card advantage, Dragon Eye Savant for basically a morph deck, which can also go into a multicolor strategy.
So do you think Patrick is already looking at being 5-color here, or do you think he's just staying open, picking cards, and waiting to see how the middle to late end of the pack goes?
He can easily stay open. He has nothing to lose. This pack is not particularly powerful. If he has a preference for morph decks that go into 4 or 5 color, then Wow. So that answers that.
Okay, there you go.
That's
Leaping
actually
Master. Leaping Master, by the way, at Grand Prix Ottawa was the all-star card of that weekend.
Yeah, that's a high-level pick in the sense that Patrick acknowledges the fact how important 2-drops are, and if the 2-drop actually has late-game applications, that is just even better.
So three gain lands in this pack. Or no, one of them's a Bloodstained Mire. One of them's a fetch land. But he has Bring Low sorted in there.
Yeah, none of the colors support Jesskai. So none of the lands support Jesskai colors.
Well, I guess, but there was a... was the Bloodstained Mire would let him get a... Oh, no, that's not going to help him there. Yeah. I was thinking about, Bring Low. He's just going to stay there. I was thinking about maybe a land that gave him green for the junk for the.
He now has 2 red cards, a green card, and a Jesskai card, and the Leaping Master gets better in Jesskai as well.
Oh yeah.
Also, I like Bring Low as a card much better than, for example, Monastery Flock, which does not really give you a lot of board impact due to its 0 power.
Yeah, he seems pretty happy to be in red here. He should put a War Name Aspirant right to the front of the pack.
This pack, I think, is a good sign that an aggressive red deck might be open. War Name Aspirant is one of the best 2-drops you can get, and even Valley Dasher makes for surprisingly good decks.
I've played a Valley Dasher or two.
Yeah, I thought you were more into the Secret Plans.
I love Secret Plans as well. That's my favorite deck.
Yeah, but you usually don't want to see your opponent then having the beatdown decks when you're just playing Morphs all the time. So I think that Patrick doesn't mind just sticking to his first pick, if at all possible. And thus far, the packs are cooperating, the players are cooperating. Jesskai Windscout is a card that I thought was much better than it turned out to be in this format. And I think that's because it's competing with all the morphs that also get bigger as the game progresses.
At the Pro Tour, certainly, I know the European teams were very high on the Windscout, very high on Crippling Chill and the blue cards in general. And they seem to have not quite... hasn't quite borne out over the course of the format.
No, they had a good win percentage, but they were locked into playing blue-green aggro, maybe blue-red aggro. So it was a very particular style they were trying to force. Scoutkin is the card that's in Patrick's colors here. Goblin Slide is definitely an option if you are spell-heavy Jesskai.
Sure. Prowess
Jesskai. I think that Scoutkin has gotten a bit of a bad reputation. It has usually more impact than you would think. Even though 4-mana 2/2 is definitely behind the curve.
Historically, that card is very playable and limited, right?
Well, are you talking about the time before we lost damage on the stack?
There you see Blinding Spray, Dragon Throne of Tarkir. Yeah, he's going to take the Blinding Spray. That card's been surprisingly good.
Yeah, it's right up his alley as well. It draws a card. It's a tricky card. It's usually going to be your 21st or 22nd card in your deck, but it might be the card that wins a matchup.
5-mana counterspell for Trumpet Blast.
Yeah, or just engineer a blowout. And if you're playing against the best players in the world, such a card can be very important. Now, this looks great if you're drafting Jesskai.
Yeah.
2 red cards, 2 blue cards, 2 white cards. And they don't even... clearly, they are not the most powerful in the format, but I see a Defiant Strike, a Salt Road Patrol, a Dragon Grip, even active treason. I'm always scared of my opponents going active treason. Patrick with the creature here, it's not a typical Jesskai creature, but it does complement the evasion plan very well.
Poor Temur Ascendancy. It is no Fires of Yavimaya.
No. Actually, a second Blinding Spray. Well, it would have been a second Scoutkin as well. Both of these cards you don't really want too many of.
Right.
So right now, Patrick is just happy that blue and red primarily are open. I haven't really seen the white commons that I would really want to.
Goblin Slide over Trumpet Blast.
Yes, I like that.
Maybe not thinking of himself as super aggressive.
No, I like that in Jesskai because with Goblin Slide you get rewarded even more for playing all the non-creature spells. Whereas Trumpet Blast, you really want the token makers, and you have no guarantee that you're going to get them.
You see a Wetland Sandbar, a Tygon Scheming, as we just sort of go through the dregs of the pack there. Although the Wetland Sandbar is a fine, a fine card.
So puts the Blinding Sprays at the front of his pack. Lens of Clarity
was the last card, just in case you were...
All right. I don't think that's making any decks this week. So
No mana fixing at all here.
No, but I like the fact that Mantis Rider was his first pick, not being afraid of dedicating yourself to a strategy, and you can tell, except for the Salt Road Patrol, that all his cards are blue-red.
Right.
I'm not sure. Like the Salt Road Patrol, that could have been maybe a red card if you really wanted to focus on getting your mana sorted out, because splashing for Mantis Rider will,
He had an
will be
opportunity
easy.
to take, active trees in there.
There was an active treason. There was, there were 2 blue cards as well, maybe a Singing Bell Strike. The Pine Walker is not going to make it.
No.
On the other hand, if you, for example, get a Temur Triland,
Right.
you could just run it.
Yeah.
To mess with people. It's always going to be a 3-mana 2/2, and your opponent's going to be scared of it. You need morphs to trade in the early game anyway, and sometimes you're just gonna engineer a blowout.
Okay, so now pack 2. He'll be passing in the opposite direction, and theoretically, whatever signals he sent downstream in pack 1 maybe come into play as far as what cards are open coming back to him. So there we see one of the aforementioned Tri-lands.
It is actually Frontier Biovac, so that would be the land I just talked about. We might actually see it here. Jesskai Student, Crippling Chill, some more mana fixing, and then cards he's not interested in. Mardu Hateblade, Archer's Parapet, not castable for him. It's not an easy pick. I would like the 2-drop, but it's white. And
You don't like the Swiftwater Cliffs here? Just
well, if you get Frontier Biovac, you get the green splash for free, and the 1 life is definitely not better. So even if it's just representing something you might not even have, but as I said, I could totally see Pinewalker making the deck.
Yeah, I find I often end up in 4 colors in this format where you're just splashing that 4th color off of a morph.
I believe
Misfire Weaver is the easy pick here.
Yeah, it's definitely between the creatures. I think Patrick's strongest pick thus far was the early Leaping Master, because 2-drops are just so important. And if it was only between Leaping Master and Jesskai Wind Scout, I think I would actually pick the Leaping Master. But here, Mistfire Weaver is just too good to not pick. One of the creatures that you can actually cast for its regular casting cost without feeling too bad about it. It is a better tempo play. You have to be careful with these Jesskai decks, though. If your opponent has an Arc Lightning,
Sure.
you just oh wow.
Oh, there is a Siege Rhino.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a card that Patrick can support.
There's a Snowhorn Rider. I mean, he can, but he's gonna take. It looks like he's thinking about the Crippling Chill over. Not even thinking about the Snowhorn Rider as a card that seems already very splashable for him.
Oh, it definitely is, but keep in mind that he only has the 1 Tri-land as fixing, so he wants to be really conservative. Also, Crippling Chill is just the card you want in Jesskai Aggro with multiple Wind Scouts and a tempo-oriented game plan. The fact that Patrick has Leaping Masters means that he still wants to be in white, but if he doesn't get any fixing, he might also just not play Mantis Rider, just for consistency.
So there we see a Swiftwater Cliffs. There we see Crippling. Another no, not a Crippling Chill. It was a Set Adrift, and then another Jesskai Wind Scout.
Exactly. So 2 blue cards to choose from, but Swiftwater Cliffs also the mana fixing for his 2 main colors, and I think this shows you how important it is for Patrick to build a consistent deck, which I think is even easier when you're 7-0, because you know that you don't have to go 3-0 in draft today.
You see a Defiant Strike. There's an Active Treason. There's another Cliffs.
Yeah, that's not really difficult. We've just seen it. Seen him pick Swiftwater Cliffs over Jesskai Wind Scout. So
he's definitely going to pick it over Defiant Strike.
Yeah. It is interesting how the blue-red lands will support his main colors better, but it also allows him to play more planes because the chance of him having his main colors just increases the more duels he has on color. I'm not yet sure how many planes he's really looking to play though.
He could end up being 2 color. He could still end up being Teamer depending on how the pack.
Exactly. So it's still very open. Hurtling Outburst is a tremendous card.
There's also a red-white.
Yeah, so that's what it's competing for. It's really between
the Windscarred Crag and the Hurtling Outburst.
and that will show us how much he values the White Splash at this point. I think with all the prowess and the great mana fixing in 2 colors, Hurtling Outburst is what it's going to be.
That Hurtling Outburst.
Patrick opted not to go for Trumpet Blast when he had the chance.
I was just thinking about the Trumpet Blast, but you know what? That's a card that's usually there. Is that a second Mantis Rider?
This is a great pack with a Write Down still in the pack as well, but now you aren't thinking about green cards anymore.
No.
And there is no chance that you don't play 2 Mantis Riders if you have the chance.
7-0, get past the second Mantis Rider.
Very late too. So if you have the chance to play 2 Mantis Riders with 3 planes, is probably a bit greedy. Maybe 4 if you get, let's say, an F-Read Weapon Master.
That gives you an idea of how, focused. There's the Windscarred Crag, which I can't imagine that there's many cards he wants over that here.
No, only Mystic Monastery would be better. you aren't going to see that late.
Yeah, it was just like, Patrick, you talked about how clear-eyed he's been. Like, my head would be falling off because my smile would have wrapped around to the back of my skull and just,
Yeah, I think the smile... He's saving the smile.
He's saving the smile.
For the top 4. Maybe for the trophy shot. So we might actually see...
Jesskai Student here.
A white creature for a change. Oh, you could actually take the Archer, but I wouldn't be too scared about a 2-power reach creature. Yeah, this is clearly a card you want in most Jesskai decks, but if you're so heavily red-blue, I don't think it's a great choice. The one thing I would love for Patrick to pick is more 2-drops.
Sure.
So he has a Warname Aspirant.
He has a Wetland Sandbar.
And the very early Leaping Master.
Right.
Which is on par, almost on par with the...
there's
the
a Trumpet
Aspirant.
Blast for him.
Yeah, the big question is if his deck really wants the Trumpet Blast. He has the Flyers and he has the Hurtling Outburst, but he doesn't have a crazy Trumpet Blast deck, like some of the Mardu decks we're seeing.
Right, and then a Disdainful Stroke here for the sideboard. Maybe for the main deck.
I like it both in the main deck and in the sideboard, but we've also seen it not have targets in this Morph format. I don't think that any of these picks are going to make his deck. Bloodfire Mentor.
I think that 15th pick's All Road Patrol.
Yeah, this is not even a card that he needs. The amount of playables he got is also staggering. So not only did he open a Jesskai card, but Jesskai was also flowing around the table. And Patrick is just reaping the rewards.
Kind of interesting. He has Bloodfire. He's pushing it back to the back. I was like, wow, that's right up there in the front.
Yeah, I also don't think that Trumpet Blast is currently in there. I might be tempted to actually play the Jesskai Student, just on the off chance that you want more 2-drops. It's actually not the worst to have it in your splash color, because if you draw your main colors, then you're already doing well, but you do want to have a critical amount of white sources for the turn 3 Mantis Rider, where it's most effective. So Jesskai Student would not be the end of the world. There's a bit too many 3-drops in this deck, I think. If there's anything negative to say about it.
Sure. He would basically love nothing more than to see a Seeker of the Way.
Oh, well, yeah, except for that it's white. I agree. There's actually enough 2-drops that are going to be solid.
Yeah, you're just pretty happy. You're pretty happy if you open up the next pack and you take a Leaping Master first or second.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a very very highly picked Leaping Master, just because it has mana cost 2 instead of 3. I would personally pick it, for example, over Jesskai Wind Scout, which sounds like blasphemy because the Jesskai Wind Scout looks better on paper.
Right. All right. So pack 3, we're going back to the left now, back to clockwise.
And this is where he was already being fed great cards.
So we see a Jesskai Charm, a High Spire Mantis, and a Jesskai Ascent. Oh no, it's a Mardu Ascendancy. I was like, if it was Jesskai Ascendancy, I know.
Jesskai Ascendancy is surprisingly good and limited.
So good.
it's not a combo card in limited, but
No,
it's
no,
like
no.
an
It's just overrun.
anthem card advantage machine.
Yeah.
This pick is interesting. I think 3/3 flyer that tramples is probably closer to what Patrick has already. So getting the tricky Jesskai charm to get blockers out of the way or kill opponents.
Or right, I was just going to say, have a little reach if the game somehow stalemates.
All three abilities are great in the deck that he's drafting. And from a casting cost perspective, 2 red and a white is not much easier to cast than blue, red, white.
Looks like he's...
Ooh.
You get past the control player and end hostilities, why don't you?
Yeah, there's end hostilities and Sandstep Citadel in the pack, so that's some interesting.
There's also a Monastery Swift Spear, which he's thinking about.
Yeah, the Swifter has done a good work for him in
Modern.
Modern.
Yeah.
I don't think it's particularly good in this draft format. Even if you are the Jesskai deck, it is only a 1/2 base, and I think that's just a defensive draft we're seeing here.
Yeah. So you're saying you don't think he'll play that card?
I think it's very unlikely. If it wasn't double white, he could think about it, but it's also not what his deck wants to do. If the matchup asks for it, I could see boarding it in with some additional planes as well. I see Force Away.
Yeah.
Alabaster Kirin is in the splash. Yeah, the bounce spell is, I think, accompanies his deck much better than picking more creatures. He already has a lot of creatures, and the most successful decks in this format have had a surprisingly low number of creatures. So it looks like Alabaster Kirin is actually...
Yeah. Do you feel like maybe he's got like a 5-colory deck to his right? We haven't seen a lot of mana fixing come through Joshua Layton, where we saw a lot of it coming back in the other direction.
True. Basically, he picked almost 0 fixing, so that's actually a very good indication. He also passed
the Keru's Spell Snatcher.
Yeah, he passed the Trail of Mysteries to his right, so Josh might be drafting a sweet deck.
Ooh.
The Spell Snatcher is really, really good. There aren't many cards in this format where you can just pass with 6 mana up and you're just preparing an insane blowout.
Well, look, your opponent passes the turn with 6 mana up and a Morph, and you're like, oh, you know what? I'm not going to attack here. I'm just going to play a spell. I don't want to get blown out. And then you just get completely blown out.
There is... probably like Ancient for the control player.
Maybe he will play the end hostilities.
I would probably...
Or you could take the... you could take the Cove.
I would just take the land. The power level in this deck is also so high, and you have an evasive, aggressive game plan fueled by 2 Mantis Riders.
This is the most indecision Patrick's shown over a pick yet in this draft, and he goes with the Pearl Lake Ancient over the Tranquil Cove.
I feel like you almost have to play End Hostilities if you do that.
I feel like maybe that might be the decision he came to. Maybe you play like this Jesskai control deck. You've got the Charm. You've got 2 of the Mantis Riders.
But Jesskai Charm is not a control card. Your opponent redraws his creature, or you deal 4 to him. Roar Behemoth, probably one of his weaker creatures at the 3 slot, if we count Morph. Yeah, Patrick Chapen can't pass up on the control cards, it looks like. And Hostilities and Pearl Lake Ancient. I wouldn't have expected him to really want to pick a 7-drop there. But we'll see. Given how many good cards he managed to pick up, it's actually not clear which of these will make his deck.
Yeah, he does take the disdainful stroke.
Yeah, it's gotten better against him as well. So.
Yes.
Yeah, Disdainful Stroke is interesting. If Morph wasn't a part of the format, then you would be countering high-end spells all the time. Now the way it is, people will reach 8 mana and just morph their 6 drops. There's another Leaping Master, which is very late. Now, if Patrick's focus has shifted towards a slower game plan, then Glacier Soccer is a viable alternative.
Right. And that looks like the card he's really thinking about.
Even
here.
Tormenting Voice is not a bad card to have in the games that want to go longer. Well, that's what we see here. I did think that Patrick had the makings of a good aggro deck as well. So, well, it looks like 2 drops are not really the issue, and Redland Sandbar is superior to Valley Dasher, because that's definitely not the direction that Patrick is going. Hate drafting Mardu Ascendancy is an option, but that only makes sense if you think that you're weakening a Mardu deck to your left, while also passing Mardu Hateblade. So, yeah, there's just very little upside to that.
So, let's see. I have to assume he goes Weave Fate here, yeah.
Given how much he likes drawing cards, that's a pretty easy decision. Yeah, so he's transitioned into a more control-ish deck, which means that the Mantis Riders are just going to serve a different role.
Right.
But they are still so much better than the average creature in this limited format that they're going to do great work for him. Yeah, I think now...
Is it difficult to play a control deck, though, without the spot removal? Like, I think he's got a Bring Low, and he's got, to some extent, the Jesskai Charm.
Yeah, he's losing some of the potential of just overwhelming his opponent with evasive creatures.
Right. The Dazzling Ramparts is an okay control card.
Yeah, I'm really not a fan in this format to make your deck more clunky than already necessary. Sure. Because you have the mana to worry about, and usually you have morphs to compensate for the late game, which, to be honest, Patrick did not pick up too many of.
Right.
No Weapon Masters, for example.
Right. So what would you, if you had to give this deck a grade, where do you think this is?
7.
Yeah, that's about where I was.
But it's 7 with probably
7 with upside.
7 with upside because 2 Mantis Riders is just so good.
Right, and if he chooses to bring the game in into the late game, he's got some elements of control with the end hostilities and the Pearl Lake Ancient, and he can let the game go a little longer.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing. Mantis Rider has to be good enough to get him to this point. Right. And he also has to time the end hostilities correctly. And then Pearl Lake Ancient is insane if you get it going. But 7 mana is a lot in this format.
Right. He looked maybe a little less steely towards the end of that draft. Like maybe he was. Yeah. I almost felt like he was like, I wish I'd kind of picked one of those 2 directions. Maybe he was going back and forth.
He also drafted the deck that's going to be harder to play.
Yeah.
It would have been easier to just go for Jesskai Aggro, and that's what I would have done, in all honesty.
And keep in mind, play at a very, very tough table full of world champions, Pro Tour champions, Hall of Famers, future Hall of Famers. So we'll see how that plays out. We're going to send it back to the news desk right now. For Simon Gertzen, this is Brian David Marshall. Take it away, Rich.
All right, thank you very much to Brian David Marshall and Simon Gertzen, Pro Tour champion from 2010, calling the first draft of the day, Khans of Tarkir. 3 rounds will be coming up round about half an hour from now once the players have built their decks. This afternoon, we go to Standard. So for those of you who weren't with us on Tuesday, why don't we take a look at our Master Scoreboard for the first time today here at the World Championship on day 2. And of course, the big news is that Patrick Chapen leads the way at 7-0, and of course is therefore on the first draft table, because the draft tables are basically done in scorecard order, which means that all the 5 and 2s will also be battling at that table. That means the Slovak Republic's Ivan Flock, Japan's Kentaro Yamamoto, Israel, the world champion Shenhar, and Josh Utter-Layton from the United States. Also in that first pod, we have Yuki Ichiaawa of Japan, William Jensen, and Owen Turnwell, the 2 teammates from Peach Garden Oath. The 3rd member of their team, Reed Duke, languishing down amongst the 2 and 5s, bottom right of your screen. Then we have mostly the 4 and 3 stretching down the bottom, picking out. Lars Dam, I thought, had an excellent day yesterday, went 3-1 in Modern with a deck he was desperately trying to find Fate Stitches coming into the tournament. He was the pro mysterieux that got posted on the French community website, desperately trying to find Fate Stitches for him. He went 3-1 in Modern as the 4th Jesskai Ascendancy deck. Tom Martell was on that deck. It was designed by Josh Utter-Layton, who is in Pod 1 at 5 and 2. That was the big Modern story. Sam Black is 4-3 overnight. Also, 2-time Player of the Year, Yu Watanabe. He started out 0-2, won 3, and then came back to win his last 3 rounds of Modern to be just about in the top half. On the right-hand side of your screen, the 3s and 4s. Now, these are spread across the middle pod and the bottom pod, but realistically, 5 losses, we think that may get you into the top 8, so there's a top 4 rather, so there is still the chance for the 3s and 4s. McLaren, Sifka, Adel, DeRosa, Rietzel, who was at 1 and 4. He had to win his last 2 just to clamber to 3 and 4. And Raf Levy. Once you get to the 2 and 5s, well, now you have to do something really quite extraordinary. You need probably, because of tie breaks at 2 and 5, to run the table. Not just this table of the Khans of Tarkir draft, but then 4 rounds of standard. And remember, all that bottom 8 will be in the bottom draft pod together, carving each other's wins apart, taking each other out. And every round is about pro points. So that's the state of the tournament right now, but I'm delighted to tell you that we are ready to show you another draft in full. Every pick, every pack, and it's in the company of not 1, but 2 Hall of Famers. Waiting at the video wall, we have Rashad Miller and Hall of Famer Mr. Randy Buehler, and they're going to commentate on the draft of Hall of Famer William Jensen.
Every Test Fortress.
Welcome to the Tournament Center. I'm Rashad Miller. That's Randy Buehler. It's Wednesday morning here in Nice, France at the World Championship, and that means it's time for Khans of Tarkir draft. Let's take a look at the table here. We first watched Patrick Chapen draft. He's our 7-0 player in this tournament, but we're going to take a look at William Jensen right now, and Randy's going to see if he can dip into the minds of this Hall of Famer, you know, with the Hall of Fame mind that he has.
So far, what he's thinking is at 4-3, I got to get a good draft here.
Oh, he really wants a good draft.
This is a big, is he going to get into contention for top 4, or is he going to kind of slip quietly into the middle of the pack?
All right, so let's start the video. There you go, nice arms there with Mr. Hugh Jensen, and immediately a Mardu War Chief goes to the front of the pack. You think he really wants to be white?
War name in there as well. I mean, white is certainly good. Ivory Tusk is probably not good enough to justify 3 colors.
There's a Ruthless Ripper. Oh, he brings that to the front.
Could be Ruthless Ripper, could be Horde Chief. I like War Name Aspirant. 2 drops in this format are really hard to come by. I mean, that one, you kind of want to trigger the raid, so it's not a classic 2-drop, but it's pretty powerful. If you can trigger it on turn 2, it's
So right now, is he evaluating the 3 cards at power level, or is he trying to plan ahead as
There's definitely an element of what am I passing, and you know, can he get into a color where he's not passing as much? The Horde Chief, though, is probably the pick on just raw power level, and yeah, it looks like that's where he's gone.
Goes with the Horde Chief, so he starts off with a white card. Why is white's a very powerful card, a powerful color in this format?
Yeah, I mean, you can go with the White-Black Warriors deck. That's nice if you can get it. You can go with the red-white aggressive deck. You can go Abzan.
All right, so here we go, pack 2. We got some multicolor cards.
Sultai Charm, Jesskai Windscout.
Jesskai Windscout. Blue-white, is that a thing?
Not really.
Now the Flare comes to the front.
Flare. I mean, green-white's not exactly a thing either, but...
Also has an Alpine Grizzly up there. It's not really considering any other cards.
Wow. Yeah, Sultai Flare is probably...
It's probably the strongest card.
I mean, unless you count the Charm. But I mean, the Charm has mana issues, right? It wants to play you into 3 colors. These are not the most exciting packs. There does not seem to be an obvious direction here. I mean, a lot of this, I think, comes down to color preferences. Like, what colors do you want to be in? Yeah, he takes the Flare.
Goes with the Sultai Flare.
So a monocolored green card, a monocolored white card.
Green-white beatdown? Let's do it.
I mean, I saw Frank Karsten draft green-white at a Grand Prix. He had some success with it. Sort of 2-1 and finished in the money, but it didn't look good.
All right, so this is pick 3 of the first pack. We see a Bitter Revelation and a swarm of Bloodflies.
Man, where are the good cards?
I guess these packs are a little bit low on the power level. There's a Goblin Slide, isn't that that's a good one?
No, I don't care what LSV says. It's not actually a thing. I mean, the Swarm of Bloodflies, I guess, is the best card. I mean, he's sort of wound up in Abzan, you know, 1 monocolored card at a time.
He's definitely got 3 black cards to the front, so it looks like he wants
I mean, I think
to...
he's got to read that black is probably underdrafted on his right. In as so much as you can have that read with cards that aren't spectacular. So
Swarm of Bloodflies it is. It could be that, you know, the only good cards that were left in that pack were taken, because that pack was pretty mid-level as far as power level. Maybe
Yeah,
they're
I just watched Patrick Chapen get double Mantis Riders, so this power level on this side of the table does not seem to line up. Okay, Skull Hunter is not bad.
It's up Skull Hunter. There's also a Hate Blade in there.
Yeah,
And-
I think he's Skull Hunter here.
Yeah, looks like it's the only reasonable black card in the pack. Maybe he's trying to cut black pretty hard.
Yeah, plus now he is also set up with, you can get a nice raid curve going. You know, maybe that Hate Blade will come back or he'll get another one. He can go one drop into the Skull Hunter on turn 2, into the Horde Chief on turn 3.
Maybe pick
That's
up
kind of the dream. Doesn't seem to work out nearly as often as you want it to, but it's a nice dream.
Maybe pick up some other warrior synergies, maybe a Rush of Battle or...
Yeah, normally you're in the Warriors deck because you get the uncommons, right? You
Yeah.
get the Chief of the Edge or the Chief of the Scale. Rush of Battle is certainly a good card for that deck.
All right, so let's see what Mr. Jensen can find in this pack. Another Bitter Revelation. And not much more unless he wants to delve into other color. There's a Glacial Stalker in blue, but...
Yeah, I mean, the
doesn't look-
Warriors deck often winds up in red, but even the red cards here aren't particularly good. I guess
Yeah.
you Bitter Revelation.
Yeah, Bitter Revelations, 2 cards, looking at 4, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I think this pack is really about positioning. Like, what colors, can he get a read on what colors he's going to get passed in pack 3? Can he set up the people on his left to pass him what he wants? Can he sort of, multi-lands are often nice to get in a scenario like this too, just to give yourself options later in
I
the
don't
pack.
think we've seen any multi-land so far in any of these packs. Maybe someone
Not much.
to his immediate right is drafting a
Five-color.
multi-land. Yeah,
Well,
5-color
I
strategy.
think I just saw Cove in this
Oh,
one.
so Long Shot Squad,
Is
green
that
card.
easy?
If he wants to continue with the
Snowhorn
Abzan.
Rider. Wow.
A lot of multicolor cards, not in any of his color. And then there's a green card and a Bondkin. A Kumar
Yeah.
Bondkin. This black card is a morph. It can fit into just about any black deck. And it's also a warrior.
Yeah, it's probably the best pick here.
Goes with the Bondkin.
Sure. It does seem like he's making an effort to call dibs on the black cards.
Yeah, and his warrior count is up to 3. It's either 3 or 4.
Warrior count is decent. He's not passing black cards, just a rush of battle. Wow, he put Bitter Revelation straight to the front.
Well, he put the Sage High Harrier up to the front as well, and that guy is an incidental warrior as well. So maybe he's favoring warriors. He also is looking at a Rush of Battle.
Yeah, I was going to say the Rush is a nice... If you are a Warriors deck, you want to have a couple of those. That's the card that's probably the best common for taking advantage of the synergy you can get from having a deck full of Warriors.
So it looks like he went with the Bitter
Yeah, he
Revelation.
went Bitter Revelation here.
Now, Rush of Battle, is that something that he's hoping that he can table, or has he abandoned that?
Well, that
as
one's
a
not
con-
coming back, but it is the kind of card you can pick up later. Like, this is... If he's the only Warriors deck, then no one else wants the card.
So DC's pet, Dazzling Ramparts.
Yeah, see, Rush of Battle would be better than any of these cards for sure.
Not a lot going on in this pack for Huey. Siegecraft,
Ramparts.
maybe he had that one up.
He went
No, he
Ramparts.
wasn't going to play a Siegecraft. So Dazzling Ramparts probably not going to make his main deck, but it's a nice sideboard card in case there's something he really can't deal with. Blocks pretty well.
Sure, I'll buy that.
I've dazzled some Ramparts before. And you know
Well,
what?
he can do it again.
I mean, really, if you look at the other cards, how many of these other cards are even contenders in his deck?
No, I mean, the Valley Dasher is playable in the right deck, but not his. He doesn't have a single red card. Wow, this pack has just been awful.
All of the good cards Patrick Chapen took in the earlier draft.
I guess so.
All right, so there's a Canyon Lurkers, and he's just going to kill the Canyon Lurkers.
You're right about the no multi-lanes, though. It does feel like there's probably a 5-color-ish drafter on his right.
And usually-
that could also explain why the card quality is low, right? Because that guy
Exactly.
is just like, oh, I'll take this gold card, and I'll take this one, and just whatever the best card in the pack happens to be. If you're the 5-color drafter, you get to be greedy.
Yeah, a lot of that strategy has to do with taking the best card or taking the multicolor land. And right now, there are no really powerful cards in any of the colors, so it could be safe
Somebody
to
took
assume
them.
that.
I mean,
yeah.
somebody seems to have taken them out. It would make a lot of sense.
Maybe even 2 people. Ooh. Dragon Throne of Tarkir. Giving this trade binder a little love, or couldn't tell what that red card was, but these are just the scraps of the pack.
Absolutely.
All right, so let's take a look at the review. So we have one green card. It's probably not even.
There's the second one. Did you draft the second one?
Well, he has the Sultai Flare, which was an actual pick, and then he has a Tuscan Colossus,
Okay.
which he
really.
he just grabbed late. But it looks like he has some solid black cards.
Solid?
Well-
I feel like that's optimistic.
Well,
This draft is in trouble. This is like, it is rare. I'm sure, if Huey does 100 drafts, this is in the bottom 10% in terms of what he's got after pack 1.
He's definitely got the best cards in the packs that he's seen.
I'm not saying he drafted his seat wrong. Like, in terms of drafting the seat, he didn't pass anything. I'm not sure he could have done better than positioning himself as, I'm the black player on this side of the table, I'm the Warriors player on this side of the table. I mean, I think he drafted the seat perfectly reasonably, maybe even A- in terms of drafting the seat. I'm just saying this pile of cards is an F. Like, it's an actual, maybe you could talk me into a D, but this is not a good pile of cards for after a pack.
Well, sometimes the quality of the packs just doesn't show up.
Yeah, and sometimes there's a greedy drafter on your right who takes all the good cards. I mean, it's not his fault. I just feel like the packs haven't given him much of any opportunity.
So what's Huey thinking right now? Is he thinking that he's solid black and he can go in any direction with that black? Do you think he wants to keep the white for the Horde Chief?
I think the Warriors deck is his best case scenario here.
All right, so here we go. Pack 2, and Saddlebrood goes to the front.
Yeah.
It's a Warrior, it's a great 4-drop. It's just a solid card.
Oh, there's a suspension field in there too?
Yeah, I did see a suspension field. It's not considering that. Is he abandoning white?
I don't think so. I mean, I think that he's clearly black. I think you take Saddlebrute. Yeah, sure.
Is this strictly a creature quality over removal thing because there's a lot more removal than there are quality creatures in the colors?
I mean, it could also be that like when your card quality is below theirs, you want to win the game quickly. Like he's kind of incented based on sort of, he's not set up to play a long game and he's not set up to win an attrition battle in the late game. He's set up to sort of have a good solid curve and try to get the wins that he can by attacking his opponent really quickly.
All right,
so I mean, I think he's black-white. I just think he'd rather have an awesome 4 or 5 creature than a very good removal spell.
All right, now this is going to give us our first sign as to if he has positioned himself to get some good cards. There's a Mardu Charm, there was a Death Frenzy, there's a Kill Shot, there's another Bitter Revelation, and there's a Throttle.
Interesting. Mardu Charm, I don't know if he's got.
That's a
is
two.
that a Hordeling Outburst too?
I did not see
not that he can.
There is a Hordeling Outburst.
He's not going to go
well.
into red for double. It's Throttle or Mardu Charm, and I think Throttle is probably good enough that he's not going to add red for Mardu Charm, especially given how few multi-lands he's been getting. So he has actual 0 in his pile right now.
So just stick with the black cards right now and go with that.
Throttle here.
Looks like he wants to Throttle.
Yeah.
I think right now he's just seeing what could come back. Maybe that Kill Shot can come back and he decides to go white.
It's not great in an aggro deck though. Like Kill Shot is much better if you're planning to be on defense and have them attack into you.
Yeah.
It's not good when you're on the front
right,
foot.
This is pick 3. Whoa, multi-land goes to the front and a cancel.
A Mantis Rider.
It's weird. All right, there we go. Feet of Resistance.
Feet of Resistance is a nice solid trick.
And a Sultai Scavenger. Nice flyer. Going to the air in this format's pretty good.
Yeah, and he has no delve cards. I mean, the first Scavenger's kind of free. Like you're going to get a nice mana discount on it. Feet of Resistance though is quite a nice trick if he's able to sort of attack into slightly bigger creatures, but he's got the feet.
So it does look like he has a plan here. He wants to be aggressive.
He's building a black-white aggro deck. Doesn't have any particular warrior synergy, but I mean, there's still time.
Right.
He could hypothetically get past a late chief at this stage. He could pick up Russia Battle.
I think you could there's always time to get a Russia Battle or two.
Yeah. But yeah, black-white aggro. I mean, like I said, I think he's drafting the seed about as well as he can.
Right, another Sultai Scavenger, a Kill Shot, a couple of there's an Abomination and a Soothsayer.
Yeah.
A couple of Sultais. The Sultai seems pretty open. Salt Roll Patrol.
Well, it does in this pack. It's not going to come back to him in pack 3 because like the guy on his right has said,
yes.
I'm the greedy 5-color player.
But he only gets one of those. The greedy guy on the right only gets one of those.
Yeah, I just mean it doesn't make sense for Huey to dip his toe in pack 2 because he's not going to get it in pack 3.
So he went with the Kill Shot there. Not, a mediocre creature removal
I feel like it's
in
mediocre
his type
given
of deck.
how aggressive his deck is lined up to be. But, I mean...
You can see Huey's like pounding his fist on the table. I don't know if that's a little bit of frustration that's being shown.
Hey, played. Oh, and a Skull Hunter. Yeah, I mean, the sort of dorky warriors. Oh, is that Take Up Arms as well? Yeah,
that is a Take Up Arms.
Is interesting. Take Up Arms is pretty good.
Looks like he's favoring the Skull Hunter. Is it because it's black? Maybe he's doesn't want it.
I mean, Skull Hunter it's a solid 2-for-1. If he can pick up some 1-drops, I mean, what he really wants now that he's got multiple Skull Hunters is he wants like the Hate Blade from that pack to come back.
Okay.
Or he wants Drowned Ancestors. He wants to be able to trigger Raid on turn 2. If he can pick up some 1-drops and he can curve like any random 1-drop into turn 2 Skull Hunter into, Horde Chief is the good 3-drop at this point. That's the curve. That's how he wins with this pile.
So he's got some dream scenarios with the cards that he's playing.
There's a 1-drop in
there is a 1-drop in there. There's
Not
also a
great one.
Jesskai Student.
Yeah, the Student is better.
And there's a
Bloodfell Caves.
Bloodfell?
It's not actually red at this point.
Do you think he was considering dipping into Mardu? It could give him some access to other aggressive cards in red.
Yeah, I would take. Yeah, he goes student.
Goes with the student instead.
I mean, it's not a warrior. If it was a warrior, he'd be very happy with that pick. The fact that it's not a warrior means it's
an honorary.
It's a curve
warrior,
filler.
You know.
Well, I mean, it still gets the +2/+1 if he picks up a Russia battle, right?
Actually, it gets it gets +3/+2.
Even better.
All right, so this pack doesn't seem like it has much for him. Oh, there's an Alabaster Kieran.
Yeah, Alabaster Kieran's fine.
Solid card.
Creature.
2/3 in the air.
Again, not a warrior, but it's not like he actually has the warrior synergy.
It's not a warrior, but it knows how to battle.
He's just, I mean, I think what you do when these are the packs you hold, you just build the most sort of solid curve, aggressive, hit your drops, punish anybody who stumbles on mana, punish that greedy 5-color player for having all their lands come into play tapped, and just try to deal 20 before people can implement their higher power level strategies.
All right, so
there's a rush.
Ooh, there's a Russia battle. That's exactly what Huey really wanted to see.
This has to be a rush, right?
There it goes, right to the front. He was looking at some other cards, but I don't think he planned on actually playing any of those red ones. So Russia battle, gives him a way to win with mediocre warriors.
Yep.
Takes the rush.
Pick.
So
That's what he's doing.
Do you imagine that a lot of the decks at this table are at similar power level? I know you watched Patrick draft, and we're assuming, there's a Hateblade there.
Is just what he wants to get past at this point. It's a 1-drop. It's a good 1-drop. Like, you can play that 1-drop even when you don't have a bunch of Skull Hunters that want you to trigger raid on turn 2. It's just good because it can trade with the large creatures in the mid game thanks to the Death Touch ability. No, I mean, I think Huey's hoping that everybody's deck is bad.
Yes.
That just the power level of the packs is really low. That was not what we saw go through Pat Chapen's hands. Pat's power level was awesome. And it felt like he was passing reasonable things, too.
All right, so Kill Shot, Salt Row Patrol. Doesn't look like he's interested in a third Bitter Revelation. Goes for
How
the Kill
impressed
Shot.
were you with Pat Chapen's poker face, too? When you got that second Mantis Rider, it doesn't even smile. I could not have held a smile back. The second Mantis Rider comes like 7th pick or whatever it was.
He's very good at holding the poker face and the stare down. Another warrior that William just picked up. So he has quite a few warriors. I'd say 6, 7.
No, I mean, I give him
And
good
a Russia
marks for
battle.
drafting the seat. Good marks for drafting the seat. Still not in love with the power level of this deck, but I mean, it's not a catastrophe.
Right.
It's not a train wreck. He's got a good curve. He's not going to 0-3 with this deck.
He has synergies. He has a synergy, which is warriors plus Russia battle.
Yeah, but this does not look like a deck you can 3-0 with either. This is like, I would normally say Huey's going to 2-1 with this deck. In this field, he might only 1-2 with a deck like this.
All right, so here we get a better look at the actual deck, see how it has improved. Hasn't improved much, but at least it has a better curve.
Yeah.
It has some spells that he really wants to play. It has some that he probably would rather not be playing, but...
It's just missing the top end.
Yeah.
I mean, if you put, give him a couple of good first picks, and now suddenly this is a real deck.
Now, do you think that a third color is still in the cards for Huey, or...
if he opens a bomb, he can still get into a third color. It's not easy. I mean, what he's hoping to open is, I would just be on Chief of the Edge, Chief of the Scale. I think those are...
So those are his dream scenarios, but if he opens, say...
I mean, I'm sure there's rares and mythics that
a Butcher or the Horde. Let's say he opens a Butcher or the Horde.
Fine, now I'm splashing red if I open Butcher.
All right, it's just to see he does have options, so any rare that he opens that is black, white, and another color is good, so anything that's
I'm not sure there's
absent.
a non-rare that's worth adding a color for.
Okay. But Chief of the Edge, Chief of the Scale, one of those, definitely, or even Raid the Spoils.
Oh, Raider Spoils would be awesome.
So,
curve's solid.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can work with this.
That's what he was thinking. Like, this is exactly what I wanted.
Well,
not really. Are those Dazzling Ramparts in his deck right now?
They're in the back of the playables. I mean, I haven't been counting as he goes by, but I do the same kind of thing where it's like I have the curve of the cards I know I'm playing, and then I sort of in the back of this black and white section are the cards that I don't want to play, but can if I need to.
All right, so here's to opening something sweet. Let's see it, Huey. Chief of the Scales, Chief of the Edge.
Yeah, at 4-3, he really needs to 2-1. Hey, it'd be a lot easier if we can get a good open.
All right, Feat of Resistance, that's a solid card. Another Skull Hunter. There's a Russia battle that could come back.
Mardu Charm, War Name Aspirant.
There you go. Is Mardu Charm good enough? No, not good enough. So it's going to be the Skull Hunter.
Stick to the plan. He needs 1-drops too. Like, I take the Skull Hunter here, and I think would you second pick a Hateblade in a weak pack? Like, I just want Hateblades now.
Or, I mean, he could just have the plan of play a tapped 2-1 on 2
Yeah, to then trigger the second one on turn 3.
Yeah,
I mean, you can play them without triggering the raid. They're just a lot better.
Yeah, and I believe this is either his 3rd or it could be his 4th Skull Hunter.
Feat of Resistance is reasonable here, but I think he's Skull Hunter.
All right, so he does Skull Hunter. Feat still in the pack. That's probably going to ensure that the rush comes back, but there weren't any other white cards other than the Feat of Resistance in there.
Right.
But there's only one deck that really wants that rush of battle. All right, so...
I mean, there's a take-up arms out there somewhere. There could be somebody else with warriors.
Yeah, there could be. That could also easily go into greedy 5-color decks, too. There's a rush of battle.
Blast.
Ooh, Dune Blast.
Is that worth splashing for?
Well,
Might be.
We have a rush of battle. And a 1-drop that he would really like, which is a Disown Ancestor. But if you look at that Dune Blast and the
You
rush
don't
of
want to
battle...
play against it either. Like, I think you take Dune Blast.
Okay.
I mean,
they're definitely on opposite sides of the spectrum as far
you're
as
not taking
what
Disowned
those cards
Ancestor
wants
over
to do.
Dune Blast. Dune Blast is awesome. Now, the question is, does he play it? That is an open question.
It is a rare that it's splashable.
No, I know. I mean, I think he now would like to pick up some green duels so that he can kind of splash it for free. That's plan A at this point. It's possible that if he doesn't pick up any dual lands, he will sit down to build his deck and it's not worth it. It's 7 mana, it's adding a 3rd color to my deck, I'll just stick to my 2-color.
It's a valuable sideboard card. All right, so there is a Nomad Outpost, but it doesn't make green. It would be good in his black-white deck.
Yeah, I mean, he might play it just because.
And there's an Abzan Ascendancy?
Interesting.
Is that another rare that he could splash a 3rd color for?
I mean, yes.
Do you think he would?
I mean, the pack doesn't have much else in it for him, right?
Well, there's a tri-land that makes black and makes white, the Nomad Outpost.
But it's really it's a dual land. It's not a tri-land.
I know, it's a dual land for Hiri, but he goes with the Abzan Ascendancy.
I like it. Yeah, no, I mean, he may want to gamble a little bit too, thinking about the fact that at 4-3, he really wants to put up the 2-1 or the 3-0, and that he may need to gamble a little bit to pull that off.
So just put a couple of powerful spells in your deck with not that much fixing and
Or
just
put a
hope you
couple
get
powerful spells in your pile right now, hoping that you can pick up some lands. A black-red land doesn't do it.
Oh, this pack has nothing for him.
There's not even like a random. Oh, do you take Firehoof Cavalry? Is that the 1-drop that can trigger those guys? That's awful.
Just take
Bitter
another Bitter
Revelation number
Revelation?
3?
Maybe he
He's not
decides
playing,
some.
Bitter Revelation number 3. Sure.
Well, now he has 3 Bitter Revelations and a Doom Blast. Maybe there's
true.
a scenario
That's
where
true.
some matchups he wants to go long.
He can play an attrition game. It's not like he has removal though.
He has kill shots. With an S on the end. He has 2.
Yeah.
2 kill shots. And a couple of Dazzling Ramparts.
Hilarious. Chief of the Scale.
There we go. Chief of the Scales.
Sign me up.
Was that also a
Mardu Ascendancy floating around.
That's
There's a hate
hate
blade.
So that hate
But no, I
blade
think you Chief of the
probably
Scale.
won't come back. But Chief of the Scale, obviously Chief of the Scale is the pick here.
Awesome.
That's actually pretty late. So
Yeah, it is.
maybe he is the only one.
I mean, there could be somebody on his left.
Yeah,
Chief of the Scale. Yeah, that's great.
easy addition.
His power level in Pack 3 is sky high.
Yeah, and that's probably one of the best 2-drops in the game. 2/3,
Oh yeah.
being able to compete with morphs.
Yeah, it's a 2-drop that can block morphs, can attack through morphs. It's very powerful.
All right, so there's a throttle and not a lot else unless he wants to pick up Awaken a Bear for green. But throttle, he's pretty quick throttle.
Yep.
There's a white morph in there, War Behemoth, but
This pack's gone well. Now he just needs to get past like a Blossoming Sands.
there was a Blossoming
Jungle
Sands
Hollow.
earlier, but
If he picks up like Blossoming Sands, Jungle Hollow from here, then we're talking.
not likely that those lands are going to go this late. But here's to hoping. Ponyback Brigade.
I mean, what else is he going to take out of the pack? Rakshasa Secret?
Oh,
It's not like
that's-
he's delving.
He's not delving, but it's still...
Lets him play
it's
this
still-
card
it's-
advantage strategy.
It's still a 2-for-1.
Right.
2-for-1 right on the card.
Rakshasa Secret, Skull Hunter into Rakshasa Secret, so he's playing a discard deck, and then Bitter Revelation to refill.
And then just Dune Blast and win with the one. Oh, it's
I think you put the Ponyback Brigade.
Now, does that make the deck? Does he
No,
play that
I mean,
guy face
you
down? Mm-hmm.
deny it from somebody else, and wow, there's another Ponyback.
But the Blossoming
Hilarious.
Sands
Oh,
came
Blossoming
back.
Sands, easy, done. Blossoming Sands, sign me up.
Very happy to see that dual land.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Rakshasa Secret Ponyback pick is just like,
Mm-hmm.
I can kill this Ponyback, which is really good in somebody else's deck, if he's not going to play the Rakshasa Secret, and I don't think he was.
Yeah, and in
Then
a
I may
real
as well.
pinch, if he's at a pinch for playables, he could play it as a
Yeah, he's
You know,
got playables.
just an off-color morph that he can never flip up. Another Russian
Mardu
battle.
Charm came back.
Mardu Charm came back. So Mardu, maybe
Tranquil
wide
Grove
open.
is not the right land. Not the right land.
No, that does not do anything.
Kill a
for him.
Mardu Charm. I could take Rush number 2, but I don't think that's right.
Now, is he actually planning to kill these Mardu Charms? Or is he going to play the Mardu Charm and play the Ponyback Brigade over the Abzan guy? I mean, over the Abzan.
Off no red lands?
I said to see.
He didn't pick up a random red land.
He did not pick up a random red land. But he only has one green land.
Well, Doom Blast is better than any of those red cards. So no, I'm playing Doom Blast and maybe Abzan Ascendancy.
I can see that.
Off
but
like one multi and maybe a forest.
Doesn't really fit with the strategy, though. Doom Blast and Warriors, but...
I mean, I'm lining that up. Even the wrong lands keep coming back.
Well, he gets a land.
Yeah.
It's interesting. If
somebody else wants that land, so put it in your pile.
You would think that someone on his right really wanted that land and would have just taken it because, added to the 5-color strategy. Or that person maybe abandoned it because the power level coming this direction got a lot higher.
Cavalry.
Firehoof Cavalry.
You can
it's a 1-drop.
When you have red mana in your deck, I feel like it's the desperation. I can play this. 3 Skull Hunters, I would play that if I was Mardu. I don't think you want to play it without being able to activate the ability, though, just as vanilla 1/1.
Okay,
it's not even a warrior.
Let's give Jensen a grade for his seat.
Grade for the seat is, it's at least an A-. I'm not even sure where the minus is coming from. I just feel like...
Like it could have been just a little bit better, just
I'm not
room
sure,
for improvement.
I'm not sure where, but yeah. I don't know that he had a better deck available. I feel like, he drafted the best deck that was available in the seat, so.
All right, grade the deck.
C? Maybe a C+.
Maybe grade on the curve because the table was a little...
Well, no, it could be that everybody at the table has sort of a C+, B- quality deck. That's possible. But yeah, I think that I honestly don't know whether he's going to play the Doom Blast and the Abzan Ascendancy. I think he's going to sit down to build. He's going to look at his curve. He's going to think about how much green mana he would have to smuggle into the deck. With one multi-land, it's definitely diluting the curve, the beatdown curve aspect of his deck if he puts those cards in, but it's upping the power level. So he's in kind of a tricky spot. Like his deck building, it's going to be a tricky deck build for him.
All right, well, William's going to be building his deck. He's going to be playing 3 rounds with this. I'm Rashad Miller. That's Randy Bueller. Thanks from the Tournament Center.
All right, thanks very much to the guys. Welcome back to the news desk. Great to have a seat. Now, don't often get to say this to you, Randy. I know something you don't. It feels great. Boy, do I ever. Went outside, and I just went back in the last couple of minutes because I had to second guess myself. I thought, no, it can't be true. Because as I was watching, because I have you in my ear, so I'm listening to you commentate on Billy Jensen's draft. And what I'm hearing is white, black, Warriors, Russia Battle, Chief of the whatever. And I'm like, that can't be true, can it? Because I've just been standing in front of Shenhar, 2 to his right, who is 3 Russia Battle, Chief of the Black-White Warriors, not quite enough, little bit of Mardu. My deck's awesome, says Shenhar. And I'm like, was that Shenhar 2 round? So I rushed out just before you finished there and went and found Shenhar and said, can I just see your deck? Expecting to find that it's forests and islands.
Right.
Nope, it's white-black with 3 Russia Battle and Warriors. And so watching you see what was happening with Billy Jensen 2 round. Yeah.
He kind of backed in. I don't know where he was supposed to go, but now I feel like, okay, if I gave him an A for drafting his seat, if there was a Black-White Warriors deck 2 downstream and he couldn't figure it out, I wouldn't have been able to figure it out either. Obviously, I thought he was in black correctly. It's just like there were no good cards ever coming through.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like he and Shenhar just made each other's decks worse by fighting 2 seats away. It can happen, though.
Yeah, maybe Shenhar was in the same situation. Maybe someone a seat down from him was the greedy 5-color deck. And so now he's trying to figure out the same black and white cards that was going on.
I think it was Ichiaawa in between them? Yeah, Ichiaawa was the guy in between them.
Yuki Ichiaawa.
I believe is probably the greedy 5-color deck.
Well, the good news is that later on this morning, you'll be able to dissect every single pick because that, of course, was our feature table. That means draft viewer. So if you want to see where all the Warriors went, if you want to see what Ichiaawa did to them on either side of him, who knows? Maybe he didn't. Maybe he's the innocent party in all this. But you can find out later on when the draft viewer goes up. So the good news is players are just getting settled. We're heading towards the end of deck building. A real study. Normally at a Pro Tour, we have like 400 players or so in the room. So it's sometimes hard to just pick individual people out. Here, everyone has their own little sort of corner and they're all sort of sequestered off very much on their own. And it's a study in body language. As you see Stanislav Sivka, whose head could barely be closer to the desk if he tried.
I think he just needs glasses.
Well, I mean, he is like, what am I doing here? And Raf Levy is in his usual, I'm going to narrow my world down to just these 9 cards, 6 of which have to be in my deck. And then you've got Josh Utter-Layton, who's just quietly there with his earpiece in, listening to his tunes, having some fun there. Tom Martell, very sort of concentrated brow again. And then some of the people who are certainly not giving up, but are here with a little less pressure. You look at Li Shi-chan, he was sort of smiling. Ray Perez was, I'm going to pick this one. Yep, this is going to be good for me. It's going to be a good day today. And just really interesting seeing how players were around the room. So here's what we're going to do. We want to take a look at the 3 pods for you because as we talked at the front of the show, Randy, such a lot of strange math is going to go on today just because of the way that the seats work. For those of you who don't know about draft pods, 8 players round a table, and you can only play players within your table. That's to make sure that if packs happen to be particularly weak or slanted one way or the other, you can't get sort of contaminated by the packs from another table. So you just play within your table. Why don't we take a look at pod 1? And this is essentially our leaderboard. This is the top table. You've seen Patrick Chapin draft already with his double Mantis Riders. You've already seen William Jensen draft with his not as many warriors as he would like. Shenhar is on Black-White Warriors. And then also at this table, Flock, Yamamoto, Josh Utter-Layton, Ichiaawa, and Owen Turtenwald, the #1 ranked player in the world right now. Rashad, in terms of yesterday's results, Patrick Chapin aside, anyone that surprised you, either positive or negative, with their 5-2, 4-3 record?
In this pod?
Yeah, in this pod.
I'm going to go with Kentaro Yamamoto.
Okay.
He was one of the dark horses. He was actually BDM's dark horse. And being 5-2 in this field, no one would have put him at that other than Brian David Marshall.
Yeah, because he's BDM. Randy, what about you? Anyone there that sticks out as perhaps will be disappointed with yesterday?
For me, the other name we haven't been talking about is Shenhar. Like, this guy is defending the world title, and not that many people had him picked to actually defend it. I mean, we went through the 24 piece. Not that many people had Shahar in their top 4, but he's in great position, 5-2, and he had a super tight match against Pat Chapin. He could easily be tied with Patrick at 6-1. And in first place, he's had a great day yesterday.
I'm quite interested, I haven't had a chance to talk to him about this specifically, the team dynamic for him, because he's been in CFB, and he is very clearly the young guy, the up-and-comer, the one who gets teased because, you've only had one result, and you won well, you're the world champion, but hey, so what? We've got all this behind us.
They refer a lot to little kid luck.
There you go, right? Exactly. And when you've got 11 people in the room constantly ragging on you as being the worst player in the building, that can be tough. I wonder whether, because last year he formed this terrific bond with Tom Martell. They were just a duo in 2013. And Tom Martell was just overjoyed with Shahar's success last time. It was one of the most naked examples of pure team matery I've seen in a long time, which I thought was terrific. Those two have added into this 5-way that they are the largest team here. The 5 of them, Josh Utter-Layton, Paolo Vita Dama de Rosa, and Willie Adel. And I wonder whether in a group of 5, where the conversation is not scattered around a room, but is just us at the table playing Magic, whether Shahar is sort of thriving in that sort of slightly less little kid Shahar environment. Be interested to see how that plays out, or whether he's just thriving because he gets to sit there and play more Magic rather than...
So far, so good.
Right.
However he got there, he's thriving.
Right. So let's pick a winner from Pod 1. We do this every, not Wednesday morning, it's usually Saturday morning, but we've got a different Saturday morning coming your way with the World Magic Cup. But Rashad, right here, right now, without knowing all the decks, give me a winner out of Pod 1.
You know what? I am going to pick Yuki Ichiikawa, because I think he masterminds something in between Mr. Shahar Shenhar and Willie Jensen. And something's going on there with his deck, and I think it might be good.
Huh. Randy, give me a winner.
Can I give you the guy who's going to have the best record? Because that's an easy Patrick Chapin.
No, you can't. That's cheating.
I think I'm going to go with Patrick Chapin anyway.
Okay, so you think basically with a
Patrick
round to
Chapen-
spare in draft, he's going to be locked in at 9-0.
He is going to clinch top 4 before lunch.
Wow, that would be a heck of a storyline in a field this classy. I will just go with what is clearly the safest pick in this 8 because he is the best player in the world, number 1. Owen Turtenwald. I don't.
It's a fine pick.
I don't feel I'm being particularly clever saying Owen for this.
Now, if I hadn't watched Patrick's draft, I would have picked Owen. But Patrick's draft just went amazingly.
Right.
I mean, I didn't love Pack 3, where he seemed to take it a little more control-ish with the Pearl Lake Ancient End Hostilities. I think the lure of the control deck may have been a little too strong. It might have just been Mantis Rider Beatdown would have worked out. But I don't know. I was sitting next to Ben Stark.
Well, I was just going to ask you
draft.
because Ben S is joining us for the World Magic Cup later in the week, and I know he is sort of very opinionated on limited picks. Really knows his stuff.
Yeah.
How did he feel about Patrick Chapen's draft?
He loved it the whole way through. Pack 3, there was the only time where Patrick started to veer a little bit away from where Ben wanted to be. Ben would have taken a Force away where Patrick took an Alabaster Kieran. It's like, why are you just splashing? Like, just put End Hostilities in your sideboard. Just be blue-red with a touch of white for the 2 Mantis Riders, right? And then Patrick issued a Tranquil Cove in favor of a Pearl Lake Ancient.
Right.
And it was like, what? I mean, it's like suddenly he's got this End Hostilities Pearl Lake Ancient control deck, I guess, where I think both Ben and I would have had a Tranquil Cove and a Force away and just stuck to this tight, nice little blue-red aggro touching for the Mantis Riders.
Yeah, Jan van der Vecht, Dizzle, a lot of you
On
will
Twitter,
watch him
yeah.
stream on Twitter, was not happy with the Tranquil Cove and Pearl Lake Ancient. Who knows?
But even still, like, how good are these cards compared to what we just watched Huey draft?
Right.
Patrick's got 2 Mantis. He got 7th pick Mantis Rider. His card quality is through the roof. His mana's good. Like, even if he does junk it up a little bit with an End Hostilities and a Pearl Lake Ancient, those are still great cards.
I think I've solved the pick.
Okay.
He needs the 1 Pearl Lake Ancient to be his 1 win condition in his blue-black control deck for Standard this afternoon. He's already got the Tranquil Cove sorted.
That's funny.
But he needs the Pearl Lake Ancient. There you go.
Planning ahead.
I'm glad we've got that sorted out. And you can do that when you're 7-0. You just go, I'll just draft it. It'll be fine. It's only mythic. Right. Okay. Why don't we take a look at pod 2 then? So this is our middle pod, and we'll see how the players line up here. You've got Lars Dam of Thailand, the Dane, of course, but living in Thailand as we take a look at our second draft pod. Lars Dam 4 and 3. Yuya Watanabe is also amongst the 4 and 3s there. Sam Black and Tom Martell. Sam Black, talking of social media, Randy, he was a little active and a little displeased yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, he had to play that Jesskai Ascendancy deck in each of the first 2 rounds and just got smashed by it. He's another guy I saw at breakfast, by the way. He actually thinks that his preparation may have been slightly flawed in that he built a deck which could beat everything that's being played on Magic Online for Modern. And so he had, cards for the Pod Mirror, and then he realized, sort of in retrospect, I basically had cards that I could only use against Jacob Wilson. And
Right.
he wished he'd done a little more metagaming against this field specifically. And if he'd thought through what this metagame of these 24 guys was going to look like as opposed to the metagame out there in the real world, maybe he could have had a slightly better list. Maybe he could have gotten to 5-2 instead of 4-3.
Now, Rashad, the way this pod works is that the 4 and 3s, if they come out at 2 and 1, 6 and 4, they can unwrap their super awesome standard deck, absolutely properly in contention for the top 4 for Sunday. At 3 and 4, 2 and 1 leaves you at 5 and 5, and you are absolutely on the wire at that point. So really big deal for those bottom 4: Pro Tour champion Sean McLaren, Pro Tour champion Stanislav Sivka, Pro Tour champion Paul Rietzel, 4 Pro Tour top 8s Willie Adel. Really, one of those 4 really needs to go 3-0 here. Do you think one of them will, or do you have a different pick?
Well, obviously, I would hate to see any of those 3 Pro Tour champions be in that situation after this draft, but I think one of them might, because I'm backing Yuya Watanabe.
Right.
I was going to pick Yuya.
Okay, well, let me change my mind. I'm going to pick Yuya Watanabe.
Tough but fair.
Okay, yeah, now Yuya, he had a horrible start
nice
to the
little
day.
comeback for him. The 3-0 to finish to be 4-3 overnight. He's still right in the thick of things, which did not look like it was going to be true around about the middle of yesterday.
Yeah, and Paul Rietzel similarly, though he's at 3 and 4, 1 and 4, and pretty much very much. You were talking to me at the news desk, I think, about how he felt he had just had a bunch of kind of 50-50 matchups, and
Yeah, he lost some heartbreaker game 3s. Kind of. I think I'm going to pick him to win this pod though. Like if one of those 3/4s is going to win the pod and sort of get themselves in a great position, I think it's going to be Paul.
I mean, he was the one who was involved in that big draw that happened with Jeremy Jesskai, and he was on the ropes that entire game. Fought his way back to a position where he was able to force the draw, and then win game 3, which was game 2. To win 2-0-1.
Yeah, Claws of Wirewood turned out to be the star of Vintage Masters. It claimed 2 game 4s. Basically,
wow, there was another one?
There was another.
The
next round, Ray Perez and Ralph Levy ended up. I think that was the pairing. So Claws of Wirewood forced 2 game 4s in a morning. Yeah, so we didn't expect to be calling that card home yesterday. If I'm forced, I would just like to draw attention to your reigning Magic Online champion, Lars Dam, who conventional feeling was he didn't have these Fate Stitches, remember, for his modern deck. When that happened, we kind of assumed he was going to be put to bed and that would be the end. He'd be like, not too good in the Vintage Masters, which happened, and then didn't have a deck to stand on in modern. But it turned out Sigarda, Host of Herons, was just getting the job done. And as you said, Rashad, quite hard to kill.
That's not an easy one to kill. It does have hexproof.
Tell you someone else who is pretty tough to kill, that is Patrick Chapen. So far this weekend, nobody has managed it. And in a shocking turn of events, our first feature match of day 2 will feature Mr. Patrick Chapen against the reigning champion, Shenhar. You'll also see Josh Utter-Layton against Kentaro Yamamoto, William Jensen with half a Warriors deck against Yuki Ichiaawa, and you'll see Sam Black against Yuya Watanabe. That's why we bring 24 amazing players here, because you get feature matches like this.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the start of Day 2 action here at the World Championships. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm joined by Pro Tour champion Simon Gertzen, and we are about to watch a hell of a match. Let's see who we're going to be looking at. Hello and welcome to Day 2 of the World Championships. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm joined by Simon Gertzen, and we're about to watch 2 of the game's greats going at it here. Let's see who we have in store for you.
Patrick Chapen from the United States, winner of Pro Tour Journey into Knicks.
Shenhar from Israel, 2013 World Champion.
Yeah, there you go. There you get a look at Patrick Chapen. He is your tournament frontrunner right now. He is 7-0. There you get a look at his resume, and there you get a look at Patrick. And he is facing off against the reigning world champion. He won this event last year, Shenhar, coming off of a strong GP finish in the team event a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, so with the team that he prepared for this event as well.
Yeah, Tom Martell and Paulo Vitor Damarosa, they finished second in that tournament. So we're underway here. We got a pair of gain lands to start things off.
Yeah, Shahar is on a straight Mardu deck.
His deck is really good looking.
Yeah, and he's really happy with it. It's no surprise either, because it is the only Mardu deck at the table.
Right.
And we did see Patrick Chapen draft, and the interesting question is how his decision to move into more of a control build with End Hostilities and Perlic Ancient is going to pan out.
Right. He also is running 2 Blinding Sprays, we learned. So we're going to see an interesting showdown here between Blinding Spray and Rush of Battle.
Yeah. Chapen definitely has the aggro curve this game, and his mana looks to be rather fixed. Does he have... Yeah, he has the 3rd source for Mantis Rider, opts not to play it, and a Mardu Charm might take care of Leaping Master depending on how Patrick values his board development here. So this is going to be the Mardu Charm mode of putting 2 1/1 warrior creatures with First Strike into play. I think it's important to note that these players have each other's deck list.
Right.
So Patrick Chapen knows that when your opponent is passing with 3 mana up, Mardu Charm is definitely an option.
Right. And so he gives the Leaping Master flying and jumps over the 2 warriors.
Yeah. Otherwise, that Mortar Charm would have just gotten the Leaping Master, and you would have to been keeping the tokens.
And there's a High Spire Mantis and an attack for 2 from Shenhar. There you can see the High Spire Mantis with the so-called Flample ability, flying and trample.
Shenhar making very good use of tempo here, being on the play, and the fact that Chapen only has a 2/1 means that even his 1/1 creatures, even his weakest creatures, are very relevant on this board. And the fact that he time walked Chapen by forcing him to spend his mana to activate Leaping Master's ability are both huge.
So there is the Mantis Rider.
Could just offer a trade with High Spire Mantis here. If you have a creature that has both vigilance and haste, it is.
Yeah, and he does, and I believe Shenhar neglects to take the trade, especially with multiple Russian battles in his deck.
Yeah, it does only make sense if you have a plan against the Mantis Rider.
There you go. He's got the suspension field in hand for the Mantis Rider.
Yeah, an alternative line would have been, for example, Feat of Resistance, because then you can attack back and actually force the raise. So the suspension field, great answer, and Shenhar wants to be the one dictating the pace of play here. I really like his first couple of turns.
Yeah, and now he... So now, again, we talked about players having deck lists. Shenhar is holding Secret of the Way, but just chooses not to commit it to the board because he knows there's an end hostilities in Patrick's deck. He's like, I'm leading, I'm out ahead, so why should I risk another creature here?
Which could actually be a big advantage for Patrick if he doesn't have the end hostilities, but his opponent is playing around it. That gives him time to draw into his control cards.
Sure. It looks like Patrick did end up playing the Tormenting Voice, as well as the Bloodfire Mentor.
Yeah, so the Bloodfire Mentor is, with his 5 toughness, one of the best answers to some of the morphs in the format. You can block Abzan Guide and Glacial Stalker. There we actually see a morph from Patrick. War Behemoth is still in his hand. Warname Aspirant gets the raid trigger.
So we have an update from that table. Kentaro Yamamoto up a game over Joshua Layton early here in the round.
Having decklists is especially interesting, given that players will know the exact morphs that they are each playing. And
so you, for example, know that Shenhar's morphs are almost always going to be Ponyback Brigade because he doesn't have that many in his deck.
Exactly, he was talking about that to Ben Stark. He has 2 Ponyback Brigades and only a Canyon Lurkers and an Anok Tracker, so two very good Mardu morphs and then 2 mediocre red morphs.
Right, and then he plays the Anok Tracker face up here.
Now, Patrick is actually not on too much here. He kind of wants to use the Tormenting Voice to find something to deal with that High Spire Mantis. Also, the first strike on Anok Tracker might be very relevant, at least forcing him to maybe keep mana open to unmorph the creature he might have.
His Glacial Stalker.
Yeah, we see it's a Glacial Stalker, which makes sense because the War Behemoth is still in his hand. Another 3 damage takes him down to 8. Then he could use the next turn, finding an answer with Tormenting Voice. I don't think that there is a good double or triple block for the tracker.
Yep. Stalker gets in.
Yeah, aggressive line here. It's very possible that Chapen just wants to play the Mountain and the War Behemoth to make sure that the tracker is never attacking while still putting on pressure of his own. The alternative line is to spend that Mountain instead as the Tormenting Voice fuel.
And that's what he's going to do.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he's going to do. And he knows that he can play a morph in the War Behemoth as a play. Draws 2 islands.
Or actually, he also has
He also has the Bloodfire Mentor.
Yeah, Bloodfire Mentor actually just blocks Anok Tracker.
Right.
Without needing additional help. Drawing 2 islands there is a pretty weak draw.
He does. There's the Bloodfire Mentor.
Yeah, this could get ugly if there is a card like Trumpet Blast. if you block a 3/3 with your O5, and maybe you want to kill the warrior tokens as well.
So I don't think Shenhar's playing any Trumpet Blasts, but he is playing 3 copies of Rush of Battle in his deck.
Okay, yeah, at least you know it's coming. It wouldn't be very pleasant, though.
We just get a face-up Ponyback Brigade. Just uses his mana most efficiently. And has decided that End Hostilities is probably not something he has to worry about in the next turn from Patrick.
And Patrick has committed 4 permanents for creatures to the board as well. So that looks like
Spell Snatcher, War Behemoth, and I think a land. Oh no, a Jesskai Wind Scout. So I guess that wasn't a second island.
No, he probably had the Spell Snatcher in hand before drawing his card. So that's a great late game card. I'm just very scared for him if Shenhar manages to find one of his Rush of Battles. Now that Ponyback Brigade has added 4 more creatures to the board.
Right. Patrick deciding what he wants to do here. So it looks like he's going to play the Spell Snatcher face down. And
this is not looking.
Scout.
This is definitely not somebody who has End Hostilities in hand. Playing 2 more creatures here gets on the board. He is looking to also activate his Mentor, and what we might see here is him passing on 6 lands, so that he can both loot and keep open Kero Spell Snatcher as a great trump.
And as weird as it sounds at this point, Patrick kind of wants to find a Blinding Spray for one of those Russia battles.
As another backup card. Although Kero Spell Snatcher is amazing against Rush of Battle. It's like a commandeer, but you get to choose the point when to cast the card.
You don't
again.
have to cast it immediately. And do you think he's also thinking about maybe jumping his Leaping Master and double blocking that High Spire Mantis at some point?
That's his main concern, right? He has to get rid of the flyer because he's taking continuous damage and is already on 8 life. I can't see him chump blocking the High Spire Mantis, so now he needs to block the tracker, most likely with the Mentor. That's the most natural block. And I think he should be happy about getting a trade with Ponyback Brigade. Clearly not what you want to be doing that late in the game. But look at the toughness available to him. His highest toughness creatures are actually morphed or in his hand.
Right.
He hasn't found an opening to actually get, for example, the War Behemoth into play. Which was the decision when he Tormenting Voiced. That was the turn where he could have just played a land and a face-up War Behemoth.
Right.
Yeah, if there's no block on the High Spire Mantis, then...
he has no good block on it, right? He only has the 2/1 flyer.
There's no way you chump block there. Also, you basically know that there is no Trumpet Blast coming, otherwise everything would be attacking on Shenhar's side. I think the question is really... Okay, just double-checking the morph.
Yeah.
The question is really if there is maybe a block on Anok Tracker that you want to make that kills the tracker, because then you don't have to make this awkward block of trading a morph for a 2/2, because you're clearly losing value in that exchange.
Right. So Patrick's going to go down to... have another update from the floor. It sounds like William Jensen won game 1 over Ichiaawa. Yuki Ichiaawa with a Dune Blast in hand. Never got played. So Seeker of the Way comes down for Shenhar to augment his board.
We see that Shenhar has a Murderous Cut in hand, and he saw now that the Glacial Stalker died. If Patrick passes the turn with 6 mana up, because Shenhar has had access to Patrick's deck list, he should definitely put him on the Spell Snatcher and just continue the beatdown with Mantis Rider. If then your opponent taps 3 to, for example, give Leaping Master flying, that's your opening to use the Murderous Cut without having to be afraid of the Spell Snatcher trigger.
Right, so basically he has just a clear path to continue beating down with the Mantis Rider here. Then.
Yes, once you realize that the
High Spire Mantis, I'm sorry.
Once you realize that if you are in an advantage position on this board state, the 6 casting cost Unmorph is not difficult to play around.
Right.
If you were behind on board, it would be terrible because no matter what you do, you're giving your opponent too much value there. But if the only thing that I could see be a problem is if Shenhar is somehow convinced that the Morph is not Kara Spell Snatcher, despite everything pointing towards it.
Or just assumes that the mana is up for maybe Blood. Maybe assumes that Patrick is in a bad position and is just...
Shenhar is the reigning world champion. He's not going to run his Murderous Cut into Kara Spell Snatcher. Which would be different if we...
and Patrick just, he chooses... He gives Shenhar that respect. He says, well, you're not going to just assume that I'm doing this. So, plays a Morph, passes the turn, and looks like he's going to... Yeah, maybe he's planning on jumping his Leaping Master here.
Yeah, there's another reason, and that is the Leaping Master. He's already on 5 life.
Yeah.
So there's not
he's locked into...
He would love to cast an instant to only trade with Jesskai Scout, but as we know, he drafted. Well, he moved from an aggro deck into a control deck, so he doesn't actually have that many reactive cards. Probably the reason why he's playing the Blinding Sprays, he just hasn't found one. Which Blinding Spray could be the card of this matchup.
Yeah. Well, I think another update from the back tables. Yuya Watanabe up 1 game over Sam Black. The Sam Black Yuya Watanabe match and the William Jensen Yuki Ichiaawa match are both of players at 4 and 3. Utter Leighton Yamamoto is 5 and 2, and this is of course 7-0 playing 5-2 here. So Tracker, High Spire Mantis, and Seeker of the Way come in.
Shenhar is taking full advantage of the fact that the only creature that has more than 2 toughness has 0 power on Chapen's board. Chapen is holding Assault Route Patrol, and so he has a 2/5 that would actually make a lot of these attack a lot weaker. Now this is a horrible feeling. Double blocking a 3/3 Trampler with 2/2/1 creatures. That's the worst block you can make. But well, you are definitely.
And we know he's going to get blown out here by the Murderous Cut.
If he blocks the Seeker of the Way with a Morph.
Yeah, he decides to block with the War Name Aspirant because even with a spell, though the War Name Aspirant will still trade with the Seeker of the Way when it gets +1 from the Prowess trigger.
So do we see Shenhar tapping a black and some mana?
Yes.
We do in fact. So it is a Murderous Cut.
So that is all the Air Force that Patrick has available to him. He falls to 3 here. He needs to find a Blinding Spray to buy another turn. He needs to find End Hostilities would be, not super here, but it would certainly extend the game.
Yeah, note that Patrick hasn't really had time to use his mentor because Shenhar was relentlessly attacking.
Yes.
Shenhar's also holding 2 creatures, not the best creatures you can think of in this stage, but he took that long to decide because he knows that End Hostilities is one of the best outs for Chapen here.
And there is a frontier bivouac, it looked like, for Patrick.
Yeah, and that's not the out he was looking for. He's on 3, and the Mantis Rider, thanks to Murder's Cut, did survive. The morphs he has are Kero Spell Snatcher and War Behemoth, so he has an out, which is the out you mentioned earlier. If my opponent plays a spell, it might somehow save me here. But yeah, we did. Oh, okay.
Oh, it looks like he didn't exile cards to pay for the Murderous Cut.
I believe that he announced it.
Yeah, he meant to, or announced it, yeah.
Because he tapped exactly 3 with 2 cards in his graveyard. So that was quickly remedied.
Some bookkeeping that needed to be attended to.
Yeah, if you're focusing on this board state and the combat math and when to play your instance, it's sometimes easy to forget the more mechanical things. Yeah, Patrick is thinking about his outs, and
his outs involve Shenhar playing a really good spell here.
Yeah, and he doesn't even have one that would actually save Chapen here. Chapen is always representing a card like a Blinding Spray,
right?
Which is why we could actually just see the High Spiral Mantis attacking. Or I could see like the attack with everything is maybe a little bit better if Chapen drew a Bring Low, but it's definitely not good if your opponent drew Blinding Spray. This is a game where Shenhar can be very aggressive because there are just so little combinations of cards that actually make him lose the game. Yeah, I think if you attack with any ground creatures, you attack with all of them.
Patrick lines up his blocks, activates his Bloodfire Mentor, and scoops.
Yeah, we see some mediocre morphs and the Kero Spell Snatcher, and I'm sure that Shenhar was not surprised to see that.
Right. So 1 game goes to Shenhar. We have a couple quick messages for you, and then we'll bring you the rest of this round.
Place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information.
You've watched the Pro Tour. How about playing on the Pro Tour? Qualifiers for Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir start December 13th, with winners earning an invitation and airfare to Brussels in April. Visit magic.wizards.com/PTQ for more information.
All right, and we are back. There you get a look at our feature match area. You see the 4 tables, everyone's still playing, everybody in game 2. And we're going to take a live look in on William Jensen versus Yuki Ichiaawa. And you see William Jensen is in full attack mode. All of his creatures are turned sideways. Ichiaawa is attacking with a Sultai Scavenger and his kind of a defensive board with a couple of 0-power creatures, a Morph, and a Banner.
You can see the defensive nature of Yuuki's deck with an 05, an 06, even a Banner in his deck. So he is definitely going late here. But the beatdown by the black-white Warrior deck, which is just splashing green, is looking very good here. Bellowing Saddlebrood, Unyielding Krumar, Mardu Hateblade gets through because of Death Touch.
It's a bit of revelation from Jensen. Jensen's up a game here. Looks at 4 cards. He's going to get to keep 2 of them.
And his green splash is actually for Doom Blast, so he couldn't pass up on that. An Abzan Ascendancy as well, which does mean his deck is in a sense similar to Patrick's in that it's
the aggro control deck.
Yeah, you like fake the Mardu aggro or the Abzan aggro deck, and then suddenly you cast a Doom Blast that nobody was expecting. I guess it's not as clear cut if deck lists are known.
And then you see that Patrick drew his way into. Jensen drew his way into Mardu Skull Hunter there, and Skull Hunt's a card away. Gets the Death Frenzy from Ichiaawa.
So the Death Frenzy would actually have been good enough to get rid of the Hate Blade, the Skull Hunter, and the token. But okay.
Well, it sounds like the reason he pitched the Death Frenzy is because his other card was a Death Frenzy.
Yeah, that's a good reason. I was wondering why you would discard a card that did look pretty good. I like how Yuki, even though he's clearly the defensive deck, is still making sure to take part in the race, attack with his flyers.
Right, and then play augments with another flyer. I mean, he's able to really mitigate the damage that's coming through with the Dragon Eye Savant and the Archer's Parapet.
Which he also has the mana to activate thanks to the Sultai banner.
And, Neil Oliver loves banners in draft, and he played multiple of them in day 2 of Grand Prix Ottawa into the finals of that event.
And I think he certainly has a point there. It is a bit too easy to just say you never want to play them, don't draft them at all. But you kind of have to figure out which decks you want them in.
Correct.
And that's not easy.
Here you see things have slowed down a little bit for Huey, who's just attacking with his Mardu Hate Blade here. And waits until Ichiaawa activates his Archer's Parapet to use his mana to throttle the flyer. Or one of the 2 flyers.
It's quite impressive how Yuuki is stabilizing seemingly easily against Black-White Warriors, which is usually difficult, and it doesn't really look like he has much to prevent his opponent from attacking, but it's just enough to to deal more damage in your attack steps. Also very patient on the Death Frenzy. I'm wondering what that Morph is. That has to be a good card if you don't want to Death Frenzy, or if you didn't Death Frenzy last turn when there was a token on the other side of the board.
It's Abomination of Gadul is what it sounds like. But speaking of abominations, that's how you feel when your opponent plays Abzan Ascendancy with 5 creatures on the board.
Yeah, and now the Death Frenzy still kills the Hate Blade and the Skull Hunter.
Still kills 2 creatures, and then you end up with, some spirits.
I think the main issue is that you do take more damage. On the other hand, the funny thing is, Yuuki had a toughness to spare on his 2 previous blocks. He had a 6 toughness creature for the Saddlebrood and a 5 toughness creature for the Krumar. So now these creatures still block just as well.
And he's leaving his Hate Blade back.
Yeah, I believe that Huey
the opposite of last attack.
Hey, he's slowly losing the race, and he knows it. The Abomination of Gadul is also among the best morphs, well, definitely among the best common morphs you can have here. So getting to eat the Skull Hunter for free. Well, your opponent gets a 1/1 flyer because of the Ascendancy, but you're still very far ahead here. I don't know if there is a line for Yuuki that involves not killing one of his opponent's creatures this turn, so that an attack with the Abomination, the Scavenger, and activations of Parapet are actually lethal. So with the issue being that unmorphing the Abomination is...
Oh, no, it looks like that's not what the morph is. That actually looks like it was a Woolly Loxodon.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
That would explain this block much more than a...
Yeah, that was a Woolly Loxodon.
Okay.
We'd gotten some erroneous intel. So he eats... Wow.
Yeah, if this is a ground creature, then there is actually no no serious way of winning the game in the next turn. So just eating the largest creature here is great for Yuuki. The lockdown with 6 power is also still threatening, even if you attack after casting Death Frenzy. Which does get better with the Morph being played here as well. Wow, what a sweet deck. Master the way off the top. Is this game going to end here because Yuuki's just taking care of business by removing blockers? CDC.
Right, attacks for 3 in the air, activates Archer's Power Pit, and that's game. Yuki Ichiaawa evens things up against William Jensen. They will be going to game 3. We're going to go back to our main table and watch game 2 now between Patrick Chapen, 7-0, your tournament frontrunner, and reigning world champion Shenhar. And there we are. We're underway with the Swiftwater Cliffs from Patrick Chapen. And Gainland from Shenhar. There you get a look at him. Just 21 years old. Yuya Watanabe, by the way, has just won 2-0 over Sam Black. So Watanabe goes to 5-3, and still alive to get to his second top 4 in 3 years.
Unsurprisingly, still alive.
Yeah. There's a Hordling outburst from Patrick Chapen after a leaping master from Shenhar.
Oh, and this time it's Patrick Chapen with the non-creature tempo play against Leaping Master. It's not Mardu Charm with first striking warriors, but the Leaping Master is not going to be happy to trade with the Goblin token.
Right. The mana in Shahar's deck is so good.
Yeah, look how much of a deal that is. If Patrick had played a Morph here, Leaping Master attacking could force a trade, the Skull Hunter triggers, and Shenhar is also preparing a Mardu Ascendancy. But with 3 Goblin tokens basically dominating the board here, Leaping Master and Mardu Skull are both not creatures you want to trade with tokens.
So I have another match update for you. Josh Utter-Layton has fallen 2-0 to Kentaro Yamamoto. So Kentaro Yamamoto 6-2 now, and great shape. That's the next best record after. And now we see a Mardu Ascendancy and 4 creatures attacking.
Yeah, I really like how this game is progressing, because now the Mardu Ascendancy is Shahar's version of Hortling Outburst, but because his creatures all have 1 toughness, he really has to be careful, or he has a difficult decision here.
Do you just sack the Mardu Ascendancy and save 4 permanents?
If you get the double block here, it's I don't think it's close.
He does.
What do you do if Patrick only blocks 1 of the 2 ones? So are you still willing to lose your Ascendancy? Is this I think the double block is correct, but it's definitely a close decision. Also, really like the fact that we just played a face up, a Mistfire Weaver,
yeah.
Because you don't want a tempo loss in such a dynamic matchup.
Right. And it's funny, you watch people play Mardu Ascendancy, and a lot of times they're scared to pop it to save their guys.
And that's bad, because Mardu Ascendancy only triggers off of non-token creatures attacking. So if Shenhar keeps the Mardu Ascendancy but only has 2 tokens in play, he's clearly not getting anywhere. Crackling Doom and Suspension Field for Shenhar. Yeah, Murderous Cut as well. So he's content with just having two more creatures, Chief of the Edge and Take Up Arms. Very, very, very good in his deck. And then he's going to take care of business with his removal spells.
Starts finding his mana. There's a 4th land in hand for him.
Yeah, the Mardu Ascendancy was a great answer, and now Shenhar has to press his advantage somehow, which is difficult if you're holding so many removal spells.
Right. So now we're going to see Crippling Chill from Patrick. He's going to lock down the Leaping Master.
Shenhar,
So now do you not send, you don't send, okay, there you go.
I think you have to.
Yeah.
You already got a fair exchange because Mardu Ascendancy got you so much value. So you can't really hesitate to trade the Skull Hunter here. It is interesting how to proceed.
Doom the Flyer?
We could actually see a game where Shenhar, in a sense, goes into control mode. Just kill your creature, attack for 4. Kill your creature, attack for 4.
Right. And so that's what he does. He just kills the Misfire Weaver. Now he's like, well, I know what I'm going to get here. Then you see a Kara's Spell Snatcher in hand for Patrick. He's also got a Jesskai Charm, a Bring Low, and a Weave Fate. And no longer has the Spell Snatcher in play because it is face down on the table.
I would like to see Shenhar continue playing it the way he did. First using his removal spells, and then one-upping the aggro with take-up arms, followed by Chief of the Edge, maybe. And that's exactly what he does. It would seem more natural, in a way, to develop your board first, but you are playing against a deck that has the Spell Snatcher, which your opponent might pass with 6 mana up, and there's always the threat of End-Hostilities as well. So if you just drop all your creatures, you don't have a good follow-up anymore.
So he murders cuts the Morph. It's the Spell Snatcher, attacks for 2. Next turn, Leaping Master is able to get into the tussle.
Yeah. It did not tap this turn because of Crippling Chill.
Yeah.
This is not a good Bloodfire Mentor. Also, once again, tempo being an issue for Chapen.
Here's land 5, so...
the 5th land is huge.
Arms may be taken up now.
At instant speed too.
Yes.
So you can see, does my opponent have the second white? Does my opponent maybe have the End-Hostilities? And then you end of turn take up arms. And then I think 13 life. It might take him 2 turns, but still he's then going to be very close to just winning the game.
Yeah, he's just going to keep up the pressure. He's going to get the Mentor out of the way with the suspension field. And here comes 5 damage.
So I'm not sure if I would have went with exiling the 5 toughness creature here, because it was realistically only going to prevent 1 point of damage if you activate the Leaping Master.
Right.
So by casting the suspension field, you lose the option of going take-up arms.
Yeah, and now Mantis Rider comes down for Patrick. Flying Vigilance and Haste.
At some point, we have to see the Chief of the Edge. Chief of the Edge is a card that Shenhar has been holding for a very long time, and he has been waiting for the right moment. And it's possible that he's actually decided to keep take-up arms and the Chief until a potential End-Hostilities.
Right.
Because it is almost cards that win on their own. So I like the pass here. I like the end of turn take-up arms.
Right. And Patrick is down to 6 here.
Yep. And he did find a card that is going to be very helpful here. That was the draw step he needed. Blinding Spray.
Right.
I'm wondering if Shenhar gave him too much time. The suspension field rather than casting take-up arms made a big difference here.
So here comes take-up arms. So 3 warriors. So now play Chief of the Edge.
Yeah, this looks great, except against Blinding Spray.
Yep, here it comes. Chief of the Edge, so warriors. That's four of the creatures on the board are affected by it. Get +1/+0. The hate blade and the 3 tokens are all warriors. So that's 8 damage there that those are representing by themselves, plus another 3 damage from the other 2 creatures. On paper they're no good. Patrick has to have a card in hand to deal with this.
It seemed to me like Shenhar switched plans, switched game plans throughout, during this game. He was holding the take-up arms longer than you would have to, but then he played it earlier than you would have to.
Right.
So I don't think his timing was great there. If he's forced to spend a black mana on the hate blade, he's also not casting any other spells. The blocks are either Leaping Master or Mardu Hate Blade. Now, I take that back, because if the Hate Blade is blocked, then Shenhar is actually not forced to do anything as long as he's representing lethal damage.
So what do you block here if you're Patrick?
Like I said, if there was a way to represent, if there was a way to force your opponent to spend the black mana, then you should block the Hate Blade. If there isn't, then Leaping Master is, at least on paper, the most powerful card you're facing.
Right.
Yep. And there might actually be a line here for Chapen that involves not casting.
All right, he chooses to block the Hate Blade. He's like, let's see if Shenhar sinks a mana into it.
So this means that Patrick is definitely going to Blinding Spray, which I like. I just wanted to mention that Bring Low on Chief of the Edge would also have been a nice option. Just to stay barely alive and have the Blinding Spray for next turn, maybe giving you the extra turn that you would need.
So there's an Alabaster Kieran for Patrick. But he needs to be thinking about that. Meanwhile, that Mantis Rider's been doing work.
It has. But
that's its
now,
9th point of damage that it's dealt.
The problem is, last turn, Bringlow would have seen him survive on 1 life. This turn, Bringlow has him taking 6 damage.
But he's at 7 now.
Oh, he went to 7.
He went to 7 from the Swiftwater Cliffs.
All right. I don't know if he had that. No, yeah, he had it. I don't know if he. Well, he couldn't have done the math because he didn't know what Shahar's follow-up would be. But that means the Bringlow play still works out. But it's getting very tight here. He also does not have double white, which was one of the dangers of going into the Interstilities plan.
So you hear Shenhar say combat.
This is what I love about the Mardu deck, is there's really not much that can go wrong, because at some point you just stop worrying about losing a creature. It's not about card advantage at this stage. Is there kill shots in Patrick's deck? Let me check. There's 0 kill shots. I think not attacking with the Chief of the Edge there is okay if you want to play around a second Blinding Spray. In all other circumstances, I don't think that attacking is bad.
What about, well, I guess he doesn't really want to, I was going to say he could Jesskai Charm and maybe, gain some life here. But the Bring Low,
If the removal spell is targeting the Chief anyway, then it doesn't really make a difference.
Right.
But against the Blinding Spray, you would be losing the Chief to the Mantis Rider.
Patrick goes down to 1 here.
Shahar's still on 10, so even though Patrick has been attacking the whole time, is there a way to... Yeah, there's definitely a way of just playing a defensive Jesskai Charm with lifelink, so that you block the Leaping Master and gain 4 life, negating the 4 damage from your tokens.
So Shenhar has Sultai Scavenger in hand, but chooses not to play it.
Oh, so he's actually still playing around end hostilities?
Yes.
I don't think
it would appear that he is.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Because he could easily play the Scavenger last turn.
His opponent is on a single white mana, and he is giving him more outs than he might think. The Jesskai Charm is going to be huge, and you know what?
Now he can play. He doesn't have the mana to play Alabaster Kieran and Jesskai Charm though.
If he plays an island, he does. Then he has exactly 7.
But he doesn't have 2 white sources.
Oh yeah, because he's restricted on white. So it's going to be Wii Fate and Jesskai Charm. Not quite as good.
Right. So here's Jesskai Charm. Right? Nope.
Okay, I was expecting this to be a defensive Jesskai Charm, but it's going to be an offensive one.
Right.
Which works just as well for staying alive, and you deal 1 point of extra damage to your opponent. That's great because it reduces your 4-turn clock to a 3-turn clock. Something I wanted to mention here is the fact that
Defiant Strike.
yeah, this is where having the defensive
Wow, Defiant
Jesskai
Strike
Charm.
into timely Horde Mate for Shenhar.
Yeah, that was actually not an easy Defiant Strike to cast, because if you cast it on your Goblin token and it resolves, you just win the game. And now it's once. Oh, now he's all set on playing around mass removal. And once your opponent is on 1,
Right.
that's definitely a lot easier to do with 4 tokens. in
Patrick
play.
draws 2 cards. They needed to be planes and hostilities.
He's actually on 6 planes, but
Oh, wait, he gets an extra turn. That is a blinding spray.
even has the 2-drop to once again either one of the creatures. So in theory, because Shahar is playing around end hostilities, the fact that Patrick has Blinding Spray, Jesskai Charm, Burn Away, Blinding Spray could mean that he's somehow surviving this and running Shahar out of resources. The fact that Shahar is slow rolling another 2 creatures makes me think that there's actually very little way of a mass removal spell beating Shahar at this stage of the game.
So Shahar attacks with everyone. Block. Blinding Spray. Draw a card. It's an island. Here comes a Mardu Hateblade. And say go for Shahar. Patrick draws. There's the planes he needed, but
I love how he draws his cards. Like every one of these could be the saving Cruel Ultimatum, but not in this format. So now he can deploy his creatures. Shahar smartly has 4 attackers,
right,
and it's almost impossible for Patrick to have 3 additional blockers at this stage.
He can play a Morph and an Alabaster Kieran, but that won't do it.
I think Patrick is realizing that as well. I don't think that his deck played out very impressively. He has single card value, but especially these blinding sprays, because Shahar knew exactly what he was facing, did only delay the inevitable.
So Patrick plays a Morph. And plays an Alabaster Kieran and says go. Says, I'll make you go through the motions of attacking me.
And that's where Shahar says,
okay.
Attack step. All right.
And there's a hand. Shenhar goes to 6-2 in his pursuit of a title defense here at the World Championship. And 6-2 is the second best record in the tournament after Patrick Chapen's 7-1.
He also proved that Patrick Chapen can in fact be beat.
Yes, something no one else has accomplished this weekend. Or this week. We're not at the weekend yet, even close to the weekend.
Wednesday.
All right, so now we're going to check in our last remaining match here in the feature match area, which is Yuki Ichiaawa and William Jensen.
Yeah, which I also brought in.
There we see a Dune Blast resolving for William Jensen, clearing the board and getting in for 2 damage with a token that has a Abzan Ascendancy counter on it. That gets Master of the Way to clear it out. This match is tied up 1 game apiece, by the way.
Yeah, and it looks to me that Huey had been preparing this Dune Blast for a long time. You see Mardu Skull Hunter, Mardu Horde Chief, and Salt Road Patrol. So if he wants to, he can deploy 2 creatures here. Still has the raid trigger of the Horde Chief for next turn. And if
he gets to basically save 1 raid trigger and decided the extra creature was more important to him than the card with his opponent there. And there you go. There you see the hand from Yuki Ichiaawa. William Jensen goes to 5 and 3. Yuki Ichiaawa falls to 4 and 4. Still within reach of top 4 here. You know, can't really afford to drop any more matches.
You should stop losing.
Yeah, you should. Yes, there's some advice from a Pro Tour champion for you. You should stop losing now. So just to recap our matches, we saw Patrick Chapen lose in 2 games to Shenhar's very good-looking Mardu deck.
This was a great-looking deck against a good-looking deck.
Right. So Kentaro Yamamoto, off-camera, take 2 quick games against Josh Layton. William Jensen, his Dune Blast Warriors deck over Yuki Ichiaawa, and on the back table, Yuya Watanabe in 2 games over Sam Black. That match is going to be covered on the tech side. If you want to read about what happened there, you can go to the coverage page and find out all the details. So, and then we saw the battle of Blinding Spray versus Russia Battle. Russia Battle never came into play for.
It didn't, yeah.
Even despite having 3 of them in his deck, Shenhar, I wouldn't even see him draw 1.
And I think something that holds true of Khans of Tarkir Limited is that it's just better to be proactive. Even if Blinding Spray is, in a sense, it's a trump card, Shenhar was able to just go through his options, play it super conservatively. He was holding up to 3 creatures at points in this game. And with Take-Up Arms, he even has ways to generate, let's say 6, let's say even 12 points of damage after End Hostility is resolved in Chapen's turn.
Yeah, it was interesting to me to watch that. How that there was one point where it's like, well, maybe he's being too conservative.
The timing of the Take-Up Arms.
But then later, as the game went on, the conservatism paid off for him. So that's it for this round. We'll be back with more action. Right now, we're going to send it back to the news desk and Rich Hagon.
Thanks very much to Brian David Marshall and Simon Gertzen there, Pro Tour champion, of course, in the booth, calling home ready the first round of 3 of Khans of Tarkir Limited. And in between the rounds, we've got a great lineup for you. We're going to walk you through some of the major archetypes in Khans of Tarkir. We're going to have one of the players from our featured draft viewer come to the wall and talk us through every pick. Might even be Shenhar. We'll see if we can get him in next round for you. And then at lunchtime, this guy's going to be on the line, and so are you, as we ask, so what now? We're going to look at a draft. We're going to give you the first picks of all 8 players at the table.
And that's Vintage Masters, right?
Right, and then we're going to show you the second pick, and you have to work out what you take from that pack. So what now with Nate Price on Cover It Live on social media. We're going to be all over that at lunchtime. A chance to get interactive with you, the viewers, as you say what the second pick should be for all our players. And Randy's going to show off his Vintage Masters chops, because you've played a ton of that format, and of course Vintage, never mind the draft format, Vintage really is your big deal, right?
Oh yeah, it'll feel just like a Vintage draft to me too with second picks. There won't be any power cards. It'll be just like all my other Vintage Masters drafts.
Okay, so why don't we take a look at the Master scoreboard, because all the results are in. The players are already getting paired up for our next round. We're going at full speed here on day 2. And let's just talk through some results. So Stanislav Sivka goes up to 4 and 4. That means Paul Rietzel remains on the right-hand side of your screen at 3 and 5. Even Flock wins 6 and 2. He's in the top 4 right now. That means that Owen Turtenwald is now back in the pack at 4 and 4. Yuya Watanabe opened up 1-3, 4 on the bounce, 5 and 3. He's monstering his way up the leaderboard. He's still the lowest of the 5-3s on tie breaks, but he is working his way up. Raf Levy won his first round. He's up to 4 and 4. That means Paolo Vita Dalma de Rosa falls to below 500 at 3 and 5. Now another Japanese name up the top of the leaderboard. You see all 3 Japanese players are on the left-hand side of your screen. Kentaro Yamamoto up to 6-2 with his win over Josh Utter-Leighton at 5-3. Sean McLaren, he's up to 4-4 over Willie Adel 3-5. Li Shi-chan won his first round of the day. He was the overnight 24th. He's up to 2-6, and Reed Duke was the victim there. So Reed at 2-6.
Yeah, he's
right.
Essentially done.
Right on the very, very edge of being done.
Maybe not mathematically done, but he's done.
As close as could be. Ray Perez Jr., he's at 2-6. He lost his first round to Jacob Wilson of Canada. Lars Dam, now this is another great story. He's up to 5-3. And Randy, talk to me about the almost the casualness of Lars Dam.
I'm not sure there's a player in this building who is more loose. He's just comfortable, he's just playing, he's having fun. He came in with absolutely zero expectations. I don't think anybody expected him to do well. I don't think he expected himself to do well. But I mean, it can just be relieving. There's no pressure on him. Unlike someone, you see some of these players, they're a little tight. It's a lot of pressure and it's a tough room. And Lars is just like, whatever, I'll show up, I'll play Magic.
Yeah.
Let's have fun. And he's winning.
Absolutely zero expectations, absolutely zero fate
pressure.
stitches.
Yeah, well, I think one Fate Stitcher. He came up with one.
I think in the end he got one, yeah. But, he said, I just thought I'd find some. I mean, there's bound to be some somewhere, right? Well, but yeah, like you say, free, loose, free swing.
Absolutely.
And he's swinging for the fences right now at 5-3. More results. Jeremy Desani up to 3-5. Nam Sung-wook has his 6th loss. Again, 6th loss. Best you can possibly do then is 8-6. That may not be enough. 9-5 is round about the mark we think it might be for the top 4. Shenhar, is up to 6-2 at the expense of the leader, but still with a round to spare. Patrick Chapen at 7-1. And then you saw, and then at the very end, William Jensen, you saw just claim the victory at 5-3. We saw the Doom Blast, but William Jensen 5-3, and Yuki Ichiikawa is at 4-4. So, to business, Mr. Bueller. Why don't we talk about Khans of Tarkir draft? There's obviously a mountain of Magic Online evidence that we've seen. So we're going to just walk you through some of the archetypes that players are drafting online, the kind of cards they're picking at common and uncommon, because everyone can open a Mythic Rare and go, super, off I go, that's my direction for this draft. But we're really interested in the nuts and bolts, the basics, the big ingredients. So why don't we start, we might as well start with the clans. Why don't we start with the Abzan then? So let's take a look at the Abzan clan, and they, of course, Randy, are Outlast.
Yeah, white, black, and green. I mean, a lot of Khans of Tarkir draft definitely does line up along the clan lines. The Abzan deck is the one that wants to go long. It wants to use Outlast to generate large creatures. You can often get nice +1/+1 synergy. And one of the features I like in this presentation, though, is the rare you want. If you open a High Sentinels of Arishan, this is the best home for it. Those +1/+1 counters are super interesting. This graphic probably relatively familiar to people, but the super interesting thing, if you move on, looking at what are people on Magic Online taking with their 1st through 5th picks.
Right, let's look at the commons then for Abzan. And
so these are the most frequently 1st through 5th pick commons amongst people who then went on to win the draft. So this is what you should be taking highly if you want to win with an Abzan deck. You want Abzan Guide. You want the Bondkin. Debilitating Injury is probably the best removal spell in common in the format just because it's so cheap. It may not look like much at -2/-2, but the ability to remove a creature for 2 mana, especially an enemy morph, that might actually be something gigantic, like an Abzan Guide. And then something you're going to see on a lot of these lists, the Skyward Barrens. The multi-lands in this format are a big deal. If you've been watching our drafts today, you see how early the pros are willing to take those dual lands, and that's what's winning on Magic Online as well.
Yeah, everyone starts at 21, it seems, these days.
Pretty much.
That's like, after turn 1, we'll untap, we both got a land, and we're both at 21. Let's look at the uncommons then for the Abzan. Top there, Armament Core, Abzan Charm, Abzan Falconer, the Sandstep Citadel, the Tri-Land, and then Chief of the Edge.
Yeah, I feel like the Chief is probably more like the white-black Warriors deck that's touching a little bit of green, but fair enough. Armament Core I wasn't necessarily expecting to be quite this high. That's a card that a lot of people won't commit for, but it's getting the job done on Magic Online. Yeah. And the Falconer is just such good value.
Right. Okay, so that's Abzan. Why don't we move on to our next clan? It's Jesskai, and time for some prowess.
Yeah, this is the beatdown deck in the format. Often you'll want to be, 2 colors, maybe splashing the third. Blue-red with a touch of white, like we saw Patrick Chapen draft, can be very good. Prowess is definitely a key. Now, the interesting thing about Jesskai that you don't necessarily see in the stats is, a lot of people will draft it where it's 12 creatures, 11 spells, and that version can be a little inconsistent. I think the people who are succeeding with Jesskai are more on the 16 creatures with a good number of tricks. Flying Crane technique being the best of all possible tricks, of course.
Yeah, I have to admit that, because these would be in my colors, like I would naturally gravitate there. I've found this extraordinarily hard to draft.
It is. It's tricky.
Right.
Getting that right balance
that's a relief.
of prowess creatures and tricks. It is definitely, it's a tricky archetype. There's some people that swear by it. Actually, Stanislav Sivka famously said that Crippling Chill was the best common in the format going into the last Pro Tour.
Right.
But I mean, the great thing about this format in my mind is that people still disagree. We've been drafting this set for months and people still just have different takes on it. And I like Jesskai. I definitely have enjoyed some of these decks. But yeah, I do think you've got to have, a good 15, 16 creatures. You want to have the good solid curve with just, half a dozen tricks.
Yeah, it's finding where to find them. What I find is that I end up like too far ahead on one side or the other by the time, and I'm on pack 5 of pack 3, and I'm like, yeah, I've only got 9 creatures and I need 6 creatures out of my next 7 packs basically, and I'm going to run out before the end, and I end up with 13 creatures or whatever it is, and yeah, it's very tough to build that. Why don't we look at the top commons, the cards that are going into these Jesskai decks? Wind Scout, Weapon Master, Feat, Bonkin, and Mystic of the Hidden Way.
Oh yeah, and it's evasive creatures, and it's hard to block creatures, right? First strike, flying, unblockability, with the Wind Scout sitting at the top of the list. It's both evasive and also does have that nice prowess keyword, so that whatever tricks you do have will make it even that much better.
Do pros like unblockability as a thing, or do you hate it with a fiery passion?
Me personally, I reserve my true fiery passion for hexproof.
Sure.
I want to interact. Like, Magic is at its best when you can interact. Like, unblockability, I think Mystic of the Hidden Way charges a fair price for it. You can use your removal spell on it. It's only got 2 toughness. Unblockability it's not, I don't think it's hated.
This is not Invisible Stalker.
No, it's the hexproof that I think really sets people off.
Okay.
In terms of their lack of ability to interact with
Sure.
things.
All right, why don't we look at the top 5 uncommons then? And you see the Charm, the Mantis, the Monastery, the Seeker, and the Heart Piercer.
Seeker of the Way is so good in these decks. Just having 2 drops are hard to come by in this format anyway, and that 2 drop is so good. The prowess makes it big enough to just keep attacking through morphs. The life link makes it good enough to win the race. Hirespire Mantis is also pretty good. It's actually surprised. I saw Pat Chapen take Jesskai Charm over Hirespire Mantis this morning. I actually thought the creature might have done him a little better there. And then Shenhar got that Hirespire Mantis and beat him with it.
Right.
Pretty interesting little pick there. But yeah, it is the Jesskai Charm on top of this list.
Well, we go from the sort of spells very important Jesskai to the what's going on in my graveyard, Sultai and Delve.
Yeah, this deck it's kind of the fun deck. It's the Johnny deck of the format, right? You got to get all the combo pieces lined up. You want to fill up the graveyard, and then you got to have enough ways to get stuff into the graveyard, then enough ways to take advantage of stuff once it gets to the graveyard. Rakshasa Vizier makes it all kind of easy mode. But yeah, this is definitely a fun deck. It is not the most popular deck amongst the pros, I think, just because it's not the most consistent deck. Like, it can be very good, but then sometimes you get, Scout the Borders and nothing to take advantage. And the other problem with this deck is that sometimes the good Delve cards can just get splashed into everybody else's decks. That said, it is a blast. It is a lot of fun to draft.
Okay, let's look at the commons then. Top 5 drafted amongst Magic Online winners. There you see the 5.
Yeah, Debilitating Injury is just a solid removal spell. It doesn't have specific synergy here. Abomination of Gadul, though, does. That loot ability, and you see that floating around a bunch of other cards in the set as well. The ability to just draw and discard, it's both good at fixing your draw, but it's also good at filling up the graveyard.
Yeah, lands are obviously important in this format, full stop. But it's noticeable that here, it's just like, could we have
3 of them?
All of them, please?
Part of the reason for that, I think, is that these Sultai Delve decks will often have a 4th color or a 5th color. Like, they're often the greedy 5-color decks. Like, part of where their power level comes from is that they have this nice sort of Sultai flavored Delve theme.
Let's look at the uncommons then. Top 5 uncommons drafted on Magic Online. And we have the Charm, we have Soothsayer, Ice Feather Avon. That's the first time we've seen that in this segment. Opulent Palace, of course, and Murderous Cut, which is so often murderously cut by the player to your right, which means you don't often see them.
Fair. Yeah, the Avon here is just, it's such a good card. It's just such value. Again, not particular synergy, but it's one of the best cards you can get in this color combination for sure.
I feel like I've got Marshall next to me. You keep talking about value. It's like, what's going on? It's like you're channeling Marshall Suck there. I mean, I know you like value too, so.
He's not wrong. Like 2-for-1s are good. Card advantage is clearly one of the best strategies for winning.
Sure. All right, so let's get into raid action, and that means the Mardu clan. Let's take a look at them.
Yeah, this is another one of these clans where you can't really be solidly 3-color and be effective. You want to have, black-white touching red for the Butcher of the Horde that you opened and maybe 1 or 2 other cards. Or you want to be red-white with maybe a little bit of black. Being able to play those super powerful 3-color gold cards is nice, but if you're going to be aggressive, if you're going to come out with that curve, 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, you really want to try to pick the 2 colors, which is the core of your deck. We saw William Jensen do exactly this, right? He's black-white. He is touching for a Dune Blast and an Abzan Ascendancy in his deck, but he's basically a black-white deck and just a trickle of the other color. So yeah, the good mana base, definitely crucial here. Butcher the Horde, lovely to open, lovely to play with, but one of those needs to be a splash color. You should know halfway through the draft which one is your splash color and which 2 are your base.
Yeah, we're primarily talking about draft here, but I do want to mention that in sealed play, I have a very active imagination, but I find I am very hard pressed to imagine the deck list that has a Butcher of the Horde in sealed that isn't in the played column. It is the one rare in this field where you just open it and you go, yeah, I'm blue-green, splashing red, white, and black for Butcher of the Horde. I've seen people do that because it's just the one card that you just go, there is never an excuse not to play that guy. Maybe someone somewhere will have done it. Probably someone who didn't know it was a Butcher of the Horde. That's the only thing. Right, why don't we look at the top 5 commons and see what's going on there.
Yeah, the Horde Chief is nice. That raid triggered ability is very good. Ponyback Brigade is great if you're going wide, which is often sort of what the red-white version of the deck likes to do. Then you got good solid creatures, good solid tricks, the Bonkin, the Feet, the Skull Hunter. That Ponyback Brigade, he really wants to come with trumpet blasts. It's like you can almost imagine the trumpet in the guy's hand as he's riding the ponies.
Yeah, absolutely. Why don't we look at the top uncommons then for Mardu? And you see the Charm, you see both Chiefs, because again, now we're into the black-white with a little bit of a splash, because of course they're splashing for Butcher of the Horde.
Exactly. Yeah, Chief of the Edge, Chief of the Scale, 2 of the defining uncommons in the entire set. If you can get those cards, you can build a great black-white warrior deck. It's one of the most sort of consistent decks in the format, and it's also one of the most aggressive decks in the format, which is a pretty nice combination if you can pull it off.
Yeah, Mardu's a ton of fun to play. Why don't we go to our 5th clan then, and why don't we have a look at the Timur, because they're ferocious.
Yeah, kind of the Timmy clan, if you will. Get giant monsters into play, and then you just get all of these extra bonuses for the fact that you have these giant monsters in play. And Morph really is perfect at allowing you to get the critical mass of 4 power plus guys while not having to do just horrible things to your mana curve.
As a game designer and someone who was in the building when, pretty sure you were in the building when Morph first time around
I
was
was the lead on the set.
Okay. Are you, I guess, thrilled with just A, how smoothly Morph plays for a newer player, and B, how still there is so much depth and challenge and exploration of clever things you can do for the good player with what Morph does in the set?
Yeah, I think the implementation of Morph in Khans is spectacular. I've enjoyed playing it. I'm impressed by, in particular, the rule of 5 and the fact that it allows, it does so many nice things. And some of those things I think we did well in Onslaught. The fact that it allows you to smooth out your mana curve, right? It allows you to smooth out colored issues. You can play these effectively colorless cards. Honestly though, in my heart of hearts, I feel like they did it better than we did the first time around. Some of that is, of course, you learn things from going on, but the implementation here is so good that part of me wishes that we'd been a little closer to this the first time we implemented it. I thought it was a great mechanic in Onslaught, and I felt like when it came out, it was good, but maybe not quite great. And now they've solved all the problems that I think that mechanic had in Onslaught. And the implementation in Khans is just perfect.
Super exciting stuff. All right, why don't we look at the top commons, see whether we have any Morphs in our top common list. Why don't we take a look? Oh, well, we do.
Hello.
It's Snowhorn Rider, of course, Mystic of the Hidden Way, and you've got a couple of lands, and you have the Punch.
Yeah, no, I actually think Savage Punch is just one of the best commons in the set. It's the first one of these lists we've seen it on, because it's obviously at its best with big creatures, where you're triggering that ferocious ability. And yeah, Snowhorn Rider, it's a morph, it comes out early, it also gives you your ferocious ferocious guy. No big surprises here, I don't think.
Okay, what about the uncommons? Let's see if we can find some surprises here. In the top uncommons, Bear's Companion, the Avon we've seen before, the Charm, Land, and then Heir of the Wilds.
Absolutely. Heir, it's kind of like Secret of the Way in that it's a 2-drop, so it's kind of what you really want to round out your curve. There aren't that many high-quality 2-drops running around, so if you can get a good one, it's really good for your deck. And then here you can, which is very nice.
There's a very interesting technique of analysis within music where you take the score of a piece and you physically cut it out with scissors and sticky paper, and all the bits that are the same you lump together.
Interesting.
And you start seeing like the pattern of what the composer is doing. Okay,
Oh, nice.
It's just a technique for doing that. If I listen back to the audio of 5 Days of Worlds Week, the number of times I will have heard you or Marshall or BDM or Simon Gertzen in connection to Khans of Tarkir say, 2-drops, not that many great 2-drops. 2-drops are really important. You know what's great here? I like the 2-drop. If it's a choice of the 3 or the 2-drop, I like the 2-drop. My word, if there is a takeaway for Khans of Tarkir draft from you guys collectively,
Sure.
it is going to be that.
I will say, though, that I was sitting watching the draft with Ben Stark, and I was actually like, Simon is so obsessed with 2-drops. Like, Ben's normally a mana curve guy.
Right.
This is a format, though, where Ben's take on the format is actually, it's a little slower than your average format. It's about the uncommons and the rares and the powerful cards, and he's actually less interested in the 2-drops than Simon is.
All right, well, let's see if 2-drops make an appearance. They sure will, but will they be important in our feature match action for round 9? We are ready to go. Will it be Shenhar against Kentaro Yamamoto, both at 6 and 2? Will we see William Jensen against Josh Utter-Leighton at 5 and 3? At 4 and 4, Owen Turtenwald battling away against Yuki Ichiaawa. We will begin on video with 2 of the emerging stories here on day 2. Battling back from 1 and 3, it's the 2-time player of the year, Yuya Watanabe. And with nothing to lose, it's the freewheeling, no fate stitcher, having fun from Thailand, from Denmark, Lars Dam. Let's get you down to the action.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the booth. Brian David Marshall here with Pro Tour winner Simon Gertzen, and we are getting ready to watch round 8. Let's send it down to the floor. The players are ready. Hello and welcome to what is actually round 9 here of the World Championships on day 2. Brian David Marshall here with Simon Gertzen. We've got a good match lined up for you. Let's take a look at who we're gonna see.
Last Dam, Thailand, Max Championship.
I'm Yuya Watanabe from Japan. Top point from Japan.
There you go, and there you get a look at Lars Dam. He is the reigning Magic Online champion. Guy has a ridiculous win percentage in premier events on Magic Online. And there, of course, is Yuya Watanabe playing in his 3rd straight World Championship. Obviously, the first year was called the Players' Championship. And, oh, by the way, he won the event that year. So, Simon, what's the matchup we're looking at here between these two decks?
Lars Dam has something spicy here. It is what looks like a Jesskai deck, but there is both black cards. Well, there's black cards. Let's put it that way. He has only a single planes to support his Jesskai cards because he has so many non-basic lands, and he's splashing for dead drop. So that could be a fun card to surprise opponents.
I love that. There you get a look at the stats for Lars Dam. You know, but you know, we also just saw Yuya's stats, which to me, he's 25 years old. He has 400 pro points. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, he's too young for the career he's already had. He's on Teamer, by the way.
Yeah, straight Teamer, no splash. Man is not as clean as Lars's is. Doesn't have as many non-basic lands. There you see 3 straight gain lands for Lars Dam.
Yeah, but Lars does have the greedier deck. Yuya wants to be in 3 colors. It's actually a surprisingly slow start that we see this game here. Disdainful Stroke as basically the first play of the game.
Right. Somehow we already have a game result in. Kentaro Yamamoto on the back table taking the first game against Shenhar. So more from Lars Dam. And hooting mandrills.
Even if you only have to pay, even if you still have to pay 5 for that, it is good enough to block most morphs. And it's important to note that Dam has 3 F-read weapon masters. So you do have to be careful about 4-3 first strike. Just I would say it's very tough to block if Dam attacks there.
There you see Jesskai Ascendancy from Lars Dam. So playing Jesskai Ascendancy in through 4 modern rounds yesterday and through 3 limited rounds today.
Which is what Josh Arthur Layton is doing as well.
Yeah. So hooting mandrills gets nerfed by a monastery flock.
That's pretty much the best use of monastery flock. If your opponent is just a 4 power creature, no tricks whatsoever.
And you just deploys a morph of his own and a second morph. They fix which morph token he uses, and a leaping master, which cannot really do any leaping in his deck.
That's not what it's for. He has a pretty even teamer mana base. It's not 666, but it's somewhere close to that. So he really just wanted another 2-drop next to the 2 smoke tellers that he also has.
So there you see just Glacial Stalker face up for Lars Dam.
I like the interaction of Jesskai Ascendancy and Dead Drop, but Lars Dam is also... is he playing another Ascendancy? Let me check. Yeah, he has a Mardu Ascendancy on the splash. That's a spicy deck. If you get both of the Ascendancies running, that could make for some fun interactions.
Yeah. So Mystic of the Hidden Way unmorphs for Yu Watanabe. He gets in for 3, and War Name Aspirant with the raid trigger. So just able to make 2 plays a turn, essentially.
No, both of these 2-drops were just perfect in combination with the Mystic of the Hidden Way, because you could basically.
But he's able to morph Mystic, play a guy, unmorph Mystic, play a guy over 2 turns.
And the Mystic itself is not really a good tempo play itself. You spend 6 mana and 2 turns for a 3-power creature. So if you're racing, that's not great. But if you get to deploy 2-drops at the same time, and your opponent is currently not really applying pressure, that's great.
So, see, Glacial Stalker gets in. And now I think, are we going to see a face-up War Behemoth?
Yeah, it's kind of sad that Lars has not really been able to use the Jesskai Ascendancy at all. So this doesn't really bode well for him if he's in a race that he can't win, and as long as he can't stop the Mystic of the Hidden Way. With a hand of Mistfire Weaver and Mardu Ascendancy, he's almost forced to go aggressive, which is going to be great once he finds non-creature spells.
Well, I mean, the Mardu Ascendancy is a non-creature spell.
Yeah, you just don't get to get the tokens and pump them.
Sure. But you start looting once you play the Mardu Ascendancy. You start trying to find some of those cards. Okay, so let's take a look at the cards that Lars is working with in hand here. There you see the Mardu Ascendancy, you see a Mountain, and of course the Mistfire Weaver that you mentioned earlier. What's up Yuya's sleeve?
Yuya is on a much more aggressive plan, which I do say.
Look at that! Force Away, Active Treason, and a Scaldkin for that final 2 points of damage potentially. Although with that attack from the Mystic of the Hidden Way last turn, it only put Lars at 20 because he had played three gain lands.
Yeah, the mana base of Lars not only fixes his mana beautifully, but also gains him life. But I like just sitting on Force Away, Active Treason, maybe deploying the Scaldkin, and then...
It looked like he was thinking about an Active Treason right here.
That's a super aggressive one. So is he even casting the Force Away here? Maybe he's
just takes the War Behemoth and attacks with everybody.
Yeah, I think the Force Away is best used on
Gets in for an 11
on Glacial Stalker. Yeah, he's just waiting there. So if Lars spends 3 mana on Mardu Ascendancy, I would think that we see a Force Away on maybe the Glacial Stalker. It doesn't block as well if your opponent has already committed some mana to the board. Yeah. Crater's Claw, the draw for Lars here. And the interesting thing here is that as I've said, I think it's important to have the 2-drops, but still you don't want too many creatures, so that you end up in positions like this where you have Force Away and Act of Treason available to make your creatures deal these suddenly like 10 points of damage out of nowhere. And once you have a double-digit life total advantage, it just becomes so difficult for your opponent to actually play the game. What Lars wants to be doing is to cast Mardu Ascendancy, attack with his creatures, next turn Crater's Claw aggressively, but instead he's looking at his life total and thinking, what if my opponent has anything else? What if there's a second Act of Treason? Well, he knows the deck list, but there's still a lot of spells to worry about.
Right. So if he played Mardu Ascendancy here, he would get a bonus to his 2 creatures. He could then Crater's Claws. But then he would have to attack. He would want to attack first. Yeah, that's...
Something that would be an option here is Mardu Ascendancy, attack. Well, Mardu Ascendancy, trigger Jesskai Ascendancy, loot. Attack with the 2 large creatures, and post-combat, just play a tiny Crater's Claws.
Kill something?
Killing maybe Leaping Master, maybe one Emancipant, depending on... If you have 2 mana, if you have 3 mana, you can actually kill the Mystic of the Hidden Way.
Right. Well, and this may be what we're seeing here.
And then you untap your creatures.
Yes.
So the whole... I'm on my 9 is not as much of a disadvantage.
And, he just drew a Flying Crane technique.
So we might see him prepare for the Killing Blow next turn.
Right. He has now the Ferocious trigger for his Crater's Claws.
Yeah, he actually has it twice.
Yes.
So that's important in case of Force Away being cast, which we know about, but he doesn't. Well, he has to be aware that it could be a Force Away, but if your opponent already played a spell for his turn, it's not like he has given away the information that he definitely has to have something.
He loots away the Mistfire Weaver.
That's a strong signal that you have pretty good cards at hand.
There you get a look at the Flying Crane technique that if he lives through to next turn, could be a factor.
Yeah, and suddenly this has become a lot more difficult for Yuya to play, but I'm still very sure that you want to spend that Force Away because if you can expect Lars to follow up with a non-creature spell, so it's almost like his creatures have vigilance. Yuya is, even if he's on 17, he kind of wants that Glacial Stalker gone anyway.
Right. So Lars is thinking about his attacks.
This is actually interesting. Is Lars still in his main phase, or is Yuya the one with priority and thinking about if he wants to allow Lars to attack? Because both of these are difficult decisions.
Yeah, that's.
Yep, and
now
Bear's Companion does look better than a 2/2 flyer. Actually, a card that started off a bit overrated. I think the fact that you soon realized what you could do with 5 mana in the format, but still, especially in Teamer, in a deck that has Force Away, for example, just play it, get a bear, bounce it with Force Away, trigger Ferocious. You just go off.
Yeah. So you're still thinking here about which card he wants to pitch to his loot, and also representing, like, he keeps making this shoving gesture, like, well, I'm going to attack you with everything next turn, maybe trying to scare Lars a little.
Not only does he want to make the most informed decision, but he also wants to make sure that his opponent knows that he has plans.
Right. So there you go. So the War Behemoth attacks 4. You get a token attacking for 1. Yuya falls to 12. And now we're going to see Crater's Claws probably taking out the Mystic of the Hidden Way here.
This is
right. He can do it for he can just spend 1 mana to kill the Mystic.
Yeah,
and that lets him play a Morph as well.
It is a X equals 0 Kratos Claw.
Yes.
But X plus 2 is still 2.
He's going to discard the Glacial Stalker because he drew an Efreet Weapon Master. So untap the guys, play a land, play the Efreet, face down, and okay, it's on you, Yuya.
Yeah, that was an incredible turn for Lars. Yuya would need to draw Barrage of Boulders here if he wants to win this turn.
That would be just enough, right? That would be
Yeah,
exactly 9.
Basically.
Does he have Rush of Boulders?
No, he doesn't. I just checked. How can you not have Barrage of Boulders?
I don't understand. So we're going to see a Scaldkin.
Yeah, the problem is Yuya knows that he's behind, facing off 2 active Ascendancies, but he doesn't know the last card in Lars' hand is, well, bad news. So the question is Yuya... Well, yeah, Yuya is more than dead because the attack by the 3 non-flock creatures give him 2 more goblins, and then you can cast Flying Crane Technique as an instant because it's not a sorcery.
Right, it's an instant, so you cast it after you've declared attackers, after your Mardu Ascendancy triggers have resolved.
So this is just absurd. You get to untap all your creatures, they get flying, double strike, and +1/+1. So you would need more than 1 Skullkin to stop this. Even the goblins are dealing 4 each. Yuya is trying to block the largest creature here.
Right, you see, untap all creatures. He gets to untap them twice.
Oh, I will loot as well. I just assume you're about to.
Yuya making sure that the Jesskai Ascendancy trigger resolves.
So I can block that guy.
So Yuya survives if Lars somehow forgets about the +1/+1 trigger of Jesskai Ascendancy, but he's just dead otherwise. So
now he says double strike, and once again we see you're reading a card. Okay.
Just making sure.
Yeah, just double checking the double strike. Yep, dead. Shows him the Efreet Weapon Master. That was his Morph.
There was a very interesting deck to make Flying Crane Technique work in an archetype that's not super aggressive.
Right.
That is the Flying Crane Technique Dead Drop deck. so that's great.
Okay, we got some more magic to bring you, but first we have a couple of messages.
Here, accessories from Ultra Pro. You can see the full array of card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios of your favorite Magic artwork at ultrapro.com.
Hump bigger game by playing in a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix include Baltimore, Milan, Denver, Manila, Omaha, and Shizuoka. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule.
All right, we're back. So you see an empty table there in the back. That is the result of a quick win by Kentaro Yamamoto over Shenhar, which brings Yamamoto up to 7-2 after 9 rounds, drops Shenhar to 5-3, and we are doing a live look in here at the match between William Jensen and Josh Utter-Layton. We see an Abzan Ascendancy. We see a lot of dice. This is still game one, folks. Oh, wow. We see active treason on Swarm of Bloodflies, but Feet of Resistance protects it from being stolen, ticks the counters on the Bloodflies up to 6.
I'm surprised that Josh is still in this. Look at how many permanents Huey Jensen has on his board. He needed to put the Abzan Ascendancy into the red zone just to fit all his permanents in there.
He's got 14 lands in play. That may be how he's still in the game.
But that means he still drew enough spells to have such a dominating board. It's just a lot of value when you look at the triple Mardu Skull Hunter, the Abzan Ascendancy, of course. Even Swarm of Bloodflies doing a great impression of a dragon here. This would be the time to go into Jesskai Ascendancy combo mode.
So, crippling chill from Josh Utter-Leyton. And he definitely goes into attack mode. I don't know what the life totals are here, but he's got 3 spells, and that's going to do it. Josh Utter-Leyton takes that game.
Casually, it seems.
What's that?
Casually
with quite some prowess. He had 3 spells that triggered that turn. Oh. Not quite storm count, but he's like, yep, I got this, I got this, I got this.
I'm going to beat your 25 permanents with a crippling chill and an active treason.
So game 1 in that match goes to Josh Utter-Leyton. Lars Dam, of course, on our main table, up a game over Yuya Watanabe. Yuji Ichiaawa and Owen Turtenwald, there you see on your left, they are just starting game 3. We'll take a live look at over there. And you see Forrest on both sides of the table. What does that matchup look like? Owen is playing sort of a light
He's the only Abzan drafter at pod 1. Huey has a black-red warrior deck splashing green, but Owen went for Abzan once he got I think a late Ivory Tusk Fortress in pack 1 and even the Siege Rhino that was opened at the table.
Ichiaawa is playing a Sultai deck that is lightly splashing some Temur.
Yeah, we saw that last round. Quite impressive with the Sultai Charm and the Master of the Way, all these value cards, double Death Frenzy as well.
Yeah. So, Morph from Owen and a Archer's Parapet from Ichiaawa.
Even though Owen is playing Abzan, he has a mana base that's heavily favoring forests and swamps.
And then you see Ichiaawa block the Morph, and Waken the Bear takes down the Parapet, and gets in fires 1 arrow before it goes, but big wall down for Ichiaawa. So he looks at his hand. And I think we're going to see a Sultai Scavenger here, maybe?
It's always interesting, this decision, if you want to cast the Scavenger as soon as you can, or if you wait longer, and it might actually only cost you 1 mana. But I think that Yuuki has multiple Delve cards in his hand, actually, and in his deck. So he knows that he's always going to be making use of cards in his graveyard.
There we see. It looks like some of my favorite cards in Owen's deck.
Yeah, his hand has Ivory Tusk Fortress, Scout the Borders.
Yeah, well, Scout the Borders is what I was talking about. I wasn't talking about Ivory Tusk Fortress. And,
surprisingly.
And a dead drop.
Yeah, dead drop, especially with the Scout the Borders. And this is a matchup where dead drop is huge because Yuuki is not playing 2-drops. He's playing, he's playing the Parapets, but he's not playing like the small creatures that you don't want to see when your opponent, when you want to dead drop your opponent.
Right. And he gives Owen the time to cast something like Scout the Borders without feeling like you're giving up too much.
Definitely.
So here you see Scout the Borders reveals Rakshasa's Secret, Shambling Attendants, Disowned Ancestor, and a Tri-Land and a Gain Land.
It's Nomad Outpost and Blossoming Sands.
Okay.
His mana looks to be fixed, so creatures seem to be more important here. The shambling attendants don't have the most synergy with death drop. On the other hand, you are going to find lands the longer the game goes, and 3/5 Death Touch is actually quite good in this format.
So, in comes the Scavenger, and plays an Alpine Grizzly.
Yuki's deck is funny in the sense that a card like Alpine Grizzly is great in a control deck if you just want to block, but if the option presents itself, he is going to also attack with it. He wouldn't mind doing that.
All right, we'll keep you updated on how this game plays out. We're going to go back to our main match between Magic Online champion Lars Dom and two-time Player of the Year Yuya Watanabe. And here we go. It's a mountain for Watanabe. We're underway here in Game 2. Shockingly, a dismal backwater for Lars Dom. How many gain lands is he playing in his deck?
I think it's 5. I don't know exactly. He has some tri-lands as well.
Okay.
So let me just count the non-basic lands. That's 8 non-basics.
Wow. So Smoke Teller comes down for Watanabe. He gets in for 2, plays a Morph. I believe that was a Snowhorn Rider.
And you see Watanabe's hand. He kept a hand without the forest. He top decked it just in time to start casting Smoke Teller, and is now curving out perfectly, which is where the 2-drops just give you a head start here. Also, if he's the first one to reach 5 mana, the Morph basically becomes unblockable, strategically speaking.
Yeah, so it is a Snowhorn Rider. Leaping Master and a second Smoke Teller come down. And all Lars can do is play a Morph.
Yeah, this is exactly the kind of decks that I like to play in this format. Just get onto the board, and if he has Awaken the Bears or Dragon Scale Boons,
he does have an Awaken the Bear in his
at
hand.
this stage, there's very little his opponent can do.
He has both in his hand. He also has the Dragon
I totally
Scale
didn't know
Boon.
that.
I know you did. That was very funny. So there you go. He's like, oh, Dragon Scale Boon, like make a little down payment on a 7/7 for later.
Done with the good response.
Okay. He's got the Monastery
of having
flock.
the flock here. So if Yuya had the 5th land, then even the flock wouldn't have been able to block very well. Actually, interesting. If maybe Awaken the Bear was the better pump spell to play there, just because of the flock.
Sure. And he saw the flock in Game 1.
And they know about all the morphs.
Right.
In
Right.
their,
They have full access to his deck list. So Jeering Instigator comes down.
Yeah. Sometimes you just have to.
But maybe he's aware of the Disdainful Stroke, and so he played around the Disdainful Stroke there, and now Awaken the Bear is not counterable by Disdainful Stroke.
Oh, very good point. Yes.
So Smoke Teller and Jeering Instigator tussle. The flock gets in front of the 4/4 Morph.
I like just saving your Smoke Teller here. You're dealing so much damage.
Right, because if you draw land next turn, you can unmorph the... Yeah, and that's exactly what Watanabe does. He is on the same page as you, Simon Gertzen.
It looks at first that you might want to pump your Morph, but that's already a huge threat. So keeping around all these 2/2s means that next turn, even if your opponent plays a blocker, you just attack with everything again. And then your opponent is so low on life that you don't mind losing one of your bears.
How low on life is he? He's at 3. So, a Morph from Dom, and he's dead on paper.
He has an uncastable Disdainful Stroke, and all the Ifrit Weapon Masters in the world aren't going to save you.
Yeah, there you go. Yuya Watanabe quickly evens things up against Lars Dom, and that was just, Rich in the pre-round talk was talking about 2-drops and why we keep talking about 2-drops.
This is why.
That's why. I mean, you're able to just, the Morphs. Yes, they're great, but you come out just a little bit ahead of them, and if you have any way to combat trick your opponent, you just keep them on their heels. So we're gonna go back and look at this match that we started watching a little bit of before between Ichiaawa and Turtenwald. This is Game 3, and Shambling Attendant is getting into a fight with a Morph, and it was. And Owen is, he's like, I got to get rid of that thing. I'm willing to two for one myself with an Awaken the Bear.
Yeah, and that's that shows us under how much pressure he is. His hand is great, but this is not the matchup he wants to be playing. He's the mid-rangey, somewhat control-ish Abzan deck, and his opponent is the crazy, two disdainful strokes after boarding, somehow still aggressive creatures, but incredible late game 4-color deck. Sultai splashing red.
So face up Ice Feather Haven from Ichiaawa, and that gets eaten along with the Alpine Grizzly. Huh.
I wouldn't be surprised if that face up Haven was exactly there to play around dead drop, to keep a 3/3 flyer rather than only a 2/2 flyer with summoning sickness.
So Siege Rhino is the follow-up there for Owen.
Yeah, the Siege Rhino almost
gets a Dismal Backwater.
Almost a time walk there.
So Master the Way seals the game for Yuki Ichiaawa.
So he's playing this deck as if it was the most normal KTK deck ever drafted. He's like, yeah, sure, now I have the Master the Way to race you with my control deck.
The Master the Way in my Sultai deck.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Yuki Ichiaawa goes to 5-4 after 9 rounds. Owen Turtenwald falls below 500 to 4-5. And now we're checking in on Game 2 between William Jensen, the Pro Tour Hall of Famer, and Josh Utter-Layton, who won't be eligible for the Hall of Fame for a couple more years still. And then you see he plays a Jesskai Wind Scout.
This looks somewhat similar to what we saw in Game 1 in the sense that Huey has an overwhelming board advantage, but is still not getting through too much damage.
Right, he's just nibbling away for 1.
And he will have to be careful that Josh is not somehow still getting out of this with some tricky spells. Well, I guess.
Well, he just got the last card out of
which
Josh's
wasn't even a
hand
spell
with his Skull Hunter.
If you have a 7-3 creature advantage in this format, there just aren't many cards that you can draw. Yeah, that's
you could draw a Monastery Swift Spear, but I mean that will trade with a Skull Hunter or eat a token.
It's very hard for a creature to have 0 impact in this format. It's just tough if you want it to be an aggressive option as well. Like if you are behind in life totals or on the board, there's very little ways, except for maybe Mystic of the Hidden Way, to just say I'm holding back with all my creatures, but I'm attacking with this one.
So the Morph gets flipped up. It's a Krumar Bondkin.
Yeah, so this game has now progressed from the mid game, and we're entering the later stages where both players are just trying to outdraw each other.
Right.
But Huey is definitely the one who is happier about this. The Scout can actually quite relevant because now double blocking the Alabaster Current is an option. Well.
He's like, oh, you like double blocks, I hear. All right, let's get in with everybody. So Josh lines things up.
Some blocks are really easy here. A Flock on Bellowing Saddlebrood. Sage Harrier gets to eat a 2/1. And then there are some blocks which you have to make that are definitely not as nice. Now the Skulkin is currently blocking Alabaster Kirin with 2 mana up.
I don't think he has any cards in
He had 0 last turn, so if the Skulkin is chump blocking, it should definitely be chump blocking something else.
Well, and maybe that's what he's thinking about as well. But he must be low enough. What's Josh's life total?
He's still swapping blockers around, realizing
Gonna assume he's at what, 7 here? Yeah, he is. I could see his.
Taking 5 from Krumar Bondkin was definitely not an option there.
Okay, we're back underway at our main table, though. We'll give you a report on how that's going. I think we're going to see a game 3 there. But right now we have a game 3 on hand here between Lars Dam and Yuya Watanabe. Lars Dam was on the play this game.
Looks to be, that seemed to be a difficult decision there.
But it looks like if he wanted 3 mana on turn 3...
Which is what you often want, especially in a deck with triple freed Weapon Master. I love the fact how this round in particular shows off the fact that you can play 2-color, you can play 2-color with a splash, you can play 3-color, but you can be even more greedy, and Lars and Yuuki are showing off how good these decks can be.
So, Morph on turn 3 from Lars Dam. And you see he's holding a Mardu Ascendancy, a Weave Fate, a Treasure Cruise, and a Wetland Sandbar.
And the Wetland Sandbar is what made his decision so complicated.
Sure, so he was thinking about playing that on turn 2, but wasn't sure he'd be able to make a play on turn 3 if he
didn't want to take the risk, especially because he knows that his opponent's deck is the one with more 2-drops, so it's more likely that he's going to be defensive anyway, so not it's not in his best interest to go for an aggressive game plan when all his tap lands might actually cost him.
Right. And he passes the turn here, no doubt thinking about a Weave Fate at the end of the turn to sort of smooth out his draws, maybe find a 5th land.
Yeah, and he's also representing maybe, he doesn't have the critical 5 mana yet, but he is representing to Yuya that if Yuya attacks, that there might be something that Yuya doesn't want to spend mana on this turn, like an exchange or a combat. That's not something that Yuya wants there.
Right, the Morph in play for Dom is an Inout tracker, as you can see.
Once again, Yuya is much more aggressive in his choice of spells in particular. Force Away, Dragon Skull Wound, just combat tricks, bounce, tempo plays. He also has a 6-drop and effectively a 5-drop on the battlefield in Snowhorn Rider. So his late game is looking good. This is, I think, how the team deck should look like. You just play a curve from 2 to 5, sometimes 6.
Right. And then just fill in wherever you need with Awaken the Bears and Dragon Scale Boons.
Yeah, and then if you come out faster than your opponent, which is very likely, you're going to be ahead. If you play a regular game of just curving out, you're in good shape. It's only if your opponent is doing things that are a lot more unfair than yours, right, like we saw with Jesskai Ascendancy and Mardu Ascendancy. But it does look like Mardu Ascendancy is not hitting the battlefield.
No,
game.
he pitched the Mardu Ascendancy to Tormenting Voice, and then played a 5th land, which came into play tapped, and then the Wetland Sandbar. That's been hanging out for a while.
I'm not a big fan of Lars casting Tormenting Voice here, because it is the critical turn 5 where he is really falling behind in tempo. Now, and he knows that he's facing all these combat tricks.
Is that which land is that for Yuya?
Rugged Highlands?
That is a Rugged Highlands. Okay, so Snowhorn Rider is engaged.
It's live.
Yeah. So there's nothing. There's no good block.
There's no block
here.
Exactly, and if you, even if you only play creatures, it just becomes more difficult for Yuya to make these kind of attacks.
I know this is going to be shocking to you here, Simon, based on the board we were looking at, but Josh Utter-Layton did win that game. Not very shocking at all.
No.
No. So William Jensen won that game. So those guys are tied up and going into game 3.
What was shocking was that Josh won game 1.
Yes, it was very shocking. So, and then the Snowhorn Rider unmorphs, gets in for, 9 damage there. And we see in a free Weapon Master, gives a little bonus to the Morph, and Lars just goes on the offensive.
which is what he's forced to do because his creatures can't really block. And that way he's still making use of the free trigger while having a blocker for Summit Prowler. Now, Yuya hasn't been forced to cast his pump spells yet. He also just drew into Arc Lightning.
Right, so he can Arc Lightning the Weapon Master, force away something else.
Yeah, or just force away the Weapon Master because he knows that he's winning with Dragon Scale Boon. He could actually just attack first. What is Lars going to do? Is he going to throw his Weapon Master into the fray and then lose it to Dragon Scale Boon?
Right.
The only question is really how aggressive Yuya wants to play this. If he bounces, he's threatening 9 points, bringing his opponent down to 5. So if he had 6 mana, I think he would just go for bounce, Dragon Scale Boon, next turn Arc Lightning you out. That's how close he is to winning.
He just Arc Lightnings the 2 creatures here. He gets the 2 for 1. And now I think we will see the force away.
That's clearly...
Yeah.
Well, I think, technically speaking, you do force away first.
Sure. Pitches Scaldkin, gets in for 9, and Lars is so far behind the 8 ball. He really needs a dead drop here.
That would be the card. And Lars is probably thinking to himself, let's see, 4/3 first strike, block Summit Prowler, that's great. Oh, I'm taking 5. So that's not an option. Blocking Snoring Rider, oh, I'm taking 6. That's not an option. So
it looks like he has Crater Claws, so he can kill the Snowhorn Rider and go to 1 on the next attack. He also has a Scoured Barons in hand, so he can go to 6, so he'd fall to 2.
Yeah, so I have to say that I like Dam's deck in the sense that how much power he packed into 40 cards, but the fact that he wants to be aggressive, but his deck is not all that aggressive, is really showing here. Yuya has weaker cards if you look at, let's say, Scaldkin or even Summit Prowler,
right.
But all his cards want to turn sideways, and that's what he's doing. And okay.
Yep.
So that block meant that Lars was...
So he played the free Weapons Master. He went to 6 from the land, but Yuya Watanabe had the Dragon Scale Boon for the unblocked creature, and Yuya Watanabe goes to 6 and 3.
He's battling back quite impressively, and I'm not surprised. That's basically what Yuya does.
Yes, absolutely. He's won this tournament before when it was called the Players' Championship in year 1, won the Player of the Year title that year, and he's in some great shape, depending on what his standard deck looks like.
I really want to understand this matchup between Josh Adelaton and Huey Jensen. To me, it always looked like the Black-White Warrior deck was so far ahead, and somehow Josh found a way to win game 1.
Yeah, that was absurd. We saw him basically, I guess he'd gotten out to an early start, and then was able to just, with a Jesskai Wind Scout, get 3 prowess triggers and a bonus from a Defiant Strike.
Yeah, but that had to be like the last turn where he could still win,
Yes.
because his opponent must have had 30 damage on the board.
There you get a look at the lifetime stats for William Jensen as we're underway here with a couple of basic lands. And a Tormenting Voice discarding Jesskai Ascendancy for Josh Utter-Layton, the 5-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor.
No 2-drop and no Swamp yet for Jensen.
Oh, no Swamp is a big deal. That green is a very, very light splash for Jensen. I believe he only has the 1 forest. He has 2 forests in his deck, and 1 Blossoming Sands as his green sources.
Yeah, because he does have he at least has 2 green cards in Abzan Ascendancy and Dune Blast, which the Abzan Ascendancy is definitely worth it. The Dune Blast is a bit weird in this format where everybody knows your deck list and you're actually back-white aggro.
Right. So Jesskai Wind Scout from Josh Utter-Layton, Morph from William Jensen, attack for 2, play another Morph, and a gain land for Josh Utter-Layton. And that is an Alabaster Kieran. There you see, Josh Utter-Layton, you see like a lot of tricks in his hand. He's got the Defiant Strike, he's got the Ride Down, he's got a Crippling Chill,
I really like this deck. It reminds me of Yuya's deck.
Oh, and then the Barrage of Boulders too.
Yeah, he has exactly the same setup. 2 drops, 3 drops, some morphs, and then the ways to punch through. So that the 2 drops actually matter. And I think that's kind of the key. When we are saying that 2 drops are important, it's 2 drops and ways to make them matter. And that's what you do if you are playing Defiant Strike, Write Down, Barrage of Boulders, Crippling Chill, all these kind of effects. And here, Alabaster Kirin is usually a card you don't want to see if you're playing aggro, but with prowess triggers and like Write Down effectively being one of the best removal spells you can have, that just changes things. It's not an easy block here for Jensen.
But he makes it. And he's maybe thinking it's a Defiant Strike or some sort of... Oh, look at this. He's going to Crippling Chill the Morph.
Yeah, and Defiant Strike here. And that way he's still holding on to his removal spells.
Right, and draws himself 2 cards deeper into his deck in the process. Smooths out his draw. Maybe finds a 5th land that he was looking for. And he does. In the Windscar.
We have to mention how much discipline it requires to discard the Jesskai Ascendancy to the Tormenting Voice.
Because imagine how good that Jesskai is. You see that sequence of plays, Crippling Chill, Defiant Strike. You have to be fantasizing about digging so much deeper into your deck with those
Josh
cards.
didn't want to have he didn't want to have any plays that endangered his board position. Right. He knows that the late game is not where he wants to be against Huey.
Right. And Huey has to take a turn here and cast Bitter Revelation.
No. Huey's deck is the one that is a bit more split between his aggro plan and the control plan.
Right. There you see he is holding the Doom Blast you were talking about. He also has an Abzan Ascendancy and a Mardu Skull Hunter, and he's going to add 2 cards into that mix.
Yeah, so he does need 7 lands to get to Doom Blast. The question is, if he doesn't take lands, he might be too slow for Doom Blast to matter. If he only takes lands, he might take too much damage, and then the recovery by Josh might be stronger than what he can muster.
It looks like he took no lands.
So, yeah, just spells. Oh, no, there's a Swamp.
There's a Swamp, okay.
So, he has Swamp, Abzan Ascendancy, maybe even just the Swarm of Bloodflies as a blocker for Jesskai Windscout. Not a 5-drop I'm a fan of because it's almost never going to change your position on the battlefield,
sure.
your situation.
So there's a Bloodfire Expert, there's a Leaping Master, and oh, by the way, everything's going to be unblockable next turn with a Barrage of Boulders.
This could actually just be one of these key double-digit life total attacks, or even a lethal one, depending on, it's kind of tough to combine Barrage of Boulders and Write Down because there won't be any blocking
really
creatures.
He can get in for 11 next turn just with the Barrage of Boulders.
And Jensen's on 12, so any other prowess trigger will do it. Take a look what Huey is working with. The Absent Ascendancy, not a tempo play here. Rush of Battle, effectively worthless. Swarm of Bloodflies, well, I just talked about it. You want to play a 2-mana 2/2 and not a 5-mana 2/2.
Right.
It is the play that Huey has to make here. He's also only 1 mana away from Doom Blasting, and getting Swarm of Bloodflies into play is the dream, right? So if he survives here, let's say on 1 life. Okay, I didn't do the math. If the Write Down attack is potentially stronger than the Barrage of Boulders, but if Josh doesn't have a lethal attack here, he has to make sure that he can follow it up against a potential Doom Blast.
The problem with the Write Down attack is you still get to block 1 thing. So,
given that he knows what Huey's deck is capable of, he has a good chance to beat the Dune Blast, but I think his chances of beating Dune Blast while Swarm of Bloodflies is in play is really complicated. So, if an attack by all his creatures allows him to Write Down the Swarm of Bloodflies,
Sure.
then I think he's hedging a lot better against a potential land Dune Blast turn by Huey.
And could Huey have the discipline to not put his Swarm of Bloodflies into battle here?
Yeah, if he, that's the point. If he survives exactly, that's what's going to happen. And sadly for Josh, his Morph is among the weaker creatures in the format. I think Sage Harrier is just not very impressive. So we see from the bottom to the top, with one prowess trigger, that's 3 + 2 + 4 + 2 points of damage, which is the 11 we talked about.
Yep.
And Ride Down is not lethal here.
Yeah, Ride Down's not lethal, and Barrage of Boulders isn't lethal.
So
and you can't get both of them to happen.
Barrage of Boulders, but you're welcome to block with the creature. That doesn't work.
So he just attacks with everybody.
So he is on the Ride Down.
He's on the Ride Down plan.
And that has to be because he respects the combo of Swarm of Bloodflies and Doom Blast. Now, Jensen is still a land away from actually casting the Doom Blast, but because he cast the Bitter Revelation, Josh knows that there is a good chance that Jensen has a plan for this for this board state. I would like to see a Death Frenzy as well. That would be...
Death Frenzy would be spectacular. Is William Jensen playing Death Frenzy? He is not.
No, he's a black-white warrior aggro deck. So that would probably be pushing it a little bit too far.
He's already playing the Doom Blast.
Which you can at least make a good case for.
It seemed to set Twitter aflame.
Oh, did it?
Oh yeah, people were like, I don't understand.
Oh,
How do you play this curve and Doom Blast?
I actually think that the Doom Blast in Jensen's deck is an easier decision than the End Hostilities in Chapen's deck.
Sure.
So, or the End Hostilities pick for Chapen's deck as it was at the time.
So it looks like we're just going to get the Morph.
Yeah, we're seeing the high level attack and the high level block. Jensen playing to his outs of finding a land for the Doom Blast.
So this Ride Down will drop Jensen to 1.
We might see Jensen just not find the land, and then you look at his graveyard with the 2 planes that he didn't take with a Bitter Revelation. But I think he might still have.
Well, he was gambling on the Swarm of Bloodflies there, I believe, right?
Did he take Doom Blast and Swarm, or did he take?
I think he took a land and Swarm.
So he actually took a land. If he saw 3 lands, then you don't take 2 lands.
So Ride Down drops Huey to 1 life.
Yeah, and we did the math on that before. Josh correctly.
There's the land.
Plays around Doom Blast by holding a creature in hand.
But Doom Blast takes out 4 creatures, which puts the Bloodflies up to 7.
Yep. Now it's going to be Jesskai Wind Scout trying to get there. And one good way of getting there is definitely to draw a non-creature spell.
Yeah, because he
still has the Barrage of Boulders.
So
the other card in his hand is only a tapped land, so that's not going to be relevant.
Okay, so Abzan Ascendancy comes down. Skull Hunter comes down.
The Ascendancy is great for...
Against the removal spell.
Exactly, which is actually not what Josh is on. So the Barrage of Boulders would still be the win if Josh had drawn a non-creature spell in either of the 2 last draw steps. I don't think that bluffing a spell with the Tranquil Cove is actually doing him much of a favor. Here he knows that, for example, he is dead against Bounce or Barrage of Boulders plus something else.
He's holding Russia Battle here, so he is going to...
Oh, he's definitely casting that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might just put the game out of reach for Josh. I do like the attack with the Bloodflies as well. You don't want this game to go any longer.
Gets in for 10 with the Bloodflies. Gets in for 5 with the Skull Hunter, and that's going to be... Yeah, he blocks that. Yeah, Josh was at 15. That was a lethal attack.
Yeah, the Swarm should get a counter from the Jesskai Wind Scout dying. And Josh has to concede.
Wow.
That was one of the closest games I've seen at the World Championships this
Wow,
year.
William Jensen draws exactly the land he needed at exactly the last possible moment for the Dune Blast.
And played accordingly.
Right. Oh my gosh. That was just, spectacular magic by William Jensen.
Also very well played by Josh.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
Who gave him the chance to mess up by blocking with Swarm of Bloodflies, which you could do if you are playing around something else. But Huey realized that he needs to find the land, he needs to Doom Blast, and what do you want to have him play if you Doom Blast? Swarm of Bloodflies.
Wow. So just to give you a recap of what happened in the feature match area this round, we had Kentaro Yamamoto defeat reigning world champion Shenhar. So Yamamoto goes to 7-2.
This might be his tournament.
This is a huge tournament for him. He's coming off of a big event.
Top four in Strasbourg.
GP Strasbourg. Also, for the Japanese fans out there, Yuki Ichiaawa took down Owen Turtenwald. He's 5-4, still alive. Owen Turtenwald 4-5 and in real kind of dire straits about having hopes for a top four here. We saw Yuya Watanabe. So three wins for the big Japanese players in this field.
Can we just say that the Japanese have figured out the format? We have 3 wins by Japanese players.
Yeah, and all their decks looked, they're all playing like these 3-color with a 4th color decks.
3 plus X, but still aggressive, and I think that's key.
But in the meantime, we have an interview lined up here with William Jensen. Talk a little bit about his Warriors deck splashing Dune Blast. Let's send it down to the floor and hear what he has to say.
Thanks, Brian. Rashad Miller here with Hall of Famer Huey Jensen. Now, we got a chance to watch you draft, and after the first pack, it looked like the seat you were in, you were struggling a little. Just tell us what you were thinking and how you felt after the first pack of your draft.
Yeah, I mean, look, I probably just didn't have my best draft. Like, that's just how it goes sometimes. My seat, whatever. It is what it is. I probably could have made some better decisions. I had a lot of black cards after the first pack, so I was looking to be either black-green or black-white. I do like to be 2 colors when I can. So after a couple packs I had, my white cards weren't even that great. I just happened to have more of them. So I thought I was going to be in a white-black deck, but then pack 3, pick 2, I got a Dune Blast. And I said, Dune Blast is a card that's just so good. If I would ever be any of those 2 colors, I'd play it as a 3rd, often as a 4th. It just allows you to have a card in your deck that almost always wins you the game when you cast it, which is a pretty good place to be, especially when the format's not that fast. I mean, like you saw against Josh, I got lucky there and was able to cast Dune Blast and ended up winning the game.
All right, so in most of your games, you've managed to get quite the board position going wide with your deck, even though your deck doesn't have a lot of the enablers that allow the black-white deck, some of the cards that are most used for that situation.
Well, like I have one drop, the guy that you give Death Touch, Hate Blade, I think it's called. Yeah. And then I have, like, game 2 against Josh, I played turn 1 Hate Blade, turn 2 War Shrieker, whatever it's called, turn 3 Horde Chief, turn 4 Bellowing Saddle Brute. So
the dream.
Yeah, the dream. So my deck is capable of getting draws like that, but more than likely I'll get some draws too that are 3 planes in a forest and struggle like the last game. So yeah, unfortunately, my mana's not perfect because I didn't know I was going to have the splash until pack 3, so I didn't prioritize mana fixing very high. I was able to get 1 dual land, but I'm 2-0 with the deck, so I feel pretty good about that.
All right, so that's William Jensen. He's going to 6-3 in this World Championship. I'm Rashad Miller, and we're going to send it back to the booth.
Thanks, Rashad. They're interesting to hear. You talked about, people were wondering about the Doom Blast pick on Twitter and on the Twitch chat, and then you hear, Jensen, he's like, well, if I'm a 2-color deck and I can play that as my 3rd color, I'm playing that card because when I play it, I win. And he's like, I'll even play it as a 4th color. So it gives you an idea of the power of Doom Blast. Sounds like we are ready to go back to the news desk. We have one more round of Khans of Tarkir draft action to watch. Simon and I will be bringing it to you, but we're going to send it back to the desk for now.
Make no mistake, Brian David Marshall, he loves his magic. No doubt about that whatsoever. You see him, they're gearing up for the next round. One more round to come. Simon in the booth with him. He'll be there getting ready. All right, welcome back to the news desk. No doubt about it, doing their homework ready for the final round. Simon Gertzen and Brian David Marshall there. So just going to give you a couple of results. Of course, we have 12 per round. I'm going to start talking to you about people who may be out the door. They'll still play their last rounds. They'll still try and get pro points. But top 4 is receding rapidly. 4, Ray Perez Jr. He is at 2-7, and the 7th loss, pretty much the best you can do is 50-50, 7-7, almost certainly not good enough. He lost to Li Shichan, who is barely alive at 3-6. Also barely alive at 3-6, Nam Sung-wook, your Grand Prix Melbourne champion for 2014 from South Korea. That is because Reed Duke is at 2-7. He is very, very unlikely now to be back in the final against Shenhar. Shenhar, meanwhile, your defending champion, well, he is up to he's at 6-3 right now. Kentaro Yamamoto defeated him to go to 7-2 this round. And Shenhar, I'm going to have to be ever so nice about him because he's just standing over there, which means that in a minute you're going to hear all about his draft in the company of Marshall Sutcliffe.
Hello, Marshall Sutcliffe here in the Tournament Center. I've got our defending champion at the World Championship, Shenhar. Shenhar, thanks for taking a minute to take a look at your draft. We're going to watch your Khans of Tarkir draft. So let's take a look at your opening pack here, Shenhar, and talk to us through real quick about what you're considering.
Okay, well, there is one card I'm considering here, and it's Murderous Cut. It's best uncommon in the format. Yeah, Murderous Cut. There's Aerostorm. That's, I guess, the next best card, but yeah, it's very clearly Murderous Cut.
So you slam Murderous Cut. Where do you want to go from there? Are you looking to be aggressive?
I like
mid-range?
black-white warriors, but I could also be Abzan or Sultai. Those are a black deck.
It's one of the best things about that card is that now you can go anywhere. So let's take a look at your second pick here.
Sure.
And what's under consideration here?
Okay.
I'll get out of the way because I have a feeling it might be on this end.
Yeah, Seeker is awesome. There's also Mardu Skull Hunter, Seeker, and I guess Mardu Hateblade. I get if you took a blue or a red card, you can maybe take Swiftwater Cliffs, depending how good that card is. But yeah, Seeker is just much better than Mardu Skull Hunter. I'm just going to take Seeker.
So after taking Seeker of the way, first picking a Murderous Cut, where do you want to go now? Are you starting to hone in a little bit more? Black-white tokens, that's where you want to be?
Yep.
All right, let's take a look at our next one and see what you find out of this pack. So what catches your eye here,
Yeah, like I said, I wanted to be black-white tokens, and here's a token card. I'm not going to take the Windscarred Crag because this is also a red card, and I'd rather just take a red card here. So I'm just going to take the Ponyback Brigade. It's awesome with the Rush of Battles and the Trumpet Blasts. Really powerful morph.
Yeah, one of the things we see about Ponyback Brigade as well is that it goes so well into the black-white base deck, which you've sort of set yourself up for.
Because you can just splash for it with like 2 lands.
Exactly. And not even take I risk on. Let's take a look at your next pack.
Well,
what do you like here, Shenhar? This one's a little worse than the others.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I had Murderous Cut, Seeker, and Ponyback, and so I guess it could still be like some sort of Abzan deck. So I decided to take the Blossoming Sands over the Krumar because I really don't like that card. And if I'm playing Abzan or Black-White Warriors, I'm just not a fan. I could pick it up something similar to that power level a little bit later.
So so this is actually a speculative pick for you then, because the Krumar Bonkin is pretty likely to make it in any warrior deck that you're going to run. But the Blossoming Sand says maybe I'll keep my options.
Yeah, I was staying a little bit open for Abzan there.
Okay, well let's take a look at your next pick and see if things change for you here. What catches your eye here? I see there's a Rush of Battle, a Skull Hunter, even a Bitter Revelation.
Yeah, Mardu Skull Hunter is what I took here. I think it's a very clear pick. Like Rush of Battle is a card you can pick up late if it's the archetype is open. And also you just need more tokens than just one Ponyback.
Sure. How many Rush of Battles would you run in one of these decks?
4, maybe more.
Okay, so you want quite a few of them, but you can pick them up later.
Exact deck, but maybe, probably over 4 in the perfect deck.
All right, so Mardu Skull Hunter filling out. Now you've got 2 quality 2-drops. You've got a removal spell and a solid morph plus a speculative
Ponyback
land.
and Blossoming Ends.
Yeah, so let's take a look at pick 6 here for you, Shenhar.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Bloodstained Maya that I'm looking at, a Scoured Barrens. If this was the black-white fetch land, I would have taken it because tap lands are worse than the fetch lands. But this is the enemy color that I'm in right now.
Scoured Barrens here?
I'm definitely going to be black-white, and I don't know if I'm red or green yet, so I just want to take the Scoured Barrens. It's going to make my deck regardless.
It's funny when these type of picks come up because I think people tend to think that these are about the same thing. It's just which colors do I want, but it doesn't actually play out that way.
No.
All right, so Scoured Barrens goes into your pile, and that brings us to pick 7 here.
Yeah.
What do you like out of this pack?
I'm black-white at this moment. Not sure what my third color is, but Mardu Hayblade is going to go in my warrior deck no matter what.
Sure, and it's nice little 1-drop for your deck. Good in the late game, good in the early game. It's just you really like that card, don't you?
It's really solid.
Yeah, I also noticed that it says warrior, so that could pop up later. Let's take a look at your 8th pick. So this is the last unknown pack that you've seen here. And do you get anything that you love out of this one?
Yeah, this is a really nice pickup for me, the Bloodfell Caves. It makes
you must have been happy to see that.
Yeah, it makes me think I can just be black-white and splash the pony back much easier if I'm getting these caves or like the Windscarred Crags pretty late. Not really sure what I'm doing right now, but I'm still black-white, probably red, not green.
All right, so what I wanted to do is, let's take a look at your pick 9 from this pack, because that's going to show us what came back to you of the pack that you opened. Anything here?
Nothing. I don't even know what I took.
Yeah.
Maybe Dreadmaw, sure.
There you go, whatever.
Yeah, 4/4.
All right, so let's take a look at the pack as a whole. So this is what ended up, so you took the Dreadmaw, but then I look here.
Right after the Dreadmaw, I get back a Hateblade, a Defiant Strike, and a Rush of Battle.
Jeez!
Yeah, so now I'm just like, okay, black-white is very open. The fact that I wield the Hateblade, it was awesome. Like, I just have 2 Hateblades now, Rush of Battle, Pony back, and a couple, like, removal spell, and 2 2-drops.
Yeah, and this is really nice too, right?
It's really nice
you pick up your pack, it's got 3 cards in it. One of them's a basic land,
like
and you pick a card that you're absolutely playing.
Great.
All right, let's take a look at your second pack as we move forward in your draft. Ooh, I see a good one over here, but there's other things floating around here. What's your thought process on this pack, Shenhar?
Yeah, I mean, there's a Chief of the Edge and a Siege Rhino, and I already had the Blossoming Sands, so I very easily could have taken the Siege Rhino and gotten black-white. But the way my black-white cards were looking, they were much better in an aggressive warrior deck and not like an Abzan deck. So I ended up taking the Chief of the Edge and passing the Siege Rhino.
How close is that for you?
It was very close.
Because this is one of the more powerful cards in the set, and you
Chief
could
is
probably
really
cast
awesome
it
in the black-white deck.
Yeah, that one's really powerful, and it seems to be a little more synergistic with what you're doing. I like that pick. Let's move on to the next one. Pack 2, pick 2 here, and it's not super exciting. What do you like here?
I took another 2-drop, not mediocre. He's a fine 2-drop in a Bonkin. There's a Rush of Battle, which I thought might be able to wheel now that I know that, one wheeled 3 cards in the pack. Bloodsin Mire maybe wheels, maybe someone wants to money draft for it. But
what about Disowned Ancestor? It is a warrior, it's a decent 1-drop. Is that the kind of card you want in this deck?
No, it's a lot better in the Abzan deck than it is in the warrior deck.
Where you can kind of grind it up?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at the next one here.
Yeah, this is a pretty easy pick.
Yeah.
I actually looked at Mardu Skull Hunter and I was very happy. And then the last card of the pack was Suspension Field.
You did the thing where you get to the end, and it was that?
It was Suspension Field. I was so happy. I was like, all right, there you go.
Wow, so that's
really
an easy
perfect
pick.
removal
Now,
spell.
So looking here, though, you've got a Mardu Skull Hunter and a Mardu Hateblade, which are 2 cards you're interested in. When you look at it, do you think you can wheel one of these?
Possibly.
Yeah.
It's possible, but it's also possible someone may have moved into either black or white, and because they saw them so late. But yeah, it's certainly possible. I was not the pack is not that great for it to come back, and it's a little late in the pack. So
okay, maybe a Defiant Strike. All right, let's take a look at your 4th pick here.
Yep.
I see over here there's a Mardu Charm. There's also a Kill Shot and Salt Road Patrol. Maybe not your
and
flavor
there's a
here.
Windscarred Crag.
And there's a Windscarred Crag, absolutely. Also a Hordling Outburst, which would go into your deck if you could cast it.
Yeah, it's really hard to cast that card in your black-white deck. Kill Shot is, again, a better Abzan card or a Jesskai card. Mardu Charm it was kind of a hedge because I wasn't really sure if I'm going to be solid black-white splash red or just Mardu straight up.
Right.
But I wanted to take the Mardu Charm there.
So
still just a little bit better.
Did you feel a little guilty when you passed the Windscarred Crag? Like maybe I shouldn't have done that?
I did, but
I mean, this is a really powerful spell. It's hard to blame you
is.
for taking that.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next one. And we've got some decent options here. Interesting to see a Mantis Rider floating around here, though it's not really in your range here.
I'm not even thinking of taking that.
Yeah, it's just kind of one of those ones where you're like, oh, Mantis Rider. But what are you looking at for your deck?
There's Scoured Barrens and a Ride Down after I just took the Mardu Charm.
Okay.
But Black-white is really the land that I want. I mean, the Windscarred Crag is also great, but I don't know. The ride down just seemed a little bit worse here than the Scoured Barrens, especially after I took a Mardu Charm. I don't want to keep taking red cards when I'm already black-white.
Right.
I want to stay like 3, 4 red cards maybe.
And this increases consistency of your deck
Yeah,
quite a bit.
definitely.
All right, let's take a look at the next pack. Pick 6 here. Here's another Windscarred
Another
Crag that
Crag.
we talked about. There's also a Sultai Scavenger over there.
The card's a warrior and it's a flyer.
Yeah.
And, just a really, really solid card in the black-white deck. I ended up taking the Sultai Scavenger, again, passing another Crag, but there's so many lands.
I know, there's so many choices for lands,
Yeah.
and you got that one really late, the Bloodfell
Yeah,
Caves
I did.
before. Let's take a look at your 7th pick here. And I see that there's a Student of Take-Up Arms and a Hate Blade, even a Karu Bloodsucker. What do you like out of this pack?
So when you know that Rush of Battle is coming 3 cards in the pack, you're just going to take the Take-Up Arms.
Yeah,
It's just like
that's the
perfect
combo,
card.
right?
Yeah, that or Ponyback Brigade is the combo.
Yeah. So a nice pickup for you there. Also gives you a little bit more top end. You don't
Yeah,
have a lot of 5 drops.
And I
at
have the
this point.
Chief of the Edge already.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a nice pickup.
Yeah.
All right. And here's your last pick from pick 2.
Again, I get the Bloodfell Caves.
They're just floating around the table for you.
I'll take them.
So that's nice. Let's see what you wheeled out of this pack. This would be the 9th pick from pack 2. And again, there's lands just floating around here. But
At this
what do you
point,
like
I
here?
felt a little bit silly taking the Blossoming Sands after passing the Siege Rhino. But I was like, maybe I get Doom Blast.
Sure.
Maybe decide to splash for it after, depending on the matchup. So
Okay.
I ended up taking the
All right,
Blossoming
let's take a look at
Sands.
your pack overall. So the Sands, you got a Tracker, a Defiant Strike.
Yeah. And another, I
There's
got
that
the
Windscarred
Crag back,
Crag.
which was awesome. And the Canyon Lurkers, which is not great, but it's a morph if you need them.
Sure. Decent little curve filler
Yeah.
there. All right, so let's take a look at your last pack now. First off, though, how are you feeling coming in this last one? This deck looks good to me.
Really good.
Yeah.
I mean, all these cards are coming back. Like, I'm just getting solid cards every pick, even when I'm wheeling good cards too. So, yeah, I'm feeling great about
All right, now what
my
about
black
here?
white deck.
I see there's a Nomad Outpost here. There's a Rush of Battle. This pack doesn't look great, but that Outpost had to catch your eye.
Yeah, at this point, I had 2 Bloodfell Caves, 2 Scoured Barrens, and a Windscarred Crag. So I had 5
you were
lands.
actually well set.
Yeah, I had 5 lands, and I didn't really think I needed the Nomad Outpost.
Crazy.
After I took the Take-Up Arms, I just wanted to make sure I get the Rush of Battle.
Okay.
At least 2.
All right, let's look at the next pack here. And what about this one?
Yeah, I mean...
Leaping? I mean, you're probably not going to play a card like that. Maybe
But
another
again, the
Bloodfell
Bloodfell Caves, I didn't even think I need it, and it's
Yeah.
probably just wheeling the way the draft has been going on.
Yeah.
Like,
So you actually ended up over here.
yeah, I ended up taking the 1,000 wins because, as you see, like the Bloodfell Caves might just wheel. I don't want the Bitter Revelation.
Right.
And 1,000 win is like a card I can actually lose to when I'm Rush of Battling.
Crazy. You're
yeah,
hate
just
drafting your
hate picked
second
it.
picks. Must
Yeah,
be nice.
my
All
deck
right,
is-
next one. Let's move right through these here.
This was an
Mardu
interesting pick.
Ascendancy. There's a Mardu Hate Blade, a Chief of the Scale. Wow, this pack looks good.
Yeah,
for
this
you.
pack was awesome.
Highspire Mantis.
Yeah.
What did you take here?
So I ended up taking the Mantis.
The Mantis, the
yes,
red card.
And I'll explain why. The Mantis was the pick, and it was between Chief and I guess just Chief and Mantis.
Okay.
But I decided to take the Mantis because I was thinking that one of these was going to come back, and I wanted to guarantee that. And so that means I'm going to have, and I thought there was only one Mardu, other Mardu, or even just black-white warrior drafter. So if I take like this, for example, then a Jesskai player can take the Highspire Mantis,
Right.
and then the other Mardu deck can play this guy, and then I don't get anything. I mean, I can still get the Scavenger, but
Okay, so you went for
so
the
I took
Mantis.
the Mantis and then was hoping to get the Mardu or Sultai, maybe even the Chief.
All right.
If it was the Chief of the Edge, I would have taken that Chief though.
Yeah, because
It's
you
still
wanted
better.
the power bump. All right, let's move right through these here. What do you take out of this pack, Shenhar? Another Ponyback?
Ponyback Brigade. It's only my second one.
Yeah.
And I have 2 Rush of Battles. So,
Right.
Yeah.
So your next pick
Simple.
is?
Yeah, there's
Maybe
Ponyback
another
Brigade,
one? Oh, but there's a
also a
Crackling
Crackling Doom, and I have 5 lands already, so I can definitely cast it. So I just
That
take
seems
the Crackling
that
Doom.
seems really solid. And
Yeah.
again, you got to be just super happy at this
Yeah.
point. And our next pick is
Timely Hordemate over the Ponyback Brigade.
Now, why did you take that? This Ponyback Brigade makes 4 creatures out of 1 here, and you've got multiple Rush of Battles.
It does, but Timely Hordemate is also like you can just freely attack and trade, and you have 2 Hate Blades.
All right. Here's another Rush of Battle, or a Feat of Resistance,
And a Mardu
or a Mardu Charm. So what did you take here?
I took the Feat of Resistance here because I didn't have like a lot of instant speed tricks.
You
and-
wanted tricks?
Right, and the Mardu Charm costs 3, so it's not necessarily a trick on turn 3.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, next one. This is your last pick
Yeah,
of the
and
pack.
of course I take the
Another
Rush of Battle here.
And then the
Very
ninth
happy
one.
with that.
Wow, this is just coming right together for you, Shahar. So let's take a look at the next pick here. which is
Disown Ancestor.
But you're not that excited about that. And we can take a look at your whole pack here before we let you go, Shenhar. And this looks beautiful.
Yeah, and you see here I got back the Mardu Ascendancy.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Wow. So great draft for you, Shenhar. It
Yeah.
really came together. You had to be super happy with that
I was.
deck. Yeah.
Still am.
You still are? Yeah, you still got one more round.
Yeah.
All right, well, for Shenhar, Marshall Sutcliffe signing off from the Tournament Center.
Thank you so much to Shenhar for giving us his time. He's just about to play around because the players are ready for this next round. And in this final round of Khans of Tarkir draft, we're going to focus on two players who may not win the World Championship, but could sweep one of the toughest draft pods they've ever been in their lives. We have Li Shichan of Hong Kong at 3 and 6, trying to get past Jeremy Dezani at 3 and 6. If Li wins, he will 3-0 his Khans of Tarkir pod. Palavida Dama de Rosa is at 4 and 5. He is the opponent of Jacob Wilson of Canada at 4 and 5, and Wilson can 3-0 his Khans of Tarkir draft pod with a win over the 9-time Pro Tour top 8er. We'll also have Yuya Watanabi and Stanislav Sivka and Patrick Chapen. We can't get him out of the feature match area, of course we can't. He's against Kentaro Yamamoto. It's time for the last time here at the World Championship to head on down for Khans of Tarkir draft action at the World Championship.
We've got one round to go here in Khans of Tarkir Limited. Brian David Marshall here with Simon Gertzen. We're going to watch a couple guys trying to sweep their draft pod, and we are ready to go down to the floor and let them get down to the business of doing that. Hello and welcome to round 10 of the World Championships. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm joined by Pro Tour champion Simon Gertzen, and we are watching a couple of players trying to sweep their draft pod. Let's see who they are.
Hey, I'm Jacob Wilson from Canada, and I qualified at large pro points.
Hi, my name is Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa. I'm from Brazil, and I'm the second pro points slot for Latin America.
I think Paulo buried the lead there. You know, Pro Tour Hall of Famer, 9-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor. There you see Jacob Wilson, just, you know, the youngest player in this field and really one of the promising faces of the Pro Tour right now.
It's surprising to me that Shenhar is suddenly not considered the youngest anymore.
So Jacob Wilson and Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa both at 4 and 5, but you know, really battling back here in Khans of Tarkir draft. They're both 2-0, and one of these players is going to be 3-0. What's their draft look like? What are we seeing here?
PV really executed the draft strategy that the cabin crew team developed for the Pro Tour.
So that's a green-blue
tempo,
yeah.
This time splashing red, but really just a very low amount of red spells. The fact that PV has a mountain in his hand is fortunate that he is only running 3. So the game plan is going to be 2 drops, 3 drops, lots of tricky cards, even 2 raw of challenge to punch through the final points. And yeah, you see how aggressive his deck is.
So Highland Game attacks pass on Einok Bonkin, it's followed up by a Smoke Teller, and if you know, and Jacob has to take a turn off to get his Bonkin up to a 3-2 first striker.
Yeah, you would think that Einok Bonkin is a good card to stop this aggression, but the problem is, as you've said, if you spend 2 turns just to get it ready, and then you pass with a 3-2 first striker up, what do you do if your opponent still attacks? He's basically telling you, well, if you block, I'm going to blow you out with something, or if you pass the turn, I'm going to bring low your creature first.
Right. So here you see Paulo, he's able to attack for 4, play a Morph, you know, develop his mana.
And the Morph, if PV drops land number 5 as well, will definitely not be intimidated by a 3/2 first striker.
Right.
So even if the 2-drops have to stay home.
You see the Morph as a Glacial Stalker.
Something to note about Jacob Wilson's deck is that he's not, in fact, a white-green deck. he wants to have plains and swamps in play, but his mana base is not perfect here. He's also splashing a Ponyback Brigade, but his main goal is to get plains first, then swamps, and then green sources if to cast cards like Abzan Charm and Offensa the Foremost are his splash cards to really get the most power into his deck.
And when with Jacob Wilson passing the turn with mana up, it's Paulo is thinking about his attack here.
Yeah, the cards you have to keep in mind at all times is Kill Shot and Feet of Resistance.
Yeah, he just passes the turn.
Feet of Resistance is quite scary. So I like the fact that PV knows that there is a big danger in getting out-tempoed here if you're too aggressive with your attacks. If he unmorphs a large creature here, Glacial Stalker definitely counts, then his Temur Charm is live. And Temur Charm could be the deciding spell here. It's actually PV is on a spell light hand, but Temur Charm now gives him the option to fight with the Bond Kid or any creature really.
Right. Then you see an unyielding Krumar has joined the team for Jacob Wilson.
And that does mean that that PV's 2-drops are not going to be doing much for him right now, but the first 6 damage have been dealt. And any Roar of Challenge or Barrage of Boulders is then another 4 damage that these 2-drops will deal. So you basically get half your opponent's life total out of it.
Right.
It's not clear what PV should do here with the Temur Charm.
So what happens if he attacks with the Glacial Stalker here? Is Jacob going to put 2 creatures in front of it?
No, I don't think so. I with only a Plains up, even Defiant Strike wouldn't give him enough first strike damage. And with the Unyielding Krumar, as soon as he has 2 mana up, he can actually give first strike as well. So anything that's less than 7 toughness is dying to the first strike.
So he gets in with the Glacial Stalker, advances his board, and he could falter next turn with the Temur Charm.
That's an
and
aggressive
he does do the double block.
Yeah, and, that's actually not the exchange that Paulo was looking for here.
Right. So Paulo sacrifices this Highland game to fight.
It's very possible that we see this block because Jacob knows what PV is working with. But there, for example, there is an Awaken the Bear in PV's deck. The argument maybe being that Awaken the Bear would have led to more aggressive attacks early on in the game. Also, you can't just play scared of your opponent's spells all the time because you're also losing the game that way.
Yeah, I mean, Paulo, killed both of Jacob's creatures, but, it came at some cost to him. So there you see Suspension Field takes out the Glacial Stalker, and is that it's Chief of the Edge?
Yes, so now he has another blocker. He's behind on this board, so really wants to stem the bleeding here. Relentless attacks by Paulo. That's actually a pretty nice 5 damage here. Usually, Canyon Lurker's not a card you're thrilled to have, but with 2 Roar of Challenge, it's actually a very good card in his deck.
Right. So there you see a little bit of a trade. Oh, and then a dead drop for Jacob Wilson to mop up Paulo's board, and he's out of cards.
Yeah, that was very well prepared by Jacob, who now has the Swarm of Bloodflies. This actually does remind me of Huey Jensen's deck in a way. The dead drop not quite being Doom Blast, but a very similar course of action here.
So Swarm of Bloodflies, Mardu, Hateblade. There you see I think that was a kill shot?
Smite the Monster.
Oh, that was Smite, okay.
It might actually be more powerful in this matchup. Yeah, it just kill the Pinewalker when it comes down, or maybe even respond to an Unmorph or even Roar of Challenge. Oh, there's a timely Hordemate. So now attacking is definitely what Jacob wants to do. He's also on exactly 8 mana, so he can cast the Hordemate and keep open the Smite the Monstrous.
I have a result from the back table. This match is going to be covered by the text reporter, so you will be able to read about it. Patrick Chapen is down 1 game to Kentaro Yamamoto. You talked about that blue-green tempo deck that earlier. Yamamoto has a great version of that deck, and he took a very quick game against Patrick Chapen.
If you want to be 2-color, black, white, and blue-green are the 2 best colors, I think, to do that. I like this attack because it doesn't commit Jacob to spend the black mana, which he doesn't want to, and he also is keeping just the Hate Blade on defense, which is enough to trade with a Pine Walker, which is the morph that PV has.
There you get a look at Paulo, the Hall of Famer, 9-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor, which is just so ridiculous. There's Jacob Wilson, a Grand Prix champion, a Pro Tour top 8 competitor.
Jacob Wilson is in an interesting spot here because he wants to force trades. He wants to grow his swarm of bloodflies. He also wants to continue to develop his board. On the other hand, he is the one on 9 life points, so
yes.
Can't just be overly aggressive.
So, Timely Hordemate has nothing to. He's there on time, but there's no one waiting for him because everything was exiled due to dead drop.
That's because of dead drop, exactly.
Yeah. There you get a look at the Hordemate.
Paulo's start has not really worked out. The Timur Charm play was alright because you still traded 2 cards for 2 of your opponents. But if that had been just any other combat trick, you would have just completely blown out the block by Jacob. Well, especially if you have
imagine if it's a Bring Low.
Yeah, Bring Low, Awaken the Bear, pretty much do the same thing there. And yeah, then I can't see Paulo losing. And now he has hit this Pocket of Lands, which is definitely a problem. Block, Unmorph, Smite.
Yeah. So here comes sink 5 mana into the Pine Walker here. And then I think that's gonna get smote. There you go. Pine Walker untaps, Smite the Monstrous. Just does what it does. Tick the Swarm of Bloodflies up 1. It is not smitten. I have Rashad Miller in my ear. I think it's smote.
Ooh, Anafenza, the foremost. And another land for PV. So that was just not a fair fight there.
Jacob Wilson's dead drop, like you said, doing the same job that we saw Dune Blast doing in Jensen's deck.
Also, it did catch Paulo unaware.
Yeah. So we'll be back with more action here in the last round of draft after these messages.
Have you ever dreamt of drafting the greatest hits of Magic? The all-new Legacy Cube is available on Magic Online until December 10th. Download Magic Online at www.mtgo.com and live the dream. Start on your road to the Pro Tour in Vancouver next July by playing in a preliminary Pro Tour qualifier. With more than 2,000 WPN locations running events, you're sure to find one near you. Visit magic.wizards.com/pptq for schedules and information.
All right, we are back. This is round 10. It is the last round of Khans of Tarkir, which means we are getting very close to seeing what these players brought to the tables for Standard. But in the meantime, we have one more round of Khans of Tarkir to go. There you see our main table between Jacob Wilson and Paulo Vitor Damarosa as they look to sweep their draft pods and keep their hopes alive here in the tournament as they sideboard for the next game. On the back table there you see Patrick Chapen, who is 8-1 and leads the field, being hunted down by Kentaro Yamamoto at 7-2. Yamamoto has a very, very aggressive blue-green deck, and he is up 1-0 over Chapen.
Yeah, we are seeing some of the best possible decks in the format basically unfold here, especially when it comes to aggression, 2-color aggression, or just really the dedicated clan decks, 3-color clan decks.
Right. Yeah, Yamamoto does have a tiny bit of red in his deck. There you see Scaldkin, and clearly some of that is to activate that.
Yeah, we actually saw a very interesting exchange here because Yamamoto attacks with his 2/2 Skullkid into a 3/3 Mantis Rider, and Patrick Chapen doesn't even think about blocking.
Yeah, no, it was like, yeah, okay, pick up my pen.
So the interesting bit is that because Dragon Scale Boon untaps, even attacking is not safe anymore. So are you just going to allow your Mantis Rider to be turned off from being used offensively and defensively just because you know your opponent has a trick?
Two Dragon Scale Boons in Yamamoto's deck. And Patrick, obviously fully aware of them. They have deck lists. So he plays a Bloodfire Mentor, ticks up his Salt Road Patrol.
Yeah, and he has a 5 toughness creature now, so he doesn't need to worry about using Salt Road Patrol as a blocker.
Yeah.
I like the Dragon Skull Boon end of turn here. Patrick knows about it anyway, and that way Yamamoto frees up his mana for more spells, because falling behind on board here is not something that you can afford to.
Right. And by the way, I mean, Yamamoto just wants to get his creatures down. He has 2 copies of Incremental Growth in his deck.
That makes the 2 Highland games in his hand a lot better if he manages to pump them up.
So it looks like he might be playing. So yep, Patrick pounds his chest. Take 4. Here comes a Morph. And that's a Woolly Loxodon and a Highland game.
Yamamoto's deck, looking at his deck list, it really looks like a draft deck from another format.
Yes, I agree.
It looks like a core set where there's a good aggressive blue-green deck.
What was the set that Incremental Growth was in the first place?
We are talking about Shadowmoor?
Yeah, maybe like a Shadow. No, not quite like a Shadowmoor deck.
That would just be monocolored.
Yeah.
Monocolored gold cards.
But yes, there's very, very, just you don't look at decks and see all the cards, all the tick marks in the played column in 2 columns only.
He's playing 16 green cards, and that's not counting gold cards.
Right.
He has almost 2 of every important common in his deck. He's even playing 3 Alpine Grizzly, 2 Woolly Loxodon, 2 Highland Game, 2 Dragon Scale Boon, 2 Incremental Growth, 2 Kintui Warden, and 3 Alpine Grizzly. That nobody else must have wanted at least the aggressive green cards.
Right. And again, he came into the tournament into the day today with 2 losses. So is he looking to, or was he X and 1? No, he was X and 2. So
yes,
yeah, he's looking to run the table here in draft. So here we see Patrick using his Bloodfire Mentor,
which he desperately needs because he has drawn some excess lands. Also, the War Behemoth not really doing much. He does need to draw into his more powerful spells.
Yeah, we'll keep people updated on what's going on in that match. In the meantime, we're going to keep an eye on our feature match. Remember, the Chapen match we just talked about is being covered by text reporter extraordinaire Josh Bennett, so you'll be able to read all about that on dailymtg.com on the coverage page. And there is a smoke teller from Paulo Vitor Damarosa to lead things off against Jacob Wilson.
PV a bit late there, drawing his Thornwood Falls so that he couldn't play it on turn 1. Not positive that actually costs him. Oh yeah, he could be playing a Pine Walker or a Cancel or a Crippling Chill, so that's a huge tempo swing.
And there is Anafenza the Foremost.
I take that back. Cancel was actually not castable without double blue. Wouldn't even have been castable. But now you are facing an Anafenza. You probably want to Crippling Chill that at some point. Maybe at the point where it would be putting a +1/+1 counter on another tapped creature your opponent has. I could actually see...
Paulo wants to draw a land
just
here.
cycling through, because that raises your chances of just going Pine Walker next turn, and then you just hope that it holds.
There is a pony back brigade for Jacob Wilson, and it looks like is he able to actually have the...
He does have the Nomad Outpost already,
Yeah, so that's-
which means he's still lacking a Swamp, but he's much closer to that than if he hadn't drawn this one of his few red sources there.
Okay, we just play a face-up Pine Walker.
Yeah, that means that PV basically got there, unless the Pine Walker is being destroyed here, because then Jacob is just attacking for 7. We see Anafenza being played in Standard now in the more aggressive Abzan decks, and there you have 2-drops of the likes of Rakshasa, Death Dealer, and Fleece mainline, but even just pumping up a Morph is huge.
Oh, and Utter End takes down the Pine Walker, and Jacob Wilson's able to attack for 7 with the ability from Anafenza the Foremost, putting a counter on the Morph. There you get a look at Utter End.
This line makes it so difficult for PV to use his tempo cards, Water Roll, Roar of Challenge, almost doing nothing here. And the more of an advantage Jacob gets from his Anafenza, the tougher it becomes to really muster a defense. I think Water Roll is probably...
He's like, what do you got under there? I'm going to use my smoke counter ability.
Yeah, so now he knows that if Jacob draws a Swamp, he's in real trouble. If Jacob doesn't find the Swamp for a couple of turns, there might be a way out of this by drawing into an untapped land and going for the Water Roll to buy yourself some time. Jacob is putting Rush of Battle to the front of his hand. He has a lot of cards that he can't really use effectively. You don't want to kill shot, and you don't want to suspend. Well, you can't suspension field right now. Abzan Charm is another huge card in his hand. Could actually be used as a combat trick if necessary. I think that's more likely than a removal spell at this stage.
But I mean, keep in mind, Jacob, as it is attacking for 8 here.
Yeah, which is going to put Paulo down to 6 already, and then if Paulo goes for anything, which it could be Roar of Challenge, it could be just trying to hold back and unmorph a Snowhorn Rider, then Abzan Charm is just going to punish him. Oh, I was going to say he needs an untapped land, but he top-decked into Surak Dragonclaw, if I saw that correctly. So that's an impressive card. It does die to Abzan Charm, though.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
It is really unfortunate. It is the point in the game where you're hoping that your opponent has only maybe a kill shot or 2 in hand. What do you do here? If you expose the Surak, it's not much better than exposing your morphed Snowhorn Rider. There's an argument, though, that you try to block with the Surak, and if Jason exiles it with Abzan Charm, you do have the double block on Anafenza, maybe. It doesn't feel good, but
no,
I don't see how you can win if Anafenza is just allowed to go unchecked here.
Oh, but Paulo actually just says he's going to go on the offensive here.
Even allowing his opponent to use his mana here.
And yep, and gets a kill, draws a kill shot out.
I don't think that's how you're going to win the game. I mean, being on 6, you know that you're going to force into a defensive position.
Right.
So you have to hope that your Snowhorn Rider holds up now. I think there's a chance. PV knows how good his opponent is. Well, that has been true basically this whole World Championships. But so there's a chance that if Jacob has nothing, that he respects the Snowhorn Rider, doesn't attack, which gives PV the opening to Surak. And then he could actually be attacking for the win. But because there is
Surak.
Yeah, because there is the attack, PV has to know that Jacob is definitely holding action here.
And Abzan Charm on Surak just throw his Morph away.
So PV's line here was basically accepting the fact that you would not be able to win against that.
Jacob Wilson takes it in 2 quick games. He goes undefeated in this draft pod. He goes to 5-5 after 10 rounds, and maybe has a fighting chance of making top 4. He can sweep 4 rounds of standard down the back end of today. Certainly, there was some talk that maybe even an X-5 record would X and 6 record would be enough. Here we go. We're taking a look at Watanabe versus Sifka. So Pro Tour champion versus 2-time Player of the Year.
Both of these are fans of the more aggressive 2-color decks. The Dazzling Ramparts here stands out a bit as more of a controlling card. I'm a huge fan of Alabaster Kirin, but I've also seen all the tricks in Yuya's deck.
That Dazzling Ramparts is main deck for Sifka.
It's sometimes you just need another playable card, and that's definitely a good one today. I like it better than, for example, the Salt World Control that's in his sideboard.
And he's straight white-black here?
Yes, 9 plates, 8 swarms, 0 non-basics. But also 0 gold cards. So this is just basically a regular 2-color deck. No clan action.
And Watanabe, as we've seen, is playing Teamer, and he's got a little splash of black for. Well, he just has a.
No, he's just.
No, he's just 3-color.
The 5/3 Bloodfire Expert does need 2 prowess triggers to get through the Dazzling Rampart. So as is often the case, it's actually better to block with your 07 rather than to activate it. I have to say, Sifka's deck looks really, really good. If somebody had asked me, who do you expect to go 3-0 in VMA and 0-4 in Modern? Stanislav Sifka would have been very low on my list. But it looks like he's really put in the time into preparing for draft as well. Really figuring out the format. He's undefeated and limited.
Did he go 0-4 in Modern?
Yep. I asked him how he was doing this morning, and he said, well, I went 0-4 in Modern. I went 0-4 in Modern, so I'm not happy about that. But
wow, what was he playing in Modern?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe the same deck Floch was playing on Delve as well.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Yeah, they did prepare together, playing the same 75. But so he did in a sense play Floch's deck that he was successful with in Madrid. Let's take a look at Watanabe's hand, which has Burn Away and Active Treason. So the long thinking pause there definitely didn't mean that he was on nothing, but that he really had to consider, how do I find the attack here? How do I find the line that gets me closest to winning? Could see a defensive Burn Away to not take 3 damage from the Sultai Scavenger, but how do you win with Active Treason against the Dazzling Ramparts in particular? It's just difficult. If this was, let's say, a 3/5 blocker instead, then you could grab it with Active Treason, taking a blocker from your opponent and attacking with it. The way this is going, it's much more likely that Yuya has to play things more defensively than he would like with his hand, especially with Active Treason in hand.
So a second Sultai Scavenger comes down for
I think
Sifka.
I think Sifka just played around Burn Away with he played the Sultai Scavenger as soon as possible because he against a 5/3 Bloodfire Expert and a 4/3 Summit Prowler.
So yep, taps the Bloodfire Expert. Now it looks like we drew something here. It's a Hooting Mandrills.
I'm a huge fan of the Delve cards in this format, and This might just be the small sample size. Oh, there was active treason and the concession.
Wow.
To me, it seems like the Japanese pick the Delve cards a bit higher, but Sivka, who is 2-0 in this draft, also has shown us 2 Sultai Scavengers. And I don't think it's a surprise that these are also the successful decks that we see at the top tables.
So Watanabe and Sivka are tied at a game apiece here. And what is the score in the Jeremy Dizani Li Shijian match going on at the last table here? Hey. Okay, so I know that the life totals are 4 for Dizani and 2 for Li Shijian. I'm assuming this is not game 1, but I'm not certain. Okay, you can see Dizani there in the look-in screen. Okay, Jeremy Dizani's up 1-0 on Li Shijian. What does this matchup look like?
Yeah, I've had a chance to look at the deck list, and Jeremy Dizani is on pretty much straight Jesskai with a little bit more white cards, but also multiple gold cards. Doesn't have the Flying Crane technique, but a Freed Weapon Master, High Spiral Mantis, Master the Way, and Narset Enlightened Master.
Ooh.
It's a spicy card.
One of the corner case things you don't always see in this format, but a debilitating injury on a creature that it doesn't kill.
I think that's actually a very underrated line.
Yeah, absolutely. So you have a 1/1 High Spire Mantis, and with no air defense in sight for Li Shijian, he just buys himself a lot of time there.
You need 3 times as many turns to deal the same amount of damage. So, as you can see, Li Shijian is on Abzan. It's interesting that he has mostly swamps there, which are the land that he plays the most of. His white splash is so small that he has... Okay.
So Jeremy Dizani takes game 2 there, and he wins. So our matches, we have Jacob Wilson took down Paulo Vitor Damarosa. Kentaro Yamamoto took down Patrick Chapen. Dizani has taken down Li Shijian, and now we have a game 3 lined up for you between Pro Tour champion Stanislav Sivka and 2-time Player of the Year Yuya Watanabe.
Yeah, and that win by Yuya Watanabe was great. When Stanislav Sivka played his second Sultai Scavenger, Yuya had to use the Burn Away on one of them, but then drew the Windstorm, and Stanislav Sivka just lost his flying army,
right.
And the red creatures by Yuya were just too much for him to handle.
Yeah, took down another Scavenger and a Alabaster Kirin.
Yeah.
So...
would have only been sweeter if he had taken down 3 creatures.
Well, he still would have had the Burn Away then, too. So Einak Bonkin is the first play from Stanislav Sivka. Sivka is straight black-white. Yuya Watanabe is teamer. Kind of pretty much a just head-on teamer here with, multiple cards in each color, a 6/4/5 mana base with two gain lands.
We might see an Arc Lightning here. Oh, is he thinking about this? Does he want to delay the Arc Lightning?
You can't think about an Arc Lightning.
It did take him a while to figure out which land to play there. Okay, Sivka does get 2 life out of the deal.
So he reveals Alabaster Kirin to unmorph Watcher of the Roost and gain 2 life.
He's already drawn 5 or 6 lands and has been 2 for 1 by Arc Lightning. So if he has 1 spell left and is facing a deck that has brought in Windstorm against his flying army, I'm not. I wouldn't want to be in Sivka's seat.
Does Bloodfire Expert feel like one of the breakout cards from this draft for you?
It was always a good card, but you had to put it in the right decks.
Right.
It's actually a ferocious card, even though it has a Jesskai keyword.
Right.
It's kind of like a teamer card, and that's exactly where we see it. And Then when you looked at Josh Atterlayton's deck, which also had Bloodfire Expert, he was playing the Barrage of Boulders. So he put the Ferocious spells into his Jesskai deck.
Right. So Rakshasa's secret here from Sifka as he tries to even things up here in terms of hand size.
Yeah, tough decision because Yuya doesn't want to get rid of excess lands. He knows that the longer the game goes, the more important it is to just have spells, any kind of spells, which does mean that the Riverville Aerial list as a 6-drop in his hand does become a bit clunky. Also a Woolly Loxodon, but that at least you can cast for cheaper, and then it has immediate impact on the board on this as soon as you reach 5 mana. I like getting rid of a clunky card here, and the Riverville Aerial list is the least flexible. The other cards in his hand, Force Away and Mystic of the Hidden Way. So I don't think you want to lose either of them because you are just in the driver's seat.
It looks like he decided he wants the Aerialists more than he wants the Woolly Loxodon.
That's fine. If you know that you will just morph the Mystic anyway if you have the chance.
Right.
And if you draw a land, you're just casting the Mystic. And then there's actually something important happening. If you have 5 mana and you tap out for the Mystic, then your draw steps are either going to be castable spells or the land to actually just go ahead and go with the Riverville Aerialist.
Right.
So if I would assume that Yuya went through this and decided that the 6-drop is better because of that.
Yep, and exactly what you said. He plays the Mystic of the Hidden Way face up after attacking with the Expert.
Yeah. So, wow. I love it.
Another secret.
So these decisions actually not all that relevant. He would have lost his creatures anyway, but he did get down the unblockable Monk, and yeah, draws a spell here, so he's definitely drawn more spells than Sifka this game.
And Sifka trades for the Expert.
Yeah, I think there's a Snowhorn Rider.
I think that's a Snowhorn Rider, yes.
A Snowhorn Rider in the near future for Sifka, who only has lands right now.
Yep. He plays an Abzan Battle Priest, but he takes 8 from Watanabe.
Defiant Strike to find some better cards here. Anok Bondkin, maybe?
That's what it looked like to me.
This is kind of awkward because you do have to outlast before your creatures are relevant.
Right.
But you're under so much pressure that you can't just take the damage here. Being on 8 is also like the worst case.
Yeah, well, he can only go to 1 here. The Snowhorn Rider tramples over. And
yeah, you basically need end hostilities here.
Smoke Teller for Watanabe.
Even Dead Drop is not enough.
There's a debilitating injury. And Stanislav Sifka falls in 3 games to 2-time Player of the Year, Yu Watanabe. Watanabe goes to 7-3. And he's in solid shape depending on how his standard deck goes.
I would say 7-3 has to be top of the line, right? We saw that Chapen lost 2 matches.
Right.
So.
Chapen is 8-2, Yamamoto is 8-2, and now Watanabe is just 1 match off the lead at 7-3.
1 match away from just being tied for first place.
Right. So a lot to settle in standard. The deck decisions, which were made, keep in mind, everyone's deck decisions were made
2 days ago.
2 days ago.
At the latest.
Yeah. So, this is going to be, these standard rounds are going to be huge. And we knew that coming in. These last rounds are just, we could see a lot of upheaval. 1 and 2 from Patrick Chapen over the course of these rounds. Drops him from, a perfect record to 8-2, still in great shape. Probably needs 1 win.
Not the ones that he was looking for, clearly. Yeah. Not after having 2 Mantis Rider in an otherwise blue-red deck, which didn't look like it would be difficult to win 2 matches with.
Right. So, so this is very, very much, Watanabe, someone we kind of had forgotten about him a little bit yesterday, but he sweeps his draft pod.
Yeah. And he does it, I think, with demonstrating the important rules in the format. You want to, if possible, you want to have a 2-drop. Clearly, you want to, at the latest, get onto the board on turn 3. The first player to reach 5 is the one who dictates the pace of the game. And then, even
also the rule of Draft Arc Lightning.
Yeah, draft Arc Lightning. I completely agree. Draft Arc Lightning, play Arc Lightning. That's a good rule. And then all these combat tricks, really making this work, and the ways to punch through, and the key Windstorm, beautiful sideboarding as well.
Okay, so it sounds like do we have an interview lined up, or are we going back to the desk here? All right, so we're going to send it back to the news desk for Rich, for Simon Gertsen. This is Brian David Marshall. That's it for Khans of Tarkir, but Standard's coming up next. So, all right, Rich, take it away.
All right, thanks very much to Brian David Marshall and to Simon Gertsen, of course. Tell you what, you can really tell Brian David Marshall, he is the historian. He's been around the game forever. That man loves Magic every bit as much as every one of you. That's why he's good at his job. It is welcome to the news desk. It is welcome to lunchtime here on day 2 of 5. 5 days of awesome here at Worlds Week. Rich Hagan here with you. Let's put a bow on Khans of Tarkir Limited, at least for today. Why don't we look at our 3 pods of 24 fantastic players spread across 3 pods. They came in today. They were divided in scorecard order. So pod 1 was the top 8 coming in. Then it was 9 to 16, then 17 to 24. Let's take a look. So our first pod looked like this as things stand right now. So Patrick Chapen, he said he thought his work would be cut out for him. He has gone 1 and 2 in the draft and has just tweeted, happy to get out of there with the 1 win. Now the fun starts. He likes his chances in Standard. So he is slightly back in the pack. He now co-leads this field with Kentaro Yamamoto. Some of you will remember him being on screen for approximately 2.5 minutes in 2007 when he and his teammate lost out to the Sliver Kids, Jacob Van Lunen, in 2007, and Chris Lackman, of course, the Sliver Kids winning Pro Tour San Diego 2007. So Yamamoto has 2 Pro Tour top 8s to his name, and he is getting the job done. Also in that pod, you see at 6'4", his compatriot Yuki Ichiaawa, even Flock. He must be sick of the sight of Patrick Chapin. Remember, this is a tournament where you can play people over and over and over. Flock has already played Chapin twice, lost to him twice. There is every chance, because at 8 and 2, every chance that in the next couple of rounds, they'll be paired again in Standard, and they could come back and do it all over again in the top 4 on Sunday. It could be a 4-way clash. And you see our final result going in there, gone grey there. That means Shenhar, he wins, moves to 7 and 3. Congratulations to him, your defending champion. Absolutely in the thick of things. Down the bottom there, Josh Utter-Layton 5 and 5, Owen Turtenwild 5 and 5, and William Jensen, you see there, he is among the 6 and 4s. Why don't we take a look at Draft Pod 2? So this was players 9 through 16 coming in. We're still waiting for the Watanabi result to go in there, but as we know, Sifka, there we go, that one's gone through. But McLaren, Martel, Rietzel and Adel still going at it, and it's getting critical at the bottom end there. The 6th loss we think is a very big deal. The 7th loss, well, then the best you can do is an even record. Adel at 3 and 6 desperately needs a win. Rietzel 4 and 5, Martel 4 and 5, McLaren 4 and 5. At that level, you're starting to beat each other up and out of the tournament. Larsdam comes out head held high at 5-5, still in with a chance. Certainly 4 wins, we think, at 9 and 5 would see the Thai national captain for later in the week in the World Magic Cup in. Sifka 5 and 5. Sam Black quietly, we've not seen a lot of Sam. He had those 2 losses early in Modern against Jesskai Ascendancy, was very complimentary about the deck, think they broke it. They certainly broke him, but not his challenge, because 2 of his 4 losses came there. He is now 6 and 4 and very much in the hunt for a top 4 finish. Watanabi, meanwhile, 6 wins in a row against the best in the business. Why don't we look at Pod 3, see what's still waiting to come through there. Here we are, and everyone has come in, and you see that Jacob Wilson, congratulations to him. He has come right the way through. He goes to 5 and 5, so still alive. Rafael Levy 5-5, still alive. At 4 and 6, Paulovita Dama de Rosa and Jeremy Desani, your reigning player of the year. Both of those two have to go 4-0 in standard and hope that 8-6 might be good enough. Then you have the 7 losses, Nam Sung-wook, Lee Shi-chan, Ri Duke. It has not been their weekend. 7-7 is the best they can do. Remember, that's 4 more pro points on the line this afternoon in standard. Could be huge for their Magic careers moving forward, but they are now very unlikely to be world champion. And we can say for sure, Raymond Perez Jr., your rookie of the year, he will not be winning. He's a winner just by being here and collecting pro points and money. And by the way, some great memories. He's having a whale of a time, but he is at 2 and 8. 6-8 is the best he can do after standard. He will not be the world champion. So we're down to a theoretical 23. All right, that takes you to the end of the limited portion. And now it's time for you to get busy and put your thinking caps on. I have been joined at the desk by the Wizards of the Coast Organized Play Community Manager, and I'm going to introduce him in just a moment, because the question is, so what now? All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the news desk for our lunchtime entertainment, largely featuring this guy, Mr. Nate Price, the Organised Play Community Manager for Wizards of the Coast, and this guy, Mr. Randy Buehler, Hall of Famer, and of course part of our coverage team, but chiefly yourselves, because we're going to answer the question, so what now? Yesterday we had the first ever live real-world Vintage Masters draft, and we're going to go through not the first, but the second picks of every player at that table. We're going to show you the first pick, and then Randy's going to give you his best idea of what the players would have been thinking through the second pick. Then Nate's going to fire up. Where are we on, Nate? Are we on sort of cover it live chat? What's the chat window?
You reach the chat prompt by going to wizards.magic or magic.wizards.com/2014 WC, the World Championship coverage page. And then on the main coverage page, just a little bit down from where it starts off, there's a big box that says Cover It Live. You can type your answers in there and join in on the conversation.
Okay, and so we're just going to get to vote on what we think the best pick 2 is going to be. You'll pick this up as we go along, so get yourself into Cover It Live and join us as we answer, so what now? We are going to begin, let's take a look at our table graphic. There you see it's up on the screen, and we are going to begin with Sean McLaren. There you see him up at the top, the Canadian lone wolf testing for everything on his own, going to be the Canadian captain. Why don't we see his first pick of the Vintage Masters draft? There you see the pack, and he took Yavimaya Elder. So that was his first pick. So for the first time, Randy Buehler, the question is, here's pick 2, so what now? Let's see the second pack. Away you go.
All right, Yavimaya Elder, I like green. There's a Findhorn Elves, there's a Krosan Tusker. There's a Guy's Embrace, which is really nice if you're in the Auras deck, but he already passed a Sultai Trooper, so I don't love green-white here. I think that with a Yavimaya Elder first pick, he clearly likes value, he clearly likes ramp. I mean, the Elves is a nice acceleration card. Clicksilvers is great if you're going to go into Goblins, but I think the Krosan Tusker might actually be the way he wants to go. I mean, Solar Blast is also reasonable, but if I'm starting with the Yavimaya Elder, I'm trying to build a green ramp deck in this format, I think it's either the Elves or the Tusker, and I don't know, I'm actually going to go Findhorn Elves.
So you would go with Findhorn Elves. All right, so people at home now are getting the chance to have a look at that pack, get a sense of what they want to do. Yeah, this doesn't look as straightforward as it might be. I mean, there's so many. The trouble, of course, with Vintage Masters, there's so many great cards there. Nate, what are people starting to think about?
It's actually pretty overwhelming to go along with the Findhorn Elves as the pick.
All right, so why don't we see, what did Sean McLaren actually do with his second pick. There you see it down the bottom. He went with Solar Blast. Is that a surprise to you, Randy?
I was surprised, honestly, by the Yavimaya Elder first pick, and so I wasn't sure what he was thinking. I think that's the kind of pick you clearly have expectations about what you think going into the format. So, Solar Blast is an excellent card here. I'm not surprised that he would like Solar Blast the best out of this pack, I guess.
All right, so why don't we go back to our table? That was the first player round. So now we go to player number 2, and there you see it. It's Li Shichan of Hong Kong. Now, he did not have a great day yesterday, went 1-6 in the end. But why don't we take a look at his first pick? And this is going to be very interesting because
Battle Screech is easy.
Right, so he takes a Battle Screech, but one of the things that came out...
Nightmare.
Yeah, one of the things that came out of this was that actually a lot of players were fighting for white, and the Battle Screech players didn't necessarily fare well. Nonetheless, Li Shichan opens Battle Screech. So if you at home have got pick 1, Battle Screech, let's look at pick 2. And the question is, Randy, so what now?
I've got Battle Screech. I want to be playing White Weenie if I can. I want to have a lot of white creatures so that I can play that on turn 4 so that I can activate the flashback cost immediately. I think Sultai Trooper is the obvious card to go there. I mean, in terms of the other white cards, I'm not opposed to having an Exile in my deck. Brilliant Halo can be decent in those decks. I think this one is pretty straightforward. There's not a good reason to play another color here. There aren't powerful cards pulling me into other colors. I think by far the best card in this pack is actually the Sultai Trooper, and it's in exactly the color that I took for my first pick. So I snap Sultai Trooper and don't even think twice about it.
Okay, so he's not going to think twice. I'm not even sure that's in Vintage Masters. But Nate, why don't we see what are people at home saying?
We were actually at 100% of the people voting for Sultai Trooper until a couple of people snuck in with Exile at the very end. But
do you think that was a misclick? Or?
They were right next to each other in the poll.
Well. Okay, so pretty overwhelming Sultai Trooper. Let's see what Li Shichan did. He does indeed go Sultai Trooper. All right, so a fairly easy one, Randy said, for that one. Let's see if we can make things a little more difficult as we head down to the far right, and we've got Paula Vita Dama de Rosa, Brazil's finest, 9 Pro Tour top 8s to his name, in the middle of the pack right now, struggling a little bit, but let's see what he opened and what he went with. Well, he ended up going for Grizzly Fate. So there you see it, top middle, you can see the rest of the pack there. He went with Grizzly Fate. With that already in the bank, he then got to see this lot for pick number 2. Randy, once again, so what now?
Grizzly Fate, obviously he's in green. He would like to play that card. Basking Root Wallet is an excellent card in green. It's not the most exciting card in the color, but I mean, he's a solid guy. Root Wallet's just a solid guy. The most exciting card in this pack, though, is his Recurring Nightmare. I mean, Recurring Nightmare is incredibly powerful. I mean, on the one hand, it's nice as a reanimation spell, right? It's as good as a reanimate or anything along those lines, but it's a recurring nightmare. It doesn't just bring one fatty out of the graveyard. It can potentially bring a never-ending stream. If you know you have a recurring nightmare in your pile, you can go out of your way to draft creatures with comes into play abilities. You can be sacrificing your creatures, bringing them back, sacrificing. You can set up all kinds of crazy chains. I mean, the dream would obviously be get a survival of the fittest at some point in the draft. So yeah, I would not stick to my color. I think Recurring Nightmare is powerful enough that I'm going outside of my color. I'm hoping the Root Wallet doesn't put somebody else into green, but yeah, I want this Recurring Nightmare. I want to see what craziness I can put together with that in my pile.
Is Recurring Nightmare something that you can easily set aside, or is it something that is going to warp your draft pretty utterly and you're saying, this is who I am this time?
You can set it aside. I'm not sure why you would want to. Like it is a bomb quality card, and it's a single black. Like doesn't actually require all that much setup. If you just have a bunch of good guys in your deck, throw it in. As long as, I mean, you might abandon the color completely, maybe, but I mean, you could even splash black for just Recur. It's that good.
All right, now Nate, Randy's very convincing about this Recurring Nightmare, but is that reflected in the polls?
So it was actually fairly even for most of it, and then right about when Randy started talking about Recurring Nightmare, it started to swing tremendously in that direction. I do like the fact that we had exactly one player vote for Kravikan Sorcerer, and I'm pretty sure it was Christian Calcano, actually. So, yeah, nice. Recurring Nightmare is a runaway.
All right, so Recurring Nightmare, let's see what he did in fact pick. He did. That's where he goes, single black, and all kinds of fun stuff to do with that for the 9-time top 8 man from Brazil. All right, let's get back to our table, and we're now coming up to seat number 4. It's the reigning world champion, Shenhar of Israel. Why don't we take a look at his first look at Vintage Masters? And there you see, down there, he has gone with the Crater Hellion. So a nice, big, powerful red card to open us up. So he then passes that to his left. In comes this selection from his right. His pick 2. Dear Lord, there's a lot of red on that screen.
Wow.
Randy, this perhaps looks a bit complicated. So what now?
Wow, all right. So I have a Crater Hellion, and if you look at what he passed the Sultai Trooper. I'm a big fan of the Trooper. I think it's one of the better commons, and white's the best color. So, but I don't want to take Trooper because it dies to my Crater Hellion, and I just passed a Trooper. So that's not a great option. These goblins are nice. Like there's a lot of red, you're right. Goblin Patrol is a solid 1-drop. Matron can go get whatever my best goblins are. Those are nice red cards, but again, they still die to this Crater Hellion guy that I've got. Like Crater Hellion wants to be in sort of a little bit of a slower red deck. Ideally, you would want to be in, the cycling version of the red deck. You get Lightning Rift, you get Astral Slide, you can slide out the Crater Hellion, bring him back again and again and again. That's kind of the dream with the Crater Hellion. So I don't want to draft the red creatures are going to die to that. I don't want Fire Blast because I'm not that aggressive. I think I want Solar Blast. I think Solar Blast, it's a good solid card. You can kill a creature, you can cycle to kill a 1 toughness creature and get value. And if you do manage to position yourself into the cycling deck with a Lightning Rift, Astral Slide, Dream, then you're going to be even happier that you've got the Solar Blast. It's yeah, I mean, there's a lot of directions you could go for in this pack, depending on what your intuitions are about the format, but I think I would go Solar Blast.
I'm very concerned with the lack of reverence you showed when you said the word Fire Blast. Ladies and gentlemen, Fire Blast. It's just crazy good.
No, it's
but
good.
Not here?
It's good if you were aggressive. Like, if he had first picked Goblin War Chief or Goblin Lackey or something along those lines, absolutely, go with the Fire Blast. If he'd first picked a Chain Lightning, you could go with the Fire Blast. But that Crater Hellion, it costs 6 mana. If you sacrifice 2 mountains before you get there, you're never playing your awesome Crater Hellion. So Fire Blast might actually be the second best card out of this pack for even with the Crater Hellion, but I think I like Solar Blast better given where we started.
Nate Price, do the chat players like Solar Blast more than Fire Blast?
By about a 100% margin, yeah. This is actually probably one of the closer battles that we've had, though. Like we put about 5 or 6 options up for each of these packs, and every single option that we gave people got at least 1 vote.
Oh, okay. What else did people go for?
So Solar Blast is definitely the number 1 with about twice as many votes as Fire Blast got, coming in at number 2. Matron was number 3 in Forgotten Cave. People were definitely looking to stay on colored, looking to do it in one of a number of different ways. But yeah, Solar Blast ends up taking it on sheer versatility, I guess.
All right, let's see what Shenhar went with. He went with Solar Blast as well. No sacrificing mountains for him, apparently. Not on pick 2 anyway. Boo. All right, let's move on round the table. It's our 2-time Player of the Year from Japan, Yuya Watanabe. Let's take a look at his first pick in Vintage Masters. So there you see it. Now, this was, of course, the draft. For those of you paying attention and not on work yesterday morning, that was his very first pick. It was a real-life Armadillo Cloak. What a beautiful card that is. But that meant kind of an interesting draft for you. So why don't we take a look at his second pick? And Randy, so what now?
All right, I've got Armadillo Cloak. I clearly want to be in the green-white Aura's deck. I mean, there is an archetype that Armadillo Cloak slots into perfectly. So even when I open the pack, I'm hoping to see White Weenies. I'm hoping to see, Dream Pod Druid would be the dream as an uncommon. So my eye's drawn to the Sultai Trooper pretty quickly because that's the perfect guy to put an Armadillo Cloak onto. My eye is also drawn to this Elephant Guide, which would give me a second enchantment in that deck. Between the Guide and the Trooper, I think that there's enough enchantments that you're not hurting for those. I think what you really want is something to put the Armadillo Cloak onto. I think a 2-drop, which curves perfectly into the 3-mana Armadillo Cloak. I think a shadow creature so that it's hard to block your Armadillo Cloaked guy. Yuya's draft does go off the rails a little bit. I do remember it from yesterday. I'm pretty sure I'd be on the Trooper even blind. But This pack, it looks like green-white auras is perfectly reasonable. I think the Trooper follows up the Armadillo Cloak just fine.
If you are drafting green-white auras, is it mostly a deck where you draft the creatures and then stick whatever you want on it, just whatever you happen to get? Or is it a deck where you draft the stuff that goes on creatures and then you stick it on whatever you happen to have?
I think that it's a little bit of both. You definitely want to go out of your way to get good evasive creatures that put your auras onto. You also want to get phantoms to put the auras onto, because the phantom mechanic where you remove a +1/+1 counter to prevent all the damage, if you've got an elephant guide on a phantom nomad, sure, it takes damage and shrinks, but now it's a 0/0 creature with +3/+3 from the elephant guide. There aren't any more counters to take off of it, but it's still a 3/3. It basically can no longer, it just doesn't take damage. It's effectively immortal. So there's a whole bunch of synergies like that. Getting provoke creatures is nice to put your enchantments onto, but you also got to get the good enchantments. And Elephant Guide is a good one, but we've already got one, and Trooper is kind of the best common creature to suit up.
Okay, Nate, anyone gone for Elephant Guide?
I did, but I only had a few people who decided to join me. This seemed like a pretty much a smash run home run victory for Sultai Trooper.
All right,
Everybody's on board.
Let's just confirm that Yu Watanabe does indeed go for the Sultai Trooper Shadow for the win. Hopefully, in his case. Let's move on. Round the table, we're going to go to another Hall of Famer. It's William Jensen. He is up next. Why don't we take a look at his first pick? And that shiny tick box.
Yeah, let's hang out here for a second.
Yeah,
this first pick is awesome and insane all at the same time. Right? Have you seen Vizara the Dreadful? 5/5 flying, tap to destroy a creature. Absolutely insane. Maybe a little clunky for this format at 6 mana. There's also a Chain Lightning in this pack, which is an excellent, one of the best common removal spells. Goblin General, I mean, maybe you don't want Chain Lightning in a Goblin General. He's just like, I'm going for it. This table is a crazy good players. If I can get it, the Storm deck is going to be awesome. I'm in. So first pick, Brain Freeze.
Right, so we have Brain Freeze, but we're going to unfreeze our brain as we look at pick 2, and we ask Randy Bueller to say, so what now?
Right. What now is I got past black weenies, which are terrible. I mean, black is the worst color, so I'm not interested in those. I got past Lightning Rift, which is definitely the best sort of card in this pack objectively. Lightning Rift is the powerful engine card for the cycling deck. We talked about, Shenhar would have loved to have gotten this pack second. So Lightning Rift is very good, but it doesn't go in the Storm deck at all. It has absolutely zero synergy with Brain Freeze. The card that lets me stick to this Brain Freeze plan, I mean, I could play Lonely Sandbar in that deck, but Gush is the card that I think has the best synergy with the Storm deck. Now, Temporal Fissure's not crazy. It's got that word Storm in it. I'm all in on Storm. Your first pick in Brain Freeze, passing Vizara, you're pretty committed to Storm, but this Fissure's probably coming back. Nobody else wants it. And you know what? If it doesn't come back, that's really important to know if somebody else takes this. So I kind of want to ship it as a test case and make sure it comes back to me 10th. What I want is Gush. Gush will let me draw 2 cards, and it's free. I'm never paying 5 mana for this, and I mean, unless something goes wrong. I'm returning 2 islands to my hand. I'm drawing 2 cards. So I'm generating Storm count. I'm drawing cards such that I can play more things. I think Gush is the pick here.
I really love what you said there about the Fissure, because a lot of players would get as far as, no one else really wants this, I will get it back. But the idea that you kind of set yourself a red alert tripwire across the front door as you leave for the corner store, and you pop back 5 minutes later and the door's like slightly ajar, the little trail of the hair's missing. Yeah. That's fantastic. Definitely. That is not something I thought of at all. So you go with Gush. Nate, what does everyone at home go with?
This is another one that actually got a little vote for everything. Gush was definitely the crowd favorite. What surprises me is that Temporal Fissure was actually second over Dark Ritual.
Wow.
Yeah, considering how important that card is a lot of times to watching the Storm deck go off.
Okay, let's see what Billy Jensen goes with. Pick 2, he goes with the Gush, and as we know, he will get Temporal Fissure 10th and go, no one else
It does come back, and then he's like, thank goodness Yuya is not Storm also.
Right, because he wasn't sure, was he?
Yuya was the guy he was most afraid of. He knew that Owen's actually on his left. That's who we'll see next. And then we watched Huey talk through this draft. He knew that Owen liked Storm, but there's no way Owen can go Storm with Huey passing to him. So Yuya was the guy he was worried about. But yeah, the little hair was still there. Nobody had broken in.
All right, so let's move on. Round the table we go. We go to number 7, and this is Owen Turtenwald of the United States. Why don't we take a look at his first pick? And here we are. The second player, Li Shichan, as well did this. Battle Screech #1. Is there any objection, Randy, to this?
No, I would take Battle Screech here, but it's important to know that you passed an Armadillo Cloak and you passed a Grizzly Fate. Just keep, because the green-white is usually the best pairing with white, except here it's super risky.
Right, okay, so Battle Screech he opens up. Here's his pick 2. Off we go, Randy. What now?
Yeah, well, here's the Vizara that Huey didn't draft. And I'm sure Owen looked and was like, oh, wow, Vizara, that's gigantic. Maybe a little clunky. The format's kind of slow. The black-white is not awesome. So Vizara, I'm sure is tempting. I'm sure he thought about it. But it's like sort of, is there a reason not to take the Vizara? And I look at this Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning is great removal, and white-red is a pretty solid combination, right? If you're base white, he wants to be heavy white because Battle Screech is both a double white spell and means you want to have more white creatures, but splashing red for, a couple of Chain Lightnings, maybe a Falter, is pretty good strategy. I mean, the Bodyguard can be useful in white decks, but it's not nearly as good as these cards. The Halo can be useful. There's a couple of Goblins cards. For me, it would be Chain Lightning versus Vizara. And I mean, while Vizara's power is impressive, I think having started with that Battle Screech, I would go Chain Lightning.
Interesting. Nate, do people agree with Randy?
Actually, yes, people do agree with Randy. It is another.
I'm very convincing.
The top 2 choices were Chain Lightning by, again, a large margin. Most of these have been very, very big runaways. Vizara was definitely the second pick.
Okay, what was the third pick?
Third pick is Afterlife.
Okay, so for those of you at home currently with a glass in your hand, put it down, and now let's look at Owen's pick. Benevolent Bodyguard.
Wow. Really?
Apparently.
That's awesome.
There we go.
No, it is the best white weenie creature in this pack.
So there you go. Yep, thanks for trying with the Chain Lightning.
Crazy.
Lots of people agreed, but Benevolent Bodyguard, that was the sleeper pick apparently in this one. We did ask, so what now? Maybe we should have asked, so what? But anyway, so we go round and we go to number 8, and we go to Willie Adel of Brazil to finish us off. So let's take a look at his first pick. He went, Randy, you've already talked about how important these cards can be. Phantom Nomad.
First pick, Phantom Nomad?
Apparently.
Look at the Goblin cards he could have had. I guess Click Slither is a very first pickable card out of this pack for me, but if you take Click Slither, you're passing so many Goblins that you're going to have to fight for it. So
right.
He clearly doesn't want one of these green cards, which are also awesome. He clearly wants to be white.
Yeah,
right, fair enough.
I guess quite a lot of players in the field had decided to limit themselves to certain archetypes, maybe within Vintage Masters that they would like to go.
Yeah,
certainly, we heard many people who said, "I want to be Storm, I want to be Goblins, I want to be Green-White, I want to be Battle Screech."
And I think there was a clear consensus that white was the best color.
Yeah, which of course led to some of the train wrecks.
Yeah, well, we saw there were 2 Battle Screeches got opened. We've seen so far, and
right.
Willie's going in for Phantom Nomad.
Well,
all right.
So we have Phantom Nomad because that's what we open.
Yep.
So let's go to pick 2. And for the final time at this particular event, we ask Randy Bueller, so what now?
All right, I've got Phantom Nomad. Apparently Benevolent Bodyguard can be second picked. I'm not taking it highly enough, I think, apparently. Goblin, so I've got a Phantom Nomad. Yeah, I'm mostly looking for cards to talk about other than this Armadillo Cloak. I mean, Phantom Nomad, he clearly likes white. Phantom Nomad, the synergy with the Enchantment Aura strategy and Phantom Nomad is awesome. So, I mean, if you think Phantom Nomad is worth first picking, which I'm a little iffy on, I've got to think you go Armadillo Cloak to pair it with. I mean, Grizzly Fate is very powerful. This is a great card. But Armadillo Cloak is also a great card, and Armadillo Cloak has more synergy with the Phantom Nomad in particular. All right. I gotta think this is. I mean, we could have an interesting conversation about the first pick, but given the first pick, I gotta think Armadillo Cloak is what now?
Nate, do we agree?
This might have well have been a one-card combo, a one-card poll. Everyone voted for Armadillo Cloak, and that's pretty much the end of the story.
Except it isn't. Let's reveal.
Wow.
Grizzly Fate for Willie Adel.
He's even going into white-green, right?
Apparently,
I mean, it's not like he's in the color combination. He just thinks Grizzly Fate is a better card than Armadillo Cloak. I mean, it's very good. It's very, 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 very good. It's a little slower. But if you get the game, I guess he's a man that likes his green-based attrition decks, so
right.
Grizzly Fate suits him pretty nicely.
Brandy, how much fun is Vintage Masters?
Oh, it's awesome. I think this is perhaps my favorite draft format ever. Like, I've done closing in on 100 drafts on Magic Online just for fun, just because I really enjoy the synergies and the way the format plays out, and just getting to play with these old, awesome, powerful cards. Just a great format.
So it turns out that the answer to So What Now is going to a Vintage Masters draft online. Thanks to all of you for being part of So What Now. And on the other side of lunch, we're going to be back to the action here at the World Championship. Welcome back to the news desk. Thanks to Randy Bueller, Nate Price, and to everyone at home who took part in So What Now. Marshall Sutcliffe.
Randy was in heaven, by the way.
Oh.
He gets to talk about Vintage Masters for half an hour. He's done. He's in.
Yeah, he had some fun there for sure. But now we're going to bring things right up to date in a format that is certainly objectively not as powerful as many of the cards that are in Vintage Masters.
No.
But nonetheless that have a ton of great action coming our way this afternoon. We're into the world of Standard, and now on in, you will be seeing the winning deck in action because someone has just sleeved it up. Thing is, we don't know what it is, we don't know who it is. 4 more rounds today will tell us the final 4. They'll come back on Sunday, 3 out of 5, 3 out of 5, and somebody wins the whole thing.
I can't wait.
So, Marshall, for those people who've been hiding under a rock, who've got snowed under, those of you in Buffalo who are just thawing out, hope you're okay, by the way. I know you had some fun and games with the snow a couple of weeks back. Hopefully they're sorted now. Let's set the scene a little bit for Standard. We're just going to talk about some of the biggest decks, just quick thumbnail sketches of a few of the big noise decks in the room. So why don't we start right in the center of the format, if you will, with Abzan.
Yeah, Abzan midrange is really the main deck of the format. It's the deck that everybody has to react to. If you're not prepared to beat this deck, you're going to be in big trouble. And I was talking to Randy, and his thoughts on it too was, well, if you don't know what else to pick, you probably end up here in Abzan midrange. You can see it prevents a powerful balance of disruption plus great threats. It's really, really tough to beat this deck or to get a big advantage on it. That's the thing that's great about it, is that you have to go to extreme lengths to get a great advantage on this deck, and you usually give up a lot of value against other decks. So what that means is this is one of those mid-range, mid-level, consistent workhorse type decks.
I described this as potentially Wingmate Wednesday. Are we going to see a bunch of Wingmate rocks in Standard this afternoon, do you think?
Wouldn't be surprised at all. Wingmate Rock, one of the better 5-drops around. You don't have to play it. Some of the decks will go skew a little bit earlier in the game for more aggressive spells. Sometimes they want to go at the top end for the Wingmate Rocks, but multiple archetypes play it, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it at all.
All right, so that's Abzan midrange. What's next?
CDC Whip. This is a deck that has sort of floated around Standard. I'm hoping to see some of it today. I'm a big fan of the deck. I think it's really good. It shares a lot of the same descriptions as Abzan midrange, but the big difference is it's a huge synergy deck thanks to Sidisi, Whip of Erebos, and Satyr Wayfinder working well together to stock cards in the graveyard and then start getting them back with Whip of Erebos. It gives it this late game engine that Abzan doesn't have. It, for example, leans on its Planeswalkers more for a big late game, but this deck can get Whip of Erebos in place, start putting Hornet Queens in, and then, the little friends get to stay behind. Sidisi's very solid on its own, just as a 4-drop, play it, maybe get a 2/2, so you get 5 power and 5 toughness for 4 mana. Can be really, really good, and also has a decent matchup against some of the aggro decks, because if it can get its feet set with Whip of Erebos, it can just gain a bunch of life.
I'm really interested to see what Even Flock plays this afternoon, because his sort of pattern has been black something. The Pro Tour black-blue control, where he makes the top 8, gets rid of the blue, goes into green-black Constellation with Doomweight Giants and so on. And then we've seen the likes of Christian Seibold on the European Grand Prix circuit.
He loves this deck.
Yeah, with Sidisi Whip, exactly. And I do wonder whether this is where we're going to see Even Flock. I haven't asked him, so that's not insider knowledge on that, but I'm really curious to see his deck list this afternoon.
Yeah, and we'll find out soon.
All right, what's up next?
Let's look. Green-black Constellation.
Right, and here we are.
Yeah, so this is another similar type of deck where it tries to go over the top in some way. CDC Whip uses the Whip combo with all this stuff in the yard. Abzan doesn't really ever go over the top, but green-black Constellation absolutely can, thanks to Nykthos. Shrine to Nyx, it can absolutely power out these huge cards and just grind you to a halt. You know, when I see a deck like this, I think of, like, you know, Willie Adel likes to play these type of grindy decks. Now this one goes really big. Hornet Queen, one of the best cards in the whole format, assuming that you can get it onto the battlefield. There's a few different ways to do that. This one goes through just raw mana, just making mana, cast it, just hard cast the thing. And of course, it has a lot of other ways that it can go. It also uses Doomwake Giant to clear out potential Elspeth tokens. Sometimes you can get multiple Doomwake Giants going and just clear out your opponent's board. Yeah, and also it can clear out Hornet Queen tokens as well.
We've been very mid-range so far. Let's see if the pattern stays there, whether we're going to be in the middle of the tempo pack. What's up next?
It is Rabble Red,
That's better.
so not at all.
There we go.
And this deck can come in a few different forms. You see Hammer Hand up there, a deck I never thought I'd be talking about for Standard. I barely talked about it for Limited. This is one of those decks that has tons of one-drops, gets out to a really quick start, and then makes it so that even if you stabilize, you can't block. Hammer, Hand, Frenzy Goblin, that kind of thing keeps you off balance long enough to deliver the final blow and kill you. And this deck is really impressive. Now, you can beat it if you want. If you want to dedicate sideboard slots to it, Drown in Sorrow, Anger of the Gods, Bile-Blight, you can beat this deck, but you must decide to do that. And if you don't, it is quite consistent.
Yeah, I like this deck a lot. I like the way it can go wide, it can go tall, and it can ignore the battlefield altogether and just face you.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I was watching this at a Grand Prix. I was watching it with a friend, and he was playing against Abzan, played a Siege Rhino, and my friend's like, oh, I guess he's got it here. I'm like, like, he's going to take 15 next turn, and sure enough, he empties his hand, and there we go. So even can get through something like that.
Right. We've had lots of mid-range, we've had something aggressive. Let's see if we can go right to the other end of the spectrum with Blue-Black Control. Are we going to see much of this today?
I don't know. This is the big question mark for me out in the field, is how deep do people want to go in this direction? I think that we have a higher chance of seeing this here than we would normally, because people can get a better feel for the metagame by looking at the players they're playing against and trying to guess what they're playing. And if they sort of form their fake metagame and say Blue-Black is going to be pretty good against it, I think it will show up. If they do that metagame and say it's not going to, then it won't. It has fallen a bit out of favor. This deck has not exactly been a dominant player in Standard. We did see it early at the Pro Tour, and it sort of trailed since then. But the tools are there to beat the right field. The question is this the right field?
Yeah, I think one of the keys to this is that the Abzan mid-range decks, they make a Siege Rhino. You kind of have to deal with that probably on a one-for-one basis, or even, maybe you're using Perilous Vault just on a Siege Rhino. But then the Abzan decks also sit there going, I tell you what, some of them are reading the bones. Some of them are using Abzan Charm to draw cards. And your card draw spells in Blue-Black Control, let's not forget, there's no Sphinx's Revelation in this Standard. Boo. No, but it's great, because it means that it is a different dynamic. And certainly I've played a bunch of the Blue-Black Control, and boy, do you have to work for your card advantage. And so when you do pull it off, that also feels great. So I think it is a win-win, actually. I don't think Control players are that upset that it's this different feel to Control.
It's a true metagame choice. If your opponent goes turn 1 Fire Drinker Satyr, you are in big trouble with this deck. Like, you basically can't beat that.
Turn 3 Drown in Sorrow or else.
Yeah, or else. And you probably don't have that in your main deck anyway.
No, sure. Although maybe you do today.
That is possible. Right? You will see some different choices like that. Maybe not that extreme, but possible.
Okay, let's see what's up next on our gallop through Standard. What have we got there? So those are our big ones. And here we go with Mardu Aggro.
Yeah, this is a relatively new deck to the Standard scene. Very aggressive. You see Blood-Soaked Champion finally getting his time in the sun here. We haven't really seen him before. Butcher of the Horde, one of the better 4-drops in the format. I think that people, it's like Siege Rhino or Butcher. Probably Siege Rhino's a little bit better, but Butcher does a pretty good impression if you can't make green mana. And this thing goes cheap and low, and Butcher of the Horde's the top of the curve for this deck.
Right, and this sort of puzzles me why, if you want to be those colors, why you're not just Mardu mid-range. If aggro is what you want, why aren't you Rabble Red? And if Mardu is what you want, why aren't you mid-range? Why this configuration.
Right. So the way I see it is there's like a spectrum, right? You have to choose where you want to be. Blue, black control, mono, red, everything else is in between. And the two decks that you just described, Mardu midrange and Mardu aggro, are actually quite similar. They share many, many cards. If you go over the list, it's like, yep. But then the difference is, instead of the high end, you get a low end. And so basically it's positioning yourself on this scale. And if I want to be Mardu midrange, I'm here. If I want to be aggro, I put myself over here. It's just fine tuning where you want to be in the format. Again, basing it on what do I expect to play. And here, you go to a GP, I can show you a list of decks like what we've got right here that say, this is what I want to play, right? Or this is what I expect to play against. But here, that list is much shorter. And you could get, if you guess right, you could be pretty specific about how you tune your deck.
All right, so that's Mardu aggro. Let's see what's next. Here we have Abzan aggro.
Yeah, so this is the one that Mike Sigrist played. It has stuck around. This is the real deal. It wasn't a one-off deck that you can just beat when you want. Again, it's similar to Mardu midrange versus Mardu aggro. This one, instead of going for the higher top-end cards, it plays more 2-drops, basically. It plays Fleece Main Line, it plays Death Dealer, and it's able to consistently apply pressure to you, to keep you on your back heels, and to power through you with those mid-range cards, too, because it's not a true aggro deck like you would think from like the mono red, where it's just every card in it is attack you, get damage through. That's not how this deck plays out, but the card quality is off the charts on these. Look at those 2-drops, right? You've got Fleece Main Lion, Rakshasa Death Dealer. They're great on turn 8, and they're great on turn 2.
Yeah, Rakshasa Death Dealer, that's not a putrid leech. That's a really, really putrid leech.
Yes.
All right. Why don't we see what the standard metagame holds from 24 of the best players in the world? 4 rounds will determine a top 4 for the World Championship Showdown on Sunday. Let's hand you down to the booth for the first time. It's time to set the standard.
Hello and welcome to round 11 here at the World Championship. I'm Tim Willoughby, here with Hall of Famer Randy Buehler. We've got the last format of the weekend and the players are ready, so we're going to head right down there for round 11 of the World Championships. Hello and welcome to round 11 of the World Championship here. We're about to start our first standard round, so let's meet our players.
Hi, I'm Johan Vloch. I am from Slovak Republic and I'm Pro Tour M15 champion.
Sam Black, United States of America, pro player at large.
And here we have our players there. Ivan Vloch, he's made 2 top 8s this season playing blue-black control. Now we're in standard. Are we going to expect to see anything different, Randy Buehler?
No, I would absolutely put him on blue-black control all day, all the time.
Now that's interesting because Sam Black, his opponent there, I was talking to him first thing this morning. He said, I've been practicing online a lot. I've been looking at the online metagame. If someone's playing control against me, I could be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Sam seemed not super happy with his preparation for this tournament. When I was sitting next to you having breakfast with him, he's afraid that he may have metagamed against Magic Online instead of metagaming against the 23 guys he's competing against here this weekend. And yeah, he has in fact run into the blue-black control deck that doesn't show up a lot on Magic Online and is not a good matchup for him.
Now this is the one round of standard where the players sat down not knowing what their opponents were playing. From this round onward, they will be able to get a chance to look at deck lists. But for this round, it's only taken one turn for Ivan Vloch to get all the information. He's got the Thoughtseize there, looking at a hand with 2 copies of Hordling Outburst, Master of the Way, and yeah, he's got the sort of classic red-white tokens build.
Yeah, Seeker of the Way, Wingmate Rock. It's a red-white tokens deck. Ivan might suspect that it's Mardu rather than just red-white, but everything here is merely red and white.
And how does Control match up against the tokens deck?
You've got Perilous Vault. So Ivan, when he top 8'd at the Pro Tour in Hawaii, their version of the list did not play Perilous Vault. That was sort of Andrew Cuneo and the Pantheon had put Perilous Vault into the list, and Ivan has now gone that way. So he's got Perilous Vault to kind of sweep everything away. That's definitely the sweeper. Meanwhile, he's got a bunch of 1-for-1 removal spells. The tokens are actually a little better against blue-black control than random creatures would be, because you can't 1-for-1 them. Like, you can't really trade one removal spell for one of their cards.
So there's Seeker of the Way from Sam Black. He's got another copy of Hordling Outburst in hand, so we're likely to see one of them fairly soon. But another
or
Hordling...
we'll see another Thoughtseize. This is how you trade one card for one token generating card.
Now, a lot of players worry about the damage that you might take off Thoughtseize, especially against aggressive decks. But here, everyone he's playing is just saving him damage, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, these guys play 3 Thoughtseize main. They also play a couple Despises main. The goal with blue-black control, you just need to trade cards. Because your mid-game and your late game is awesome. 3 copies of Jace's Ingenuity, 4 copies of Dig Through Time. You're going to pull ahead if you just get to the point where you have 5, 6, 7 mana in play.
So if Anflock gets to a bunch of lands in play and isn't nearly dead, then he's almost certainly winning.
He wins. That's his victory condition.
So there, a Temple, just letting him get a little bit of scry, make sure that he can draw the cards he needs on time every time. And a Monastery Swift Spear here, a tempting option for Sam Black, who now no longer has any Hordling Outbursts to work with. Just 2 in that attack there from the Seeker of the Way. I
think he's going to play Heliod's Pilgrim here.
Now, what targets has he got to search for with that Pilgrim?
He's actually got Eidolon of the Countless Battles in his deck. Three different copies. He's got Chain to the Rocks in his deck, so he can go get that. It's effectively a tutor spell to go get either removal or a creature. Those are the 2 primary targets. There's not really, a one-of Silver Bullets package. Just those 2 targets, really.
Now, it looks like we did just see a Chain to the Rocks added to Sam Black's hand there. What sort of targets are there likely to be from a blue-black control deck?
There's basically nothing. Pearl Lake Ancient.
Best of luck hitting that one.
Yeah.
I mean, that may be just a concession to the fact that the Eidolon of Countless Battles not necessarily a great pick either in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's thinning his library of cards that are terrible to draw.
But Ivan Flock here having a little bit of a
And he doesn't
think.
actually know. Like, we know exactly what Ivan is on. Sam doesn't necessarily. I mean, he clearly suspects. He's seen blue-black. He knows what Flock top-8 the Pro Tour with. I'm sure he's got him on blue-black control most likely, but it's not 100%, so I don't know, maybe you throw Chain in your hand.
And Flock here just playing a land and passing. Not really representing too much in the way of counter spells with that mana because the Evolving Wilds is going to fetch a land tapped, so at best a disdainful stroke, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, the trick for Sam here is figuring out how much he can actually commit to the board. He's got to worry about sweepers like Drown in Sorrow or End Hostility, or not End Hostilities, Perilous Vault.
So there's Monastery Swift Spear. That's got haste, so it's going to be able to hit in for 1 alongside the Heliod's Pilgrim and that Seeker of the Way. And there's a Chain.
Oh, he got the Chain so that he could trigger Prowess. Hilarious. That's what Chain to the Rocks does. +1/+1 to the Seeker, +1/+1 to the Monastery Swift Spear.
That's interesting. Yeah, I would not have seen that line.
No, he basically got a mutagenic growth. Just take 2 extra. I did not. Yeah, I didn't see it until he played it. That's pretty funny.
And Ivan Flock now down to single digits. This is what the red-white deck wants to achieve, and there's Chandra Pyromaster in Black's hand, which will potentially be able to be another source of card advantage if these first threats do get dealt with. Ivan Flock, he's going to need to do something pretty soon here. We see a Dig Through Time there in his hand, but not a huge amount else, really. Radiant Fountain stems the bleeding a little bit, but...
No, he either needs to point removal spells at those creatures, or he needs to get to a Perilous Vault.
Now, of course, Ivan Flock, hugely experienced with this deck. He's not likely to show that he's too worried until it's a really dire situation.
Right.
I'm not sure in his mind whether or not this qualifies.
I mean, he's running out of time for Perilous Vault, because it takes 1 turn to play it, and then takes another turn to activate it. I don't think it's fast enough at this point. And he kind of wants to, he's going to dissolve anything. It didn't even matter what spell Sam played there. It was getting dissolved so that he could scry. But again, that's a prowess trigger.
So big attacks here. Ivan Flock taking a little bit more damage.
I'm not sure how Flock gets out of this.
Yeah, it looks like we might be moving to sideboards fairly quickly. This is exactly the start that Sam Black was looking for here.
Yes, yes. I mean, the most likely way for him to win this matchup is just come out, beat him up before he can take control. That is the plan. It's just scary when you're committing, 3-4 cards to the board, and your opponent can sweep them all away with something like a Perilous Vault.
It's interesting because we were talking a little bit before over the break about how people might choose decks specifically for this tournament because you've only got 24 players. There's a little bit more room to think about what individual players like, but there's a lot of temptation to just go with something solid in the sort of middle range that's not necessarily going to lose to the really quick decks or necessarily be too big a dog to the control decks at either end.
Yeah, this standard is really interesting. You can, I mean, there's a lot of mid-range decks, but the fact that there are so many different flavors of mid-range decks is kind of interesting in and of itself because they match up against each other differently. You can go super aggressive if you want to. You can go with kind of a Rabble Red or Boss Sly. You can go with a White-Blue Heroic that can be very aggressive. There are these token strategies which are kind of almost mid-rangey but can come out super aggressively as well. There's a lot of room for play, especially if you can predict the metagame.
So here we see another Heliod's Pilgrim, and I think we might be about to see the same play that we saw earlier on.
Agreed.
Chain to the Rocks being used as a pump spell. Yeah, these the sorts of decks that give you a little bit of flexibility, a little bit of room to make good plays, and that kind of the absolute core of what people are looking to be doing in these World Championships, show off their talent. These are the best players in the world squaring off for the grand prize.
It also makes sideboarding really interesting. I mean, a lot of decks might have a super aggressive main deck, but then they've got some sweepers in their sideboard. They've got an Anger of the Gods, or they're Drown in Sorrow. Often because they can't beat a Hornet Queen any other way. And yeah, here Sam's just getting in the attack. He wins game one.
So that the first game for Sam Black, he's going to be reaching to his sideboard trying to figure out what to go in the next game. But before we take a live look in, we're going to just get a couple of messages for you.
Ultra Pro is the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information. Hump bigger game by playing in a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix include Baltimore, Milan, Denver, Manila, Omaha, and Shizuoka. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule.
And we're back. As the players in our main match take their sideboard, we're going to have a little bit of a look in on the match between Josh Utter-Leighton and Lars Dam. Now, I know that speaking to Frank Karsten before this round started, he was saying, well, the Dutch team are very keen to see whether or not Josh has done it again and broken another format after having seen his modern deck.
Sure.
But on the left of our screen, it looks like he's playing a Sidisi Whip deck. This is a deck that did very well in Stockholm, up against Dam, who's on Jesskai control. And we can already see both Ashiok and a copy of Whip of Erebos dealt with there by Banishing Light from Dam, who has a full grip, and we don't quite know the life totals, but with plenty of lands in play and plenty of cards, I can't help but think that Dam's not in a terrible spot here.
Yeah, and he's discarding. That's how many cards he's got in his hand. Shivan Reef to the graveyard. Lars is at 18. Wow.
And Utter-Leighton not taking any damage yet. There's still plenty of play in this game.
It's already Pearl Lake Ancient time.
Oh.
It's the victory cigar for these control decks. Yeah, once it's time to attack with Pearl Lake Ancient, they're just cleaning up. Probably a grip full of answers. Not looking good for Raptor.
And of course, Josh on Channel Fireball, he knows how quickly Pearl Lake Ancient can end things because many of the Channel Fireball guys were playing Pearl Lake Ancient as their finisher of choice in control decks. So not necessarily Jesskai control, but...
Yeah, no, this Jesskai list is interesting. I haven't really seen the Jesskai taken all the way over to the end hostilities, edge of the spectrum.
It may well be that Sam Black's choice to play a deck that's a little soft to control might be one that he chooses to rue, though obviously a game up currently in his main match.
There's not a lot of it. There's only... I've now sort of scanned the list of who's playing what quickly. This is the only Jesskai control deck, and there's a couple of blue-black controls. It might be 10% of the field, but it's not much more than that.
I mean, 10% of the field here is 2 or 3 players, isn't it, really?
Right, exactly.
But yeah, Josh is going to have to do some work if he's going to get back in this one with Pearl Lake Ancient doing its thing.
The entire Channel Fireball, what are they, a pentet? I don't know what the 5 of them.
Quintet.
Quintet, thank you. The 5 of them are all on Sidisi Whip. So Sidisi Whip is one of the most played decks. It looks like there's a lot of Abzan mid-range. There's, the 5 of them on Sidisi Whip, and there may be 1 or 2 others. Those are the 2 most played decks, it looks like.
Some very robust finishes here from Lars Dam. He's also got Prognostic Sphinx there, which...
Jeez.
diversifying his ways of finishing the game. But between the two of them, they will finish that game very, very quickly indeed, as Josh Utter-Layton here, as much as he's getting through his deck, he's not necessarily finding too many ways of battling back here. Soul of Innistrad there, potentially getting him back some creatures.
Sure. I mean, the Sidisi Whip deck can be extremely powerful when you get it up and running, but if you're able to kind of pick it apart, they kind of need, they need to get some stuff in the graveyard, they need to stick a whip. If they can't get a whip into play, well, okay, maybe Sidisi all by herself is good enough. If you fight those two cards, though, I mean, the rest of the deck without either a whip or a Sidisi, it's not awesome.
Yeah, you need a bit of fuel for that tank, and it's not necessarily all there. I mean, it looks like the Banishing Lights here for Dam have been decisive. Both of those threats that have been dealt with, Ashiok and the whip itself, potentially quite difficult for many decks to deal with.
True.
Because
there's Hornet Queens too, which are also difficult. So, I mean, I may be underselling the resilience of the Sidisi Whip deck. That said, Lars has clearly dispatched all the threats.
But I mean, we now see that there appears to be a Hornet Queen and Sidisi herself coming back thanks to Soul of Innistrad.
Doomwake Giant is the third choice.
This game is not over yet. Sidisi there, putting a few cards into Josh's graveyard. A Murderous Cut, and it looks like a couple of copies of Course of Crufix there, which, as he hit at least one creature, he gets at least one creature back, and that creature's a 2/2 zombie. But the Pearl Lake Ancient and the Prognostic Sphinx are going to be able to crash in pretty soundly even into that board.
Oh, wow. Anger.
Triggering Prowess.
Wipe your board and trigger Prowess.
Let's not forget that this Pearl Lake Ancient is skilled in the art of fighting. Every spell that gets cast does make it a little bit bigger.
Lars has been so much fun to watch. This whole tournament, here's lightning strike your face.
And thinking about Josh, there was a great moment in the players' meeting the night before the tournament where Lars was desperately looking around for his Fate Stitchers.
Yes.
And we all know, of course, now that Josh was all over the Fate Stitcher plan.
Yes.
The moment that Lars asked Josh if he had any Fate Stitchers that he could borrow was incredible in retrospect, because I had no clue at that point that that's what Josh was doing, and nothing was given away on his face. But we're going to get another look in here. This is on the left of our screen, Jacob Wilson. He's playing an Abzan deck of one stripe or another up against
Mid-range.
Raphael Levy. Levy there with a Raphael Levy Platinum Pro token.
Nice.
Presumably a goblin off that Goblin Rabble Master that's in his graveyard, and 3 copies of Monastery Swiftspear there, which ordinarily would present quite a hefty amount of damage, but with...
Yeah, we're pretty deep into the game for the Mono Red deck, though. Elspeth has had time to come down. The time for attacking with Swift Spears and Goblins is probably over.
And Siege Rhino, not really what the aggressive red decks want to see. That,
I mean, just Brimaz would have been a big problem. The curve just kept going up from there.
And of course, that Course of Crufix in play, meaning we're getting a great view of the top of Jacob Wilson's deck. We get to see everything that's coming. So does Raphael Levy, and I can't imagine he's super happy about everything that he's seeing here.
Yeah, these guys are 5-5 too, so they're both probably thinking of this as an elimination match. And I think everyone thinks, I got to get to 9-5, and then, okay, we'll look at it. Maybe that's good enough, maybe it's not. But I got to get to 9-5 is what everyone's thinking.
Yeah, because unlike most tournaments where top 8 is good enough, here you've got to get to the top 4, and there's a little bit of flexibility there depending on how the best player's doing, sort of how the slots
Where
drop
the
down.
line comes,
But yeah, if you've got more than 5 losses, it's over.
Right. Yeah, most people look at the 6 losses fatal.
Though that said, you still want to play every round because there is a pro point for every win.
Yeah, it's funny. I talked to Patrick Chapen this morning over breakfast. He was, Pat, you're 7-0. Are you starting to think about, how many wins do you actually need today? And he's like, there's a pro point every round. I want 7 wins.
We already know, of course, that Chapen hasn't managed to pick up the full perfect record. He's picked up a couple of losses in draft, now back to Standard, which was a format that he feels pretty confident about.
He said Standard was his best format. He's going to need it now. I mean, that 1-2, he's starting to sweat a little bit. Probably only needs 1 more win, but there's a chance he needs 2 more.
Absolutely, and it looks like we've got another match in the bag there. Wilson able to take that one over Levy.
Yeah, Jacob's on a bit of a hot streak. He's won 4 in a row. 3-0'd his draft, won his last round last night. I mean, he was in dire straits late, but he's rattled off 4. 4 more, he could actually be playing on Sunday.
So it looks like in our main match they're just finishing up the shuffling. They should be ready to play pretty shortly. But quite a lot of shuffling going on. It seems like we've got some synchronized Magic in our feature match area. Just the one match where there's still games being played. But it looks like with opening hands being drawn, we are going to get a chance to go back to our main match. On the left of our screen, Ivan Floch. On the right, Sam Black.
6 cards for Sam.
Yeah, 6 cards. It's a lot harder for the aggro decks to get back in that.
Keeps, I think, 1 land, 1 temple as his land.
I mean, if you're going to keep a 1 land hand, then a temple's a great one to keep. You get that scry, you get a little bit of a better chance to hit your curve. But here, Polluted Delta finding a swamp for Ivan Floch. And if there's a Despise rather than a Thoughtseize, but one way or another, he's going to get a chance to strip something out of Sam Black's hand here.
Whoa.
We have a big result.
Pat Chapen wins 2-0. Already, that was quick. Yeah. And if 9-5 really is the line, then congratulations to Pat Chapen. That is win number 9. First place all by himself, and probably in top 4 position.
The innovator said when he won the Pro Tour earlier in the season that he saw it as being a qualifier for the World Championship. He qualified for the World Championship, and he's been leading from the front since the start.
Definitely.
Didn't seem to like the idea of sharing that lead with anyone and has just taken it back for his own.
No, those guys have actually played 2 rounds in a row. Yamamoto won the last round of the draft, and now Patrick returns the favor in Standard.
Dismal backwater there from Ivan Floch, and so far, Sam Black, he's found the lands he needs, so he's got a Seeker of the Way on time on turn 2, though he did lose a Seeker of the Way to that Despise.
Wow, no 3rd land drop for Floch.
So as much as we were talking about there potentially being mana issues on the right-hand side of our table, Floch missing lands is probably a bigger deal overall because his is the deck that's wanting to get up to 5, 6, 7 lands, whereas if it turns out that Sam Black is stuck on 3, he's got plenty he can do from there.
Agreed. Floch's got Drown, though. He's probably not going to get run over. I assume that Dismal Backwater is just left over, is the one that's in play, and that our displays a turn behind. Can't imagine he would not play a land.
Though every now and again you do hear about the hold back on lands to get a bit of an overcommitment to really sell your wrath.
And there's the 3rd land anyway. Sam Black had that happen. Lars Dom was actually slow rolling lands because he saw on Sam's deck list in Limited that he was playing 2 Rakshasa Secrets and had just a million removal spells. So Lars was holding his lands to discard and basically just stopped playing lands at 3 and held them in hand.
That's really smart play. I've seen a lot of very disciplined play actually from Lars Dam across this entire tournament. Even in the Vintage Masters, sort of just carefully pacing all of his removal to make sure that he could just run Jeremy Tazani out of threats. But they're Raise the Alarm getting some tokens for Sam Black, so he's now got a comparatively busy board, only briefly troubled by a Hero's Downfall to kill his Seeker of the Way.
Funny, as a response to an Arc Lightning, which was, again, triggering prowess.
And there's the Drown in Sorrow. Effectively a 1-for-1 here, dealing with the Raise the Alarm in one fell swoop and getting a scry on top of it. So Sam here, he's not really been able to get the kind of purchase at the start of the game that I guess he would have wanted. This time round, Ivan Floch,
Something about a mulligan and a Despise.
and some removal from Floch. I mean, this is what Floch wants to be doing against the aggro decks, is just saying, I can 1-for-1 a bit. Every now and again, I can 2-for-1, and sooner or later, you're going to just run out of gas. Couple of copies of Stoke the Flames, Chandra Pyromaster, and a Wingmate Rock in Sam Black's hand.
Sam just declines to play Chandra into untapped mana. That was dissolve mana over there. He's like, nope, not casting this Chandra. I'll sit on Stoke the Flames.
So a dig through time here, meaning that Ivan Floch gets to do one of the things that I'm sure he enjoys most in Magic, dealing out 7 cards. Briefly, he holds them all in his hand. He only gets to keep 2 of them. He's going to pick his favourite 2 to add to what he's already working with, and we can see some good ones there. Pearl Lake Ancient, if he doesn't take it now, it's going to basically be on the bottom of his deck, which means that it might take him a bit of time to win the game. But there's also the likes of Jace's Ingenuity, another dig through time. He's got plenty of options here. Now, of course, Ivan Floch, one of the players who is going to be playing in the World Magic Cup as well this weekend.
The Dream Chasers. There are 11 of them, I believe.
Unsurprisingly, people that are playing in the World Championship quite likely to be the captain of their respective country's team.
Yep.
And there's both lands and spells to work here for Ivan Floch, and he's got the Radiant Fountain. Now that works particularly well with Pearl Lake Ancient that's in his hand. It means that potentially he can start returning that land to his hand to bounce his Ancient, replaying it, stemming a little bit of bleeding that might come from the red-white deck, so that rather than it having to just deal 20 damage, it might be having to deal 24, 26, and at some point that really puts a bit of a strain on the burn spells from Sam Black's deck.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how Sam has essentially set himself up as a burn deck here. Stoke still in the deck. Just one card, deal 4 damage.
So a negate there on Chandra Pyromaster, not allowing the Planeswalker to resolve. And at the start of the match, when we were talking about what Ivan Floch's deck needs to be doing to be winning, getting plenty of lands in play, staying at a relatively stable life total, keeping the board clear, that's exactly what's happening here.
Definitely. Sam's going to lead with a Swift Spear so we can follow up with a Hordling Outburst to trigger prowess, potentially.
And Floch having a little bit of a think here. I can't really think that he would be stopping the 1-2, but I guess that once it's in play, all of the creatures in Sam's deck are kind of homogenous in a way.
He has to kill all of them. It's just a question of how he wants to deal with them.
So here come the Goblins. 1, 2, 3 of Hordling Outburst, and that is a prowess trigger on the Monastery Swift Spear.
It's interesting how Sam kind of windmilled that. He went very quickly to the Hordling Outburst. I think that the fact that Floch paused to think about the Monastery Swift Spear, he's sort of representing permission, and the fact that he was so obviously representing it, I think convinced Sam that he did not, in fact, have any more counters in his hand. So Sam was confident his Hordling Outburst was going to resolve.
And that one of the big things in this tournament, all of these players are at such a high level that relatively nuanced reads on body language or sort of how people are playing things
Flash.
So many abilities on that Pearl Lake Ancient.
Swings down, picks off the Goblin in mid-combat.
I mean, Wingmate Rock does come after combat, and there is that extra token alongside it.
Yeah, those Flyers can win this game in 2 attacks.
Yeah, Ivan Floch now down to just 10 life.
Does not actually have answers to the 3/4 Flyers. Yeah, he'll have time, I guess, for either Jace's Ingenuity, or maybe he can dig through time. I don't know if he can do. The question is, does he have time to do both? He's kind of thinking right now. Okay, do I want to draw 3 cards? Do I want to do anything main phase before I get attacked once? Do I want to ship the turn?
And he may find himself having to do the Pearl Lake Ancient Radiant Fountain trick just to buy himself a little bit of time alongside whatever card drawing he's doing. The Barblight kind of mocking him in his hand there, not quite able to deal with Wingmate Rock.
Right. I mean, I think he should... Jace's Ingenuity... I mean, this turn cycle... I mean, he can sit on Jace's Ingenuity. It's an instant, obviously. But he can draw 3 there. He can potentially cast something like a Bile Blight. He can build up a graveyard where he'd be able to dig and then still cast a removal spell. Again, though, I'm not sure Perilous Vault would have time to clear this board.
And that's probably the reason that we saw there was this sort of lack of clarity in the blue-black control decks when they first showed up. Not everyone was playing Perilous Vault, and the concern was it's a little bit slow sometimes.
Right. All right. I guess Yvonne...
Yeah, so
he's going to go main phase. I think we're in his main phase, right?
Treasure Cruise it ain't. This one costing him 5 mana to draw 3 cards. He does find a Hero's Downfall, so that's going to be a bit of a help here.
Right, and he finds a land that comes into play untapped. Which I think may have contributed to him doing this main phase. Yeah, Hero's Downfall's nice here. Now he's got... It buys him multiple turns.
Yeah, Pearl Lake Ancient, unlikely to be going on the offensive all too soon. Sam Black's still on a full 20 life, and there's plenty of potential threats coming from that side of the table. So Stoke the Flames is in Sam's hand. He's drawn another Monastery Swift Spear.
Wow.
Speaking of haste.
Oh yeah. Man, this game's right on the edge.
So that enough to prompt the Hero's Downfall on the real Wingmate Rock, if you will, rather than the bread token that came along with it.
And now, does Sam send his 3 ground creatures? running the Swift Spear into the Pearl Lake to get through with 2 goblins? Probably yes. Those aren't going to do bad. I mean, getting 2 damage there, you get Flock to 5 with Stoke in hand, which Sam has to decide whether to fire off while Flock is untapped, and yes is the answer. While you're tapped out.
Tantalizingly close to picking up the victory here. Just 1 life left for Ivan Floch. And Floch having a look through his graveyard. Up until recently, that was just a kind of, oh, let's figure out what I've drawn, but it could signal a little bit of delve action here from the Slovak player.
Yeah, Bile Blight can kill the 2 goblins, but he's got to come up with an answer to a 3/4 flyer. He's going to have to dig through time and find an answer. And because he's at 1, he's going to have to Bile Blight. That's 2 mana. He's going to have to dig. Let's see, if he Bile Blights, he will have 6 cards in his yard, so the dig is only 2. He'll have 4 mana left untapped, plus no lands in his hand. So yeah, I think you Bile Blight, you dig, and you have to find an answer to a 3/4 flyer with your dig. Is he going to dig first?
I mean, I guess if you dig first, then it leaves you the option, if you want to, of doing the bounce your land and replay to effectively negate the damage from the goblins this turn.
Does it? He can't replay. It's 7 mana. Oh, it depends. I think there's only 5 cards in his yard right now. I think Bile Blight is the 6th card. It's possible. I think this dig costs 3. Yeah, if he Bile Blighted first, then he would save 1 on the dig, but he wants to dig first.
So in these 7 cards, if you're going to have to roll a dice, then rolling it 7 times is not the worst. But
what did he come up with?
Is that another Bile Blight?
Lands, Pearl Lake.
Careful thought here from Ivan Floch, trying to figure out if there's a way he can get himself out of this situation that he's in.
I think there is a Bile Blade in there.
Yes.
So that definitely buys him a turn, though it doesn't actually kill the 3/4 flyer.
There's an Ether Spouts as well.
Oh, that's Ether Spouts. I thought it was a Pearl Lake. Ether Spouts is sexy.
Against all of those tokens, absolutely, because where normally they'd be getting put either on the top or the bottom of the deck, tokens just can't go there.
You know what the problem with Ether Spouts is, though? He doesn't have 2 blue.
Yeah, I mean...
His blue mana comes into play tapped. Yeah, I mean...
So it's Bile Blight as a fog this turn.
Mm-hmm.
Prepping for Ether Spouts next turn. But
the gain land, though, means he can actually block 1 goblin. He can actually take a goblin. He's not obliged to Bile Blight the goblins. Since he gained 1 up to 2, he can kill 1 goblin, take 1 from the other.
Dismal Backwater doing work.
Doing work. And Sam's not interested in losing a goblin for 1. But he's now very happy. He went to pick that up to take it off the board. The fact that it's only a Bile Blight, it's good news for Sam.
Just in case, he says...
Second Bile Blight. Let's kill it.
And I like that because it means that potentially you can hang back on your Ether Spouts quite a bit. The goblins on their own are not necessarily going to be as much of a problem here.
All true.
So Sam in top deck mode, but he's got the right kind of deck to find something that's going to deal 2 damage straight off the top.
Right, and Flock is down to just the Aether Spouts. He's got no permission for any burn spell that comes off the top of Sam's library.
So we were speaking earlier on about the importance of, at this level, getting a read on someone, getting a feel for what they're thinking.
Mm-hmm.
If Sam Black is trying to close this game out, is he just going to, if he finds a burn spell, just fire it off at the first instance, or perhaps try and get some kind of a read, maybe play a couple of spells in the same turn?
It's a fair question. I mean, the longer the game goes, the better it is for Flock, because Flock is the one who's got a bunch of dig through times and Jace's Ingenuities in his deck. So I think Sam knows this game is teetering right on the edge right now. Flock has started attacking with his Pearl Lake. He's going to do the pickup Radiant Fountain trick this turn. That makes sense.
And Dismal Backwaters as well, just for a little bit of extra life gain.
Yeah, so I mean, Sam is not going to wait long to fire off any burn spell. I mean, he might wait end step, hope Flock casts a dig through time or something. Yeah, Radiant Fountain picks up a couple of life. Here's the Pearl Lake again.
And conspicuously leaves
lightning
blue,
strike
black.
off the top. Sam Black just drew Lightning Strike. These goblins are going to get in 1 point of damage, dropping a flock to 3. And now Sam is like, you got it? No,
Nope,
I got a handshake for you. Wow. Nice draw from Sam Black there.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to draw the right card at the right time. That's why it's in the deck.
Yeah, that's not a great matchup for Sam. I mean, it's not a terrible matchup. He's able to sort of play this burn heavy strategy where, you know, he can just pressure Flock's life total. But not a great matchup. Not the one Sam, I think, wanted coming in.
But that match now complete. We get a chance to see a little bit more of Josh Utter-Layton up against Lars Dam. We saw last time we were here, Lars Dam doing good work with Pearl Lake Ancient and Prognostic Sphinx. One of them has been traded just for another Prognostic Sphinx here, just for consistency. Up against the Sidisi Whip deck from Josh Utter-Layton, who he does have Sidisi in play. Doesn't have the Whip, but has plenty going on with Courser Crufix. Another one on top, Sato Wayfinder, and a Reclamation Sage there that looks to have already dealt with a Banishing Light.
Yeah, I do see Banishing Light on the top of Lars' graveyard.
So we'll be able to get life totals in a moment or two on this one. Obviously, it's going to have a big impact on what Lars wants to do, though. He might be tempted to attack simply due to the fact that it gets him an awful lot of scrying, improves his draws quite a bit.
Yeah, attack with one, leave the other on defense. Makes a lot of sense.
There we can see the Prognostic Sphinx. One of the finishers of choice back in Pro Tour Journey into Nyx, where we were in Standard, as a relatively difficult to deal with threat, but still seeing some play in Standard now, even with a few other options available. So 2 sets of Scry 3 here going on here. It's not one big Scry 6. Lars gets to look at the top 3, put a few on top perhaps, then look at the top 3 again and figure out exactly what he wants to do there. Being very, very careful, of course, not to combine them with his hand. We don't want to have any awkward snafus on the rules here. And actually, one lovely thing about this tournament, we got 24 of the best players in the world. I think there's virtually been no judge calls at any point, even though we got some of the best judges here, if there were any. Aside from a couple of little bits and pieces yesterday about people not remembering that things were legends, we've been pretty clean. And Anger of the Gods here is going to do a good job of clearing Josh Utter-Layton's side of the board, leaving him with just a single copy of Courser of Crufix there, that revealing Disdainful Stroke on the top of Josh's deck.
This Lars Dom list is pretty interesting. 4 Anger, 3 End Hostility in the main. So 7 sweepers.
Well, that's sending a message, if nothing else.
Yeah. 4 Dissolves, 3 Steam Augury, and 1 Jace's Ingenuity.
So let's be under no illusions here. This is very much a control deck.
Oh yeah, this is, you know, we see it a lot with Jesskai, Tempo, Aggro, Midrange, Fireworks, whatever. Now, this is a control deck.
And Thoughtseize reveals a very controlling hand. 2 copies of End Hostilities and that Disdainful Stroke there alongside a Temple there.
7 creatures in his main deck, 4 of which are Nyx Fleece Rams.
Interesting. He got the message from Ivan Floch loud and clear when he won the Pro Tour. Nyx Fleece Ram will do some work. But it looks like there's a Hornet Queen in Josh Utter-Layton's hand, and Hornet Queen, a pretty good answer to a couple of copies of Prognostic Sphinx. All of the tokens it's creating.
Disdainful Stroke or Dissolve would, nope, looks like it's in play.
I mean, he had just done the Thoughtseize to clear the way.
Oh,
so
sure.
He knows that there's End Hostilities, but he's now kind of forcing the issue in a way that previously he wasn't.
Right.
And Lars Dam,
Hornet Queen's so good.
Unclear quite how many win conditions he can afford to wrath away here.
Yeah, the main deck is 2 Sphinxes and a Pearl Lake. The sideboard has 1 more of each.
And with Whip of Erebos in Josh Utter-Layton's hand, and he now knows that the coast is likely clear from counterspells, this could be a big game-changing moment, because once Whip of Erebos lets you say, well, you can deal with Hornet Queen once, get it back, make a few more tokens, sooner or later you get to just sort of grind your way through, and that's sort of the Sidisi Whip way, I suppose.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Whip Hornet Queen is one of the defining interactions in Standard. Lots of decks. You see Abzan decks running it, you see Black-Green decks running it, they used to be Devotion decks or Constellation decks. They're really Whip of Erebos decks, all of them.
And it falls to enchantment removal, it falls to artifact removal, it doesn't fall to a whole lot else. But there is the Dissolve from Lars Dam. He must have drawn that just on that one turn.
Yep.
Josh Utter-Layton thought he had a window.
Wow. I mean, there were some scries involved in setting up his deck. But yeah. All right. So Lars stops the whip. That means that end hostilities can at least get the board back to parity.
Josh Leighton here, hitting his land drops. I mean, while Josh's deck it wouldn't really be fair to call it a control deck, he certainly is a mid-range deck that goes big enough that hitting lots of land drops is not necessarily going to be a problem for him. Lots of Sultai action from that deck, but 2 copies of End Hostilities here. They're not in play, but given that both players know about them, these are kind of the defining features of this this board to me at the moment.
Yeah, what Lars doesn't know is that Josh can counter the first one.
He has seen that disdainful stroke off Course of Crew fix, so there's this kind of big mind game going on where most of the information is known by both players, and this is really where you start to see the strength of players in this World Championship. That I've seen more credit being given to opponents in lines of play here than just about anywhere, and it very well deserved. So Hornet Queen getting in here with a couple of insect tokens. They've all got Death Touch, which means that Lars Dam not too keen to be blocking here. I mean, I guess that Josh is really just looking to force the issue. What he doesn't know about is that there's another Anger of the Gods in Lars Dam's hand.
Oh my. Yeah, Anger is the removal spell that Lars wants to resolve, because it can wipe away the Hornets without killing Prognostic Sphinx. And yeah, he goes for it.
Also, crucially, the creatures that it kills are getting exiled rather than just going to the graveyard. And while obviously that's not a big deal for the insect tokens, making sure that Hornet Queen is nowhere close to that graveyard so that if another whip comes along, it can't come back, is certainly something he's not going to be too sad about.
Yeah, it's a great point. Yeah, both Sphinxes. Threatening lethal next turn. Josh needs to draw an answer.
And this, of course, potentially deciding the match, because Dam already up a game.
Yeah, I mean, Sultai Charm can destroy a monocolored creature. It can potentially stop one of the Sphinxes for one turn, but the fact that they can pick up Hexproof means that, I mean, Josh may be able to buy himself a turn, but that's all he gets to do.
And one of the other reasons, aside from the Sphinges, I believe is the plural, being able to pick up Hexproof, is that all of that scrying means that Lars Dam can be pretty confident of always drawing good cards for the rest of this game.
Right.
We can see here he's thinking about more copies of End Hostilities on the top of his deck.
It's like, which good cards do I actually need? He can see that Sidisi's coming. That's got to make the anger. The anger seems great. It's a question of whether he's pushing an End Hostilities. I didn't see what the third card was.
We will, I'm sure, find out soon enough.
Well, pushing to the bottom.
Oh, okay. So there, it looks like maybe there was a Soul of Innistrad in activation. Kind of tricky when there's so many relevant zones and we can't necessarily fit everything on camera. But a couple of creatures going back to Josh Leighton's hand there, including Sidisi. And that, I guess, one of the strengths of Sidisi Whip is that it uses its graveyard as an extra hand more than just about any other deck in the format.
Yeah, I thought Josh was basically dead here, but the fact that there's a Soul buying back a Hornet Queen, it's a good thing for Lars. He just found another anger. Yeah, and Josh not happy about this. Yeah, he had cleared a path with that Thoughtseize, like you said. Somehow, though, Lars just kept drawing gas.
Yeah, it doesn't count as a legendary top deck when you've set it up with that much scrying, but it does the job just the same. Lars Dam there, picking up his second game win, so the match there for him. He goes 2-0 up against Josh Leighton, advancing to 6 and 5.
Loss number 6 for Josh. That's bad news.
Yeah, in spite of all the good work he did in Modern, which I'm sure is going to have ramifications far beyond this tournament.
True.
But this is our last match in the feature match area. On the left of our screen, we've got Jacob Wilson. On the right, Raphael Levy. The lone creature in play, that's a Stormbreath Dragon. Kind of the top end of what the aggressive red deck from Raph Levy's doing. And if we're talking about players playing the decks that have been kind of their pet deck for the year, this pretty much where Raph Levy's been for a while now. He had Rabble Red back before Khans of Tarkir. He was then on red tokens, or sort of red-white tokens, I think, in Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir. He's been casting red spells for a while and being very successful with them.
There's the old upkeep Magma Jet. Let me set my draw phase. I'm gonna set it with a lightning strike.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of scry in this deck. He's got we can see there,
and there's the handshake.
Plenty of burn, able to finish things off. There was a giant strength in his graveyard already, so that Titan strength. Sorry, so plenty of scry, just meaning that the red deck has a little bit more in the way of controlling options, a little bit more in the way of card drawing than normal. But that's the end of our first round of standard, and this was the only round, like the surprise round, if you will.
Yes.
The one where nobody knew what deck they were going to be facing. But looking at it, it seems like most people kind of went to type. They went with the decks that they're sort of well known for playing, if they have one. And
yeah, I think what CFB was playing was a big deal. The fact that they're on Sidisi Web, I don't know. I mean, the range of the decks those guys could have shown up with, I think, was quite wide. Turns out, it's Sidisi Web. That's going to be a big part of the story. Big 6 loss for Jacob there too.
Yeah, a tough one. And this is really the first round of the day where we're really starting to see people fall out and lose their opportunities.
I mean, we saw a bunch of 5 and 5s there. 6-5. I mean, 6 and 5. You're still in position to rattle off 3 wins, but 5 and 6. Well, I mean, there's still some nice pro points. There's some nice money on the line for top 8, top 16. But that's what you're playing for now.
It's kind of cool that sort of at the Pro Tour there are definitely situations where in the last round there's not necessarily that much to play for. There's not that much opportunity to move around in the standings. Here it's not just about the standings. All of these pro points, there's only 24 players that can get pro points at this stage in the season. And those pro points, they're going to add up later in the season about trying to get silver, trying to get gold, trying to get player of the year potentially.
Yeah, there's thousands of dollars on the line too. I mean, the difference between 5th and 9th, I think it's at least 1,000. It might be 2,000. So big money games, big pro point games. But once you pick up loss number 6, it still feels like the stakes are a little bit lower.
Yeah, but I mean, some big victories as well. So a lot to be said for Sam Black managing to navigate his way through potentially quite a tricky matchup. The draws kind of worked out for him a little bit, but also some really solid play there in terms of figuring out what Ivan had going on. And Lars Dahm has just been impressing all over the place. We saw Reed Duke made his sort of first big impression as a Magic Online Championship winner, and then
Sean McLaren as well.
Yeah, it's
I'll throw you another one. You want to talk about Mox competitors and Worlds? Junya Ianaga qualified for the Worlds that he won in the last Mox qualifier. He only got to San Francisco because he was playing in the Mox, and he won like the last chance qualifier just to even play that Mox final. Playing the Mox, this is the Mox that Reed Duke wins, but you forget Junya Ianaga was in that field, except what he really did that weekend is he won the World Championships.
I mean, either way around, you're doing all right. But if you have to choose,
I'll take Worlds.
But it sounds like down on the floor, we might be able to get a chance to get a little interview with our last round winner there. Let's go down and see what he's got to say for himself.
Thanks, Tim. Rashad Miller here, and I'm here with Raphael Levy. Now, you're at a nice 9-5 record, and you brought your mono red deck here to compete in the standard portion of this tournament. How do you feel about your chances of either winning out or getting to the top 4 with the deck that you've chose?
Well, my chances are pretty slim. I have 2-3-0, and I'm not even sure I can make it. My tiebreakers are abysmal. They're really bad. But I feel much more confident in standard than I felt in modern. Modern, I really didn't know what to expect, and I won 3'd. But I feel much more confident in standard. That's the deck I've been working on for a long time. And, well, so far so good.
All right, so the World Championship and the World Magic Cup are here in your home country of France. Now, I know you won the World Magic Cup last year, but you're not going to be on the team this year. Are you going to be sticking around to root on Jeremy Desani and the rest of the French team?
I'll try to stick around and give my moral support, yeah.
Did you help out with any of the testing for the French team?
Well, we tested standard a lot, so we tried to figure out what the best decks were. And well, hopefully the team found something. There are 3 other people in the team. It's not just Jeremy and me. Right. So they worked on. They did their job. We did our job. I helped a little as much as I could, but hopefully that will be successful.
All right, so Raphael Levy sitting at 9-5. Fingers crossed. See if he can win out and get some help in the tiebreakers. So this is Rashad Miller, and we're going to send it back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Rashad. Hearing a little bit more from Raf Levy. Really, ever since last World Championships, Raf Levy has been more pumped about Magic than I've seen in a long time. Very, very proud to have been the World Champion for France. And he's had a banner year this year in terms of, this is his he did his first World Championship age 15 and he's just been rocking Magic ever since. But a great round for him here in round 11. But we're going to take a little break, head back to the news desk, and we'll be back with you very soon for round 12.
Thanks so much, Tim. Thanks very much to Randy Buehler. You see at the wall there, Sam Black and Brian David Marshall, they're getting ready for their deck tech. Sam Black doing very nicely at 7-4, now having defeated Even Flock, who falls to 6-5. That's close. We think round about the 6th loss may be critical. We wish to give you more definite. A lot of people tweeting us saying, can you not tell us exactly where we want to be for the record? We don't know. That's the truth. 9-5 we think might be there. 8-6 is starting to look less likely as Patrick Chapen comes back to the field. There's the scoreboard. The matches that are in light colour, they've already come in. Those are 11 matches worth of results. The darker names, they're still playing right now, which means by my count, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, we've still got 5 of our 12 matches still playing. But why don't we look at where we are? Patrick Chapen at 9-2. Kentaro Yamamoto is alone at 8-3 right now, but will likely be joined by one of Shahar, Shenhar and Yu Watanabe. And that's a pair and a half to be going at it. So we'll see who wins that one. Even Flock, you see, falls to 6-5. Lars Dam is up to 6-5. He's defeated Josh Utter-Leighton, who falls to 5-6 as a result. Raf Levy there. I think we got some confusion with our 6s and our 9s. Upside down, 6-5 for Raf Levy. Listen, 9-5 is where he would love to be, because that could put him right on the verge of the top 4. So 6-5 right now. 3 more wins would take him to his maximum potential of 9-5. Yuki Ichiaawa still going. William Jensen. Now I did hear a little bit of math going on in that game out on the floor, where William Jensen said, right, so gain 6, lose 2, right, yeah, 54. So there's some interesting live totals going on in that one. Further down the field, Reed Duke has won. He's up to 4-7, and that's at the expense of Nam Sun Wook, who falls into the bottom 3 alongside Li Shichan and Ray Perez Jr. But remember, all 3 of those, 3 pro points. That's like playing at a pro tour, and they've still got 3 rounds to go to try and generate some pro points. And of course, congratulations to all the 24 for being here. So lots more results to come in. The players still going here in the first round of Standard, but we have a deck tech for you. And as you saw just a moment ago, waiting patiently at the wall, Sam Black, one of the great thinkers in the game today, and he is going to talk to one of the great talkers in the game today. He's going to kill me for that. Here comes Brian David Marshall.
Hi, everybody. Brian David Marshall here at the Tournament Center during the World Championships, and I am here to talk to Sam Black about what he thinks about Standard and how he came up with a red-white token deck that, well, we started calling Plymouth Rock in the back room. So talk to us a little bit about what you were thinking about for Standard coming into this tournament and how you tried to approach it.
Well, I was pretty open to finding anything. The Pro Tour I played Green-Black Devotion, which hasn't really done well since then, didn't do super well there. The deck felt okay, but like I would like to do better. So I was just trying whatever. I was very impressed by Hordling Outburst as a card. I think that especially among pros, I expect people to be pretty into Jesskai, and just making a lot of tokens is really hard for previous lists of that deck to deal with because they have so much spot removal. And so that was like a direction that I knew was good. Early on, I tried some Blue-White Heroic. That deck's pretty good. Heliod's Pilgrim was the main innovation in that deck that really impressed me. The way that my roommate, who's the person I was preparing for this event with, talked about Heliod's Pilgrim in Blue-White Heroic was, you don't think of it as a good card in the deck because it's not part of any of your best draws, but if anything goes wrong, it's the card you want. Like, anytime when you're not just curving out and killing them, it's your best draw because you just want to like it gives you a guy, it gives you Ordeal of Thassa. That's all the deck's trying to do.
All right, well, let's start taking a look at some of the cards, and we'll see how this played out. You start off with a couple of creatures, Monastery, Swiftspear, Secret of the Way. Both of these cards, Jesskai regulars, and we've seen them both do well in tournament. What makes you bring these to your red-white tokens deck?
Basically, I want to. The rest of my deck is pretty controlling, and my deck is really like a Chain to the Rocks theme deck, which positions me really badly against control decks. So I wanted to have like good aggressive creatures that could get under their removal and start dealing damage, so that I would have some hope in those matchups, which we just saw against Flock. And so I wanted to like keep my curve as low as possible, which is why I'm playing like Swiftspear over something like Rabble Masters. I just want to come out of the gates, start the beats, and then be able to just like kill every creature they play as they play it and hit them for 2.
Right. So once you get a little further up the chain, things start to get a little clogged on your mana curve. So let's take a look at the next set of cards. There we see Heliod's Pilgrim, Chain to the Rocks. Sadly, you can't get Eidolon of Countless Battles with the Pilgrim, even though it does function as an aura.
Right. Yeah. Pilgrim says you search for an aura card. The type line on Eidolon of Countless Battles does not contain the word aura. So.
Yeah.
But what Heliod's Pilgrim does, the only thing that it does, is get Chain to the Rocks. You might think, well, I mean, is that good? Like, this is like a tutor card that only has a single target. Like, why is that worth doing? And the answer is, well, Chain to the Rocks is just absurdly efficient once you have a mana base that can actually support it. Once we've bothered to do that, why play 4 Chain to the Rocks when we can play 7? And Heliod's Pilgrim, another way to think about it is if you compare it to Fiend Hunter. It's like a Fiend Hunter, except when they kill it, they don't get their guy back, and you don't need to wait for them to play the creature that you want to hunt. You can just put it out proactively, and then when they play their Siege Rhino or their Butcher or whatever that they play after you play your 3-mana spell, you're just immediately ready for it, and you chain it and hit them with your Pilgrim. And you have to spend 1 more mana total, but you can spend it over 2 turns if you want, and you're also just mising a prowess trigger. So, really great card.
Right, which we saw in your match against Flock, where that it ends up
well,
boosting
Chain to the Rocks
your
doesn't
guys.
do anything, but I have 2 guys, so I guess Heliod's Pilgrim shock you.
And talk a little bit about I just for a second going back, talking about the Eidolon of Countless Battles. Why is this card here? You can't search for it. Like what is that? What role is that playing?
You have more Chain to the Rocks than most decks. Chain to the Rocks is an aura. Eidolon of Countless Battles sees them. So that's just a nice little interaction. Also, as we were about to see, there are a lot of tokens. Heliod's Pilgrim is just a random dude that hangs out in play. You end up with a lot of pretty irrelevant permanents in play that are each making Eidolon of Countless Battles bigger. And often what will happen is you'll have 3 Hordling Outburst tokens, and you'll put Eidolon of Countless Battles on one of them. Suddenly it's a 5/5 or bigger. They have to chump block it and then use a removal spell on it, and then you still have your 4/4 Eidolon that they have to deal with again. So it's just a huge hasty threat that they need 2 answers for. Very good card.
Right, even if you just have a 1/1 Eidolon, the next turn you play a Hordling Outburst and suddenly that is getting it for 4. So let's take a look at some of the cards that are making tokens for you. Raise the Alarm, not a card we've seen necessarily a ton of in Standard. Hordling Outburst is becoming a little bit more ubiquitous.
Yeah.
Talk about these 2 cards.
Well, I'm a token strategy. I'm trying to just punish removal, and these are the most efficient token cards. They're really just there because they're the best way. I mean, they're a threat that turns on prowess. They make your cheapest guys better. And they're really there as enablers for your big threats, which are Eidolon of Countless Battles and Wingmate Rock.
Right.
These tokens just hang out and play. Your opponent can just play a creature and you can't attack with them, but they're unlikely to actually kill all of them because the tokens don't really matter, and that means that they just hang out ready to let you trigger raid whenever you are ready to cast Wingmate Rock, so you always get the full Broodmate Dragon.
Speaking of the Wingmate Rock, so that's our next card that we have lined up here. You see 4 Wingmate Rocks, and you compared it to Broodmate Dragon. That was a card that was a Pro Tour stalwart when it was in Standard. Talk a little bit more about this card, and I guess attacking with just throwing 3 or 4 tokens into the red zone with
to gain life.
To gain life seems like it's probably pretty relevant.
Absolutely, yeah. Wingmate Rock. I mean, the card's just incredible. The rate. I mean, this is just one of those cards where I saw it and I'm like, wow. You get 6 power worth of flyers over 2 creatures that doesn't die to Elspeth. Like, they need 2 removal spells. Like, it doesn't die to Bile Blight. The numbers are just absolutely exactly where you want to be in this format. And so it's just like a real 2-for-1 for 5 mana that just kills them if they don't answer it quickly. And even if they do, like, have 2 answers, often it'll take them 2 turns to play those answers, and they'll take a bunch of damage in the process. Incredibly hard to race because of the life gain ability. Just like fantastic. That's the card that the rest of the deck is built to support. It's creatures that are going to be in play because they're not worth killing, so that you can trigger raid.
And this is also an excellent card against planeswalkers, right? Like, like you said, it's
Yes.
positioned really well against Elspeth.
Yes.
You know, it does. Elspeth can't kill it, and it's really good at killing.
Right, it
Elspeth.
just kills it in one attack. Yep.
So, all right, let's take a look at some of the other things you're using to kill. 3 copies of Stoke the Flames plays especially well with something like Hordling Outburst,
Yes.
and even to a lesser extent, Stoke Raise the Alarm.
Yeah.
What's going on with your removal and damage suite here?
So basically, I mean, I think that this is a relatively low amount of removal for this kind of deck. And that's because I have so many Chain of the Rocks.
7.
And like that's where I'm getting a lot of value out of this, like Pilgrim, because I want a full board for my Eidolon of Countless Battles and stuff. So I want my creature density to be really high. And like playing that as my threat instead of something like Rabble Master just lets me cheat on removal, keep these numbers lower. Lightning Strike over Stoke the Flames, like rather than 4 Stoke, 2 Strike, I want to have, just more curve efficient, be able to kill Rabble Master when it comes down. But you need some instant speed removals to answer Rabble Master. And
let's take a quick look at the mana that you use to make this all work. Evolving Wilds is an interesting card. Any particular reason for?
Yeah, it's a mountain, and like it lets you get a mountain so that you can chain things to the rock while getting plains, because the deck has a lot of double white.
Okay.
And so it's the only way to like make your mana have the support for the double white while always having a mountain to be able to chain.
And then really quickly taking a look at the sideboard here, Ash Cloud Phoenix, Chandra Pyromancer, Lightning Strike, and then the last couple cards, Arc Lightning, Glare of Heresy, and Erase. Anything you feel like you'd want to change about the deck at this point, or are you feeling
pretty good? I played one match. I think it was against my worst matchup, and I won it, so I'm feeling pretty good.
All right, so there you have it. Sam Black, Brian David Marshall, bringing you to Plymouth Rock from the Tournament Center.
At the very top left of your screen, it says 1 match left. That is the most important piece of information I can give you, because that means there really is 1 match left. Would you like to hear about it, or would you like to see it? Hands in the air for see it? Thoughts so? Yeah, go away. So, how about we show you, not game 3, it's game 2 of William Jensen against Yuki Ichiaawa. They're both at 6 and 4. I told you Jensen was up at 54 life. He eventually won game 1. They are in the feature match area right now. For your entertainment, it's time for the best 2 words. It's bonus magic.
Hello and welcome back. We don't want to hold you up too long. We don't want to hold up the players too long. If we head down to the feature match area now, we're going to get to see at least one more game of Magic in this round between William Jensen and Yuki Ichiaawa. So on the left of our screen there, that's William Jensen. He and Yuki Ichiaawa both came in at 6 and 4 today, so they've got plenty of opportunities still to get into the top 8 of this tournament. And Ichiaawa starting off there with a temple there, a Lamboir Waste from Jensen. Now the reason that the life totals ended up so high in game 1, I believe at one point Jensen got over 100 life, is both of these players are playing decks with Whip of Erebos.
Indeed. Yeah, Jensen and the rest of the Peach Garden Oath are basically, they're playing Black-Green Constellation. I mean, it's got some devotion elements, right? You've got the couple of Nykthoses. You can power out Hornet Queens that way. But they've gone heavy on the Constellation side of the deck with 4 Eidolon of Blossom. They've also, of course, got Whip of Erebos, right? You are spilling stuff into the graveyard and whipping it back out again. And that's what Huey had going on in game 1. Yuki Ichiaawa, meanwhile, is basically Abzan mid-range, but we're calling it Abzan Whip. He's done what some of the Abzan decks have gone to lately with multiple main deck Whip of Erebos, so that they have just a little more late game.
Yeah, there's a lot of similarities between these 2 decks, at least before sideboarding, both of them leaning on some of the powerful enchantments one way or another, though it's only Jensen really that's getting full power from Doomwake Giants in game 1. After sideboarding, though, there's some interesting options available. Yuki Ichiikawa can go down the Doomwake Giant route if he wants. More interestingly to me, though, is he's got a few Planeswalker options, some of which are in his hand right now. We can see both Ajani, Mentor of Heroes, and Nissa Worldwaker.
Yeah, and this is a card that he top 8 of the Pro Tour with.
Yeah, back on his first Pro Tour top 8 of the season. It seems like a while ago for the Japanese player who actually has a very brief amount of experience on the Pro Tour.
5 Pro Tours. That is tied for last in this field. He and Ray Perez have only played 5 Pro Tours each.
And Ichiikawa still live to make top 4 here. The very popular streamer from Japan revealing a Thoughtseize on the top of his deck there with Courser of Krufix. And with those Planeswalkers, he's able to attack on a slightly different axis than perhaps he was able to in Game 1. And if he can get some early damage in before Jensen can really get things going, then that might mean that he can square things up fairly quickly. Does look like there might be a Whip of Erebos in Jensen's hand, though. That plus any amount of creatures does mean that he's able to leverage his life total pretty sort of easily, get up to a healthy enough life total that no one swing's really going to do too much to him.
Yeah, 2 whips, actually, and he's already spilled a Hornet Queen into his yard.
And that's the combo. That's what you want to be doing in this format with your green-black decks a lot of the time. Get Hornet Queen into play a little bit on the cheap, get your one quick hasty hit in, and then say, I've got all these 1/1s that just kind of came along as a bonus. Jensen quick to take the damage there from Courser of Krufix. This is not going to be a game that we're likely to see end particularly quickly. It's not necessarily a massive surprise to me that their Game 1 took as long as it did. Neither of these decks necessarily looking to say, I'm going to get on the board fast and just kill you. They're much more inclined to develop an overwhelming board position. Now, Jensen does have Nykthos Shrine to Nyx, and in the fullness of time, that's going to be huge with Hornet Queen, because there's an awful lot of green mana symbols in the cost of that insect.
He's also got Eidolon of Blossoms in play now.
So, if you've got lots of mana, what do you need? You need lots of cards. If you want lots of cards, what do you need? Eidolon of Blossoms. It's all kind of coming together for William Jensen here.
Yeah, seriously.
I mean, Whip of Erebos is an enchantment. It is going to trigger that Eidolon. He is going to get to draw a few extra cards unless...
He can also read the bones. Yeah, Billy's basically got all his engines online. He's got the Devotion, he's got the Constellation, he's got the Graveyard Recursion. All 3 of those angles are available to him this game. The game's really going to come down to whether Ichiikawa can leverage those Planeswalkers somehow.
Yeah,
I don't know if they're powerful enough to keep up. I mean, Nis is good, Johnny's good. I don't know if they can keep up with what Huey's got going on, though.
Well, yeah, once the life gain kicks in with a few creatures, there's potentially so much life gain that just regular, normal nickel-on-diming is just not going to do it. Ichiikawa has the lands that he
Do the
needs.
4/4 elementals that Nissa makes count as nickels and dimes? Seems like they're worth at least a quarter, but...
But here comes a Ajani, Mentor of Heroes. That letting Yuki Ichiikawa look at the top 4 cards of his deck and try and find the right next step for him in his plan. He takes the Wingmate Rock that was on top and gets to put the other ones on the bottom, and we're going to see what he's going to be drawing next turn.
Interesting. Thoughtseize is kind of a big game. He's got 1 Thoughtseize in his hand already that he chose not to cast because he preferred to tap out for a Ajani.
I mean, Jensen not really here threatening too much in terms of killing off Ajani. Ajani could well hang around for a while. I mean, this could be a matchup where we see plus 100 life for Ichiikawa.
You think Ajani might go ultimate here?
Well, it's interesting. This is a match. We saw a lot of green-black decks of various stripes at Grand Prix Stockholm earlier in the year. And one of the things that's a real concern for some of these matchups that go very, very long is the number of cards in your deck. Especially with the likes of Eidolon of Blossoms, which is not a May, you can find yourself drawing a lot of cards, and if you can't actually put the game away, then things can get kind of messy. So Nykthos Shrine to Nyx making lots of mana there, allowing for a Courser of Krufix, and also drawing Jensen a card.
I mean, it's kind of tricky here. Ichiikawa has a Thoughtseize in his hand already, and now there's a second one. So Huey might think that he doesn't have to play the whip since he's got the backup copy. Would have been crazy if he'd lost both whips to those 2 Thoughtseizes, the one that's been slow rolled for a while. But Jensen goes ahead, he gets the whip safely onto the table.
I think that of all of the matchups we've seen on camera thus far, this is the one where I have the most concern that we might have to try and find a way of zooming out the camera to fit all the permanents in.
Wow, other Thoughtseize.
So cards in hand is something Yuki Ichiikawa can deal with at this point.
Yeah, 2 Thoughtseizes.
I mean, both players now have access to Reclamation Sage. They each have 2 in their sideboard. So there's a lot of targets in this matchup for Reclamation Sage, especially on William Jensen's side of the board. He's got the whips, he's got the Eidolons, and so on and so forth. There are whips from Ichiikawa too, if he wants them. And
His deck isn't really set up to use it, though. I mean, it's more like, well, if we play an attrition-y matchup, I'm going to wind up with some stuff in my graveyard. He's not dedicated. He's got the Wayfinders, but it feels like Huey's more all in on that plan.
And it's worth bearing in mind this is not the Sidisi whip deck. It's not necessarily filling its graveyard quite as aggressively. But when someone casts a Thoughtseize and you reveal a hand, you kind of want to reveal enough things that you know you're going to get to keep something good, and that's the position that William Jensen's in here. 2 copies of Whippoorwill Bows, a Read the Bones, a Murderous Cut, Communion with the Gods, and a couple of lands there.
It's only 1 whip in his hand. The other one's in play.
Oh, sorry, yes.
I think you take the whip. Like, Yuki should assume he's eventually going to draw a way to answer the one that's in play, and he doesn't want Jensen to have a backup. I would take the whip.
And it looks like Ichiikawa agrees.
I mean, the Read the Bones is potentially scary, but, I mean, what's the best card he could get off of Read the Bones, right? How about a backup whip?
So Ichiikawa taking note of everything in the hand. It's worth noting that these rounds are untimed, and that potentially changes the face of how this match would be played. I don't know that necessarily the same lines would have been taken by either player.
Commune with the Gods is his choice with the second Thoughtseize. It's kind of interesting, right? He's not worried about Jensen drawing cards. He's worried about Jensen spilling them into the graveyard.
I guess that makes sense. I mean, once there's a whip in play.
Right. With a whip in play, he thinks Commune is more scary than Read the Bones.
Well, yeah, Commune with the Gods, you're revealing 5 cards and you get to put 1 into your hand. The rest go into the graveyard, so depending on exactly what those 5 are, it's kind of like drawing 3 to 5 cards. And Hornet Queen on top. And enough mana to be able to cast it thanks to that Nykthos Shrine to Nyx. Plenty of green mana symbols in play already here for William Hugh Jensen.
Can he read to draw it now? Read the Bones, draw the Hornet Queen, play it all on the same turn?
I think he likely can.
I haven't done the math is tricky. 1, 2, 3. Nykthos makes 7.
Now, earlier on in the weekend...
he's got 9 with a land from his hand. I think he can get to 10 mana, which is exactly what he needs.
We've been hearing a little bit about Ichiikawa's testing regime for this tournament. Ichiikawa, already one of the more popular streamers in Japan, playing every day for sort of 4 hours or so on stream for over 1,000 viewers a lot of the time, like hordes of fans over on Nico Nico. For this event, he's apparently basically doubled that. In addition to working a regular job, with relatively long hours, he's been streaming about 8 hours a day. That's 2 full-time jobs and then getting 5-6 hours sleep and rinse repeat. Yuki Ichiikawa, in spite of perhaps not having as much experience as many of the players in the field, he has a lot of experience with the various formats in this World Championship.
And all right, Jensen used the Eidolon of Blossoms trigger off of playing a Courser in order to get the Hornet Queen into his hand. I think he still had enough mana if he was tapping the Caryatid to play it this turn, but Read the Bones is happening instead.
So Read the Bones lets him look at the top 2. He doesn't need to reveal the one that he's looking at, but ultimately when it reaches the point of him drawing cards, he does have to reveal both because they're kind of drawn separately, and Courser of Crufix means he's always revealing the top of his deck. Lots of action here for William Jensen.
Okay, he's going to go ahead and whip out a Queen.
There she is, along with her horde of tokens. 4 insect tokens coming along with the Queen. While the Queen will go away at the end of turn, the insect token, will remain.
Chip away to Johnny.
Yeah, now is not the time to start dealing with the 21 life points that Yuki Ichiikawa has. There's plenty of time for that. The rest of the players in the tournament
gain 3.
Getting a chance to hang out, potentially watch this match, or indeed just sort of rest and recover and ponder what they're going to be doing for the rest of the standard rounds, as we see another Nissa Worldwaker on the top of Yuki Ichikawa's deck.
You find Utter End?
There is an Utter End there, but it looks like Reclamation Sage is the one to go for. As a creature, it is one that Ajani can find, and there's plenty of targets here. I'm guessing that Ichikawa are going to go for the whip here, given that he knows that he's already dealt with one more of them. There we go. 2 whips dealt with. We know that there are 3